Now, it's my turn to shoulder the load, as the first prime warrior of the civilization. Deciding the fate of the entire Star Realm's war is my responsibility, as well as an honor, Li Yuan said with a smile. It's also the ideal I had when I was younger. The ideal he had when he was younger? Fang Hai was taken aback upon hearing this. Suddenly, Li Yuan pointed towards the ancient town below. Principal, I remember this old town used to be quite bustling, but now it seems there are hardly any tourists. Fang Hai looked down. Within the haze of the misty rain, the town that was always lively and prosperous throughout the year was indeed scarcely populated now. In the past year, during the all-out war in the Mingshu Star Realm, the entire Xia country had entered a state of total mobilization. Even the home front was far from peace. Huge amounts of supplies and manpower had been poured into the Star Realm. At this moment, Fang Hai understood that Li Yuan truly wished to take part in this battle from the bottom of his heart. Li Yuan, take this. Fang Hai flipped his palm open. Within his palm emerged a silver battle garment, radiating faint, mysterious fluctuations. In Li Yuan's divine sense perception, the silver battle garment didn't even seem to exist. Is this the phantom spirit garment that the Alliance hierarch recently mentioned to me? Curiosity flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Why was he here waiting for Fang Hai? It was to wait for Fang Hai to retrieve this treasure from Dongfang Ji. Try to bind it to yourself first. Fang Hai waved his hand. The silver battle garment in his palm immediately flew toward Li Yuan. With a thought, Li Yuan manipulated the forces of heaven and earth, causing the silver battle garment to descend in front of him. He reached out to touch it. Sizzle, Li Yuan quickly imprinted his spiritual mark on the battle garment, and immediately, origin power followed his fingertips, surging into the garment and completing the bonding process. Whoosh, with a thought, the thin as cicada wing battle garment, like flowing water, merged into Li Yuan's arm, becoming one with his flesh. Instantly, in Li Yuan's perception, the silver battle garment had transformed into streams of silver power that penetrated every part of his body. The next moment, boom! Li Yuan's entire body was faintly enveloped by the silver battle garment, and he suddenly grew taller by a bit, with his facial features undergoing noticeable changes. Most importantly, Li Yuan's life essence and soul aura both underwent a subtle transformation. If the aura Li Yuan exuded before was balanced and harmonious, then now, his whole body emitted a cold air, as if pushing people thousands of miles away. Coldness. A complete change of persona. Haha, the phantom spirit garment is indeed powerful. Fang Hai revealed a smile. If I hadn't watched you change with my own eyes, I could hardly imagine that you were actually Li Yuan. Li Yuan was also quite amazed in his heart. Principal, this phantom spirit garment is so miraculous, perfectly merging into my flesh, making the aura of my life and soul completely turn into another person. Moreover, it doesn't affect my use of a real protective battle garment. Li Yuan thought again, activating the star garment. A layer of black battle garment emerged, completely enveloping Li Yuan and emitting an even more majestic aura. Normally, only one protective battle garment could be used, but Li Yuan was now using the star garment and the phantom spirit garment together without any issue. The phantom spirit garment looks like a battle garment, but at its core, it's actually an auxiliary treasure, Fang Hai said with a smile. This was specially obtained for you by the Alliance hierarch not long ago. It can conceal your soul aura while emitting a different soul aura. After all, there are quite a few flying heaven level who have seen you, and if it were merely a disguise in appearance, it wouldn't mean much and could easily be distinguished, Fang Hai said. Moreover, people like Yan Jing and Lin Yu who know the true identity of the spirit gun, have been repeatedly warned. They won't leak your secret. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Actually, top-grade origin martial artists could quite easily change their appearance, but for top-level powerhouses to conceal themselves was almost impossible. Why? Because of the soul aura. Flying heaven powerhouses, sensed with divine sense, would naturally remember each other's soul aura. No matter how much the appearance changes, it is very difficult to conceal the soul. Li Yuan, with the phantom spirit garment, you now have another identity, spirit gun, said Fang Hai. So, there's no need to worry about being exposed. But remember, the phantom spirit garment only conceals you up to the semi-divine level, Fang Hai said. If the enemy's spiritual power reaches the semi-divine level, they may be able to discern your disguise. Understood, Li Yuan nodded. No treasure is invincible, and such auxiliary treasures naturally have a limit to their power. However, within the Mingshu star realm, there likely were no semi-divine level powerhouses, and even within the 7-star civilization, the chances of a flying heaven level breaking through to the semi-divine level were low. As for a flying heaven level having a semi-divine level soul? Almost impossible. Go ahead. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan and said with a light sigh, you have an extremely strong ability to survive, but in this battle, I don't expect you to win, just to cover the retreat of the various teams to the 3rd and 4th bases, and ultimately hold these 2 strategic points. That would be a victory. As for competing for the final treasure, we must see what opportunities arise. Remember, survival is the #1 priority. If things are truly beyond salvage, then just retreat straight through the passage back to Sha country. Li Yuan nodded, feeling Fang Hai's expectation and a touch of worry for him. This was a side of Fang Hai that he rarely showed in the past. Compared to the Alliance hierarch, the principal seems to have more of a human touch, Li Yuan silently thought to himself. Whoosh! Li Yuan turned around and swiftly transformed into a beam of light, disappearing in the misty fine rain. Fang Hai, standing in the void, watched the direction in which Li Yuan had vanished, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Back then, when I delved into the 9 Leaves Star Realm, Fang Hai sighed silently, my teacher came to send me off, probably with the same feelings. Fang Hai had not given Li Yuan specific guidance on cultivation. But he had indeed watched Li Yuan grow up every step of the way, and he was full of expectations for Li Yuan. Whoosh! Li Yuan merged with heaven and earth, his presence perfectly concealed by the phantom spirit garment, speeding towards that war fortress. Little brother, the leader of your civilization is indeed impressive, even managing to obtain phantom divine garments for many subordinates in the dimensional river. A thing many great powers struggle to do. A voice like heavenly music rose in Li Yuan's mind. Phantom divine garment? Li Yuan was startled. It was Ji Yu's voice. She was in the ancient divine palace, yet she could sense the nearby area. In the dimensional river, there are many treasures like this. Many strong individuals use similar items to conceal their identities when traveling outside, Ji Yu's voice transmitted. The Phantom Spirit Garment you're using is the lowest grade in the Phantom Divine Garment series, meant for demigods and those of lower status in the mortal world. But being of low grade doesn't mean it's cheap, because a higher grade one wouldn't be usable by you anyway. What I find strange is, the Phantom Spirit Garment on you is exactly the same as one I've seen before, very much like those mass-produced treasures. I wonder how Dongfang Ji got hold of it, Ji Yu's voice transmitted. Li Yuan's heart was quite shocked. The same, if its function is similar, it's easy to understand. But mass-produced, that significance is completely different, too coincidental. Was it something Alliance hierarch Dongfang Ji got by accident, or could there be other possibilities? And thinking of the martial god inheritance. In any case, Ji Yu's casual remark sparked many conjectures in Li Yuan's heart. Not long after, Li Yuan had already rushed to the war fortress he had arrived at 1.5 years ago, but the entire base had completely changed in appearance. Sister, I'm about to enter the exterior dimensional star realm, you should wait for me here, Li Yuan transmitted. In the exterior dimensional star realm, the ancient divine palace could come and go freely if carried by Li Yuan. Once it became ownerless, the ancient divine palace would be suppressed again. This was one of the invisible rules of the star realm. Little brother, I know you're your civilization's top genius, with your responsibilities. Ji Yu's voice sounded, but I hope you also remember, you're all I have, little brother. Sister has waited for you for 10,000 years, you must come back alive. All right. Li Yuan's heart warmed, and he smiled in response. Sister, don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. I will truly take control of the ancient divine palace in the future. Whoosh! Li Yuan transformed into a beam of light, heading towards the war fortress below that had gone through crazy expansion. A nondescript speck of dust flew out, hovering in the kilometer-high sky. Inside the ancient divine palace, Dongfang Ji, this seven-star civilization might contain great secrets. Previously trapped within the fierce Featherstar realm, unable to learn more, now I am finally free. The girl with bare feet stood in the hall. Beneath her stood hundreds of figures. Go. Delve into the entire Blue Star. I want to gather plenty of information on the seven-star civilization. The girl spoke softly, at least, pave the way for Li Yuan's growth. Understand his parent civilization. If the top echelons of this civilization threaten Li Yuan in the future, we will be better prepared to respond. Remember, don't reveal yourselves, just gather information for now. Yes. War God. The hundreds of figures responded in unison below. Li Yuan never knew that by taking the ancient divine palace out, he had unleashed a monster. There was a reason Gu was revered by many as the war god. Back then, Gu followed the ancient torch divine's side, commanding many planets. Countless beings trembled under her iron fist and brutality. The true depth of the ancient divine palace was beyond Li Yuan's imagination. Below, deep within the huge war fortress, several flying heaven warriors had already received orders, waiting at the entry point of the star realm. When Li Yuan arrived, clad in a black battle garment exuding an extremely cold aura. Spirit gun. Spirit gun. Spirit gun. Welcome, the flying heaven warriors greeted warmly. They were curious about this legendary, prime warrior of civilization. Yun Sr., Li Yuan's voice was icy. Don't waste time. The battle situation is urgent. Better to open the passage and let me through at once. Yes, it's our fault. The leading flying heaven warrior surnamed Yun gave a bitter smile, turning his head and shouting immediately, open the passage right now. Rumble. The majestic metal door nearby creaked open, revealing the star realm entry point filled with ripples of light. This star realm entry point had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to when Li Yuan last saw it. Wider and taller. At a glance, Li Yuan could see that both the width and the height must have exceeded 500 meters. Whoosh! Li Yuan transformed into a ray of light, entering the ripple of light unobstructed, quickly vanishing from the senses of the group of flying heaven warriors. Such arrogance. We are also flying heaven warriors, greeted with a smile, and yet he reprimands us. He really didn't give us any face, the few flying heaven warriors murmured quietly. Shut up. The flying heaven warrior surnamed Yun frowned and reprimanded in a low voice, Spirit Gun is here to fight. Others have rushed here from Faxing. We stay in the rear without having to face the risk of death in battle. Should we still speak ill of them? The group of flying heaven warriors immediately fell silent. In terms of status, flying heaven warrior Yun was the highest among them. Spirit Gun has arrived. This is our civilization's last trump card. Yun, the flying heaven warrior, sighed lightly, let's hope he can win, otherwise. Not long after passing through the channel, Li Yuan had already arrived at the other end, at the Mingshu Star Realm's number 3 outpost base. Of course, the name here had already changed to Bright Moon Base. This was the 7-star civilization's main base in the Mingshu Star Realm. Swoosh! As Li Yuan flew out from the entrance and into the high sky, he quickly found that, compared to just over a year ago, the whole base had undergone earth-shattering changes. The base had become extremely expansive, akin to a medium-sized city, and looked more like a super-large munitions factory, with numerous aircraft floating in the sky, their surfaces mostly streaming with light, signifying they could depart at any moment. The most eye-catching feature was the 200-meter diameter flying saucer fighter jet, floating in the sky above the center of the base. As Li Yuan arrived, swoosh, 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 nearly 10 figures flew out of a huge flying saucer fighter jet in the center of the base, flying directly towards him to meet him. That they could fly left no doubt that they were either flying heaven warriors or true intent prime warriors. Spirit Gun. You've finally arrived. There was a hint of joy on their faces, but among them, one person looked somewhat puzzled. Li Yuan was entirely clad in a black battle garment, his face completely obscured. Luo Chan. Li Yuan's voice was icy as he called out to the black-clothed woman who was leading the group. It was Luo Chan. She was one of the 3 commanders of the Bright Moon Base in the Mingshu Star Realm. However, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Luo Chan's face as a voice rang directly in her mind. Luo Chan, it's Li Yuan. I'm just disguising my identity, don't be alarmed. Understood. Luo Chan immediately communicated back, her flying heaven-level soul sensing the difference in Li Yuan's soul aura. In fact, she had already received the directive regarding Spirit Gun, aware that the other party would be in disguise. Yet, Luo Chan never imagined the disguise would be so convincingly real. Spirit Gun, this is Tavares. This is Luan Mu. This is. Luo Chan introduced each one to Li Yuan in turn. These flying heaven warriors and true intent prime warriors also curiously observed Li Yuan. This is Li Yang, who has just recently broken through to become a flying heaven warrior. Luo Chan introduced the last large and sturdy man. Hello, Spirit Gun, the robust man said with a smile, displaying considerable humility. Li Yuan nodded slightly, maintaining a calm exterior. But in reality, Li Yuan's heart was filled with indescribable emotions. This robust man was none other than his college professor, Li Yang, the former deputy dean of the 6th Institute at Kunlun Martial University. Just over a year ago, with Li Yuan's assistance, Li Yang had advanced his skills into 5th stage perfection. Shortly after, he proceeded to Feixing for special training. But Li Yuan had never imagined that Li Yang would end up choosing to break through in the Mingshu Star Realm. This choice implied that Li Yang was likely to be trapped in the Mingshu Star Realm forever. Making such a choice required courage. But Li Yuan couldn't say much. To his knowledge, over 20 prime warriors from the 7-star civilization had broken through to become flying heaven warriors within the Mingshu Star Realm. Li Yang was merely one among these many people. Compared to the Rob C Star Realm, the Mingshu Star Realm was indeed far more valuable and significant. What about Yu Jing? Any news? Li Yuan asked with a cold voice, raising the key question. Coldness was the persona he had established for Spirit Gun, to keep interactions minimal and maintain his disguise more effectively. Still no news. Since the 24th of August, when Yu Jing ventured alone into the area 67 feet on the outskirts of Ming Mountain, there has been no message back. We can only confirm that he's still alive but impossible to contact, Luo Chan said with a wry smile. Soon after, starting from the 27th of August, one of the 3 great beast emperors from Ming Mountain, the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, and its myriad flying heaven-level exotic beasts began a frenzied assault on us and the Tinliang civilization. Our losses are heavy. Many of the peripheral bases have been destroyed by flying heaven-level exotic beasts. Li Yuan listened intently. If not for Yu Jing going missing, with only a secret treasure confirming his survival, suspected to be trapped deep within Ming Mountain, perhaps the high echelons of the 7-star alliance would not have hurried to summon him. What about the other flying heaven-level forces? Li Yuan's gaze swept over. Based on previous data, the entire Bright Moon base should have had over 20 flying heaven-level forces. Wu Menong and the others are patrolling the periphery, covering for the many teams withdrawing back to the base. Patrolling? Li Yuan nodded slightly. Over the past year, the 7-star civilization had been delving deeper into the inquiry of the Mingshu Star Realm, gaining a deeper understanding of the Star Realm and even communicating with many flying heaven-level exotic beasts. After all, the wisdom of flying heaven-level exotic beasts is extremely high, and once they have developed divine sense, they can easily communicate using divine sense, even if they don't share a common language. Divine sense is a method of communication more advanced than language. By now, the 7-star civilization had a rough understanding. There were 3 incredibly powerful exotic beast forces in the Mingshu Star Realm or around Ming Mountain. Each force was led by a mighty beast emperor, the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, and the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. So far, no strong member of the 7-star civilization had seen any of the 3 great beast emperors, and could only roughly guess that they were at least flying heaven peak warriors. The 3 great beast emperors had never left Ming Mountain up to now. In fact, before Yu Jing and the others had ventured into Area 67 on the outskirts of Ming Mountain, although the seven-star civilization had progressively expanded and started conflicts with the local forces. There hadn't been a large-scale war yet. For the past year or so, the seven-star and Tinliang civilizations had been killing each other, with the seven-star civilization constantly avoiding a great war with the local forces. Their expansion direction had also been away from Ming Mountain. Their goal had been to accumulate strength until they were strong enough, at least after driving out the Tinliang civilization, to wage war against the many flying heaven exotic beasts of the local forces. Unexpectedly, a devastating strike came. Until now, the high-level officials of the seven-star civilization were not clear whether the local forces' sudden large-scale attack was related to the disappearance of Yu Jing. The recent Great War also divided into two stages. The first stage was when hundreds of flying heaven-level exotic beasts under the heavenly serpent beast Emperor crazily attacked various forward outposts and small war bases established by the two civilizations, resulting in heavy casualties. Many warriors and ordinary people in these bases fled. The second stage was many flying heaven-level forces from the two civilizations fighting against these flying heaven-level exotic beasts, preventing them from pursuing the many escaping warriors and ordinary people. The second stage of the war has continued up to the present. More than a dozen flying heaven-level exotic beasts also tried to attack Bright Moon Base before, Luo Chan said, only, they were deterred by our fourth-order battleship. We used the main cannons of the warship to kill two flying heaven-level exotic beasts and severely injure the most powerful 33rd-level flying heaven exotic beast. Luo Chan pointed to a flying saucer-shaped warship in the distance. Li Yuan nodded lightly. A fourth-order battleship is the most powerful warship developed by the seven-star civilization to this date, usually the mount of a demigod. For instance, Fang Hai's ship was actually a fourth-order battleship. The main cannon of a fourth-order battleship is an extremely powerful origin power weapon with astonishing might. In theory, a single shot could annihilate a flying heaven peak fighter. But that's just theory, and in reality, it's not easy to kill even an ordinary flying heaven warrior. First of all, there's the need to charge up. A long charge time is necessary, and any flying heaven warrior who isn't a fool would flee early upon sensing the threat. Secondly, once a flying heaven warrior gets close, it's easy for them to destroy many of the weapons on the outer layer of the warship. The key point is, there aren't many such warships throughout the whole seven-star civilization. As far as Li Yuan knew, a fourth-order battleship had been stationed in each of the four main war bases. Yet the first two bases were still overrun, and those two fourth-order battleships had to retreat, with one suffering tremendous damage. Bright Moon Base could hold its ground only by relying on a large number of flying heaven-level forces, coupled with a fourth-order battleship. That's how they managed to fend off a large number of flying heaven exotic beasts. A single fourth-order battleship on its own couldn't stop the onslaught of numerous flying heaven exotic beasts, let alone take the offensive. How many people are out patrolling now? Li Yuan asked. 14, Luo Chan replied. We have a total of 22 flying heaven-level powers, and we rotate. When others are not on patrol, they are responsible for defending Bright Moon Base. Because of a large number of second-rank flying heaven exotic beasts, there are too many targets in the sky, so we dare not deploy too many flyers. Many people can only form small teams to flee along the ground. Currently, there are tens of thousands of people on the road, Luo Chan said. Our main objective is to hold back the flying heaven-level exotic beasts and try to kill some flying beasts. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod. The sheer number of flying exotic beasts in the Mingshu star realm was the most terrifying thing and a nightmare for a large number of ordinary warriors and civilians. Before the local forces counterattacked, no one had imagined that Ming Mountain hid so many second-rank exotic beasts and flying heaven warriors. Many of the peripheral bases, originally intended to be developed into breeding areas and serve as strongholds, under the present all-out war, could only be evacuated. Set my authority to the highest, Li Yuan declared. His gaze swept over the people. At the same time, notify me of any distress signals, and synchronize the positions of the 14 flying heaven-level warriors to me. The main bases have been destroyed, but the message transmission devices there shouldn't be completely malfunctioning, right? They haven't malfunctioned yet, but beyond 10,000 kilometers from Bright Moon Base, the signal is intermittent, Luo Chan nodded. She quickly began to adjust the authorizations. Li Yuan also received the notice. Continue to stay here and follow your previous rotation plan. Li Yuan's voice was ice cold. I will act alone and issue orders to you depending on the situation. Yes, Luo Chan said. No one had any objections, and as the strongest among them, Spirit Gun naturally had the highest authority. Whoosh! Li Yuan shot into the sky, his speed continually soaring, quickly turning into a black streak of light heading towards the distant void. Such incredible speed. His final speed must have exceeded 5 times the speed of sound. So fast. The Spirit Gun, really just a prime warrior. Tavares, Li Yong, and this group of Flying Heaven level warriors were all somewhat shocked. Even the few Flying Heaven martial artists present couldn't match Li Yuan's speed, just in terms of velocity. Before this, they had heard of the Spirit Gun, but in the videos promoted by Sha Country, real combat footage was very scarce. The people present had no direct understanding of Li Yuan's abilities. Only Luo Chan was relatively calm. She had personally witnessed Li Yuan in action and knew well how fearsome he was. However, she had a vague feeling that Li Yuan's strength had become even greater than it was during the great battle at Rob Sea. In the sky, 2 suns hung high. At the edge of the land, stood the towering Ming Mountain. Whoosh! Li Yuan was flying at an extremely low altitude at high speed. Occasionally, with his astonishing vision, he could spot some large battle scenes on the ground. Many exotic beast corpses, as well as human bodies, and occasionally many fallen wrecks of robots and warships could be seen. It was extremely brutal. Flying Serpent Valley. Li Yuan was flying at an incredibly fast speed and soon arrived at the once visited Flying Serpent Valley. It was now a ruin, no longer held by anyone. The many wreckages and bodies made Li Yuan's heart twinge with compassion, and his rage and killing intent grew stronger. According to the message, in the first round of frenzied attacks, they destroyed a large number of bases of ours and the Tianliang civilization, and most of the local Flying Heaven level exotic beasts then retreated, Li Yuan thought to himself. Now, it's mainly second-rank exotic beasts cutting down the humans attempting to escape. Kill. First, escort all the humans who have scattered and escaped from the various bases back to the 2 major bases. Li Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Then, try to destroy the Tianliang civilization's bases. Lastly, once everything is secure, head to Ming Mountain. With Yu Jing disappearing, Li Yuan was quite anxious in his heart. But Li Yuan knew that now was not the time to be rash. The 3 great beast emperors of Ming Mountain were likely Flying Heaven peak warriors. Without absolute certainty, rashly entering the core area of Ming Mountain could easily lead to death. Ming Mountain was too mysterious. Before long, Li Yuan crossed the region of Flying Serpent Valley, about 1,000 kilometers away from Bright Moon Base. In that direction, 200 kilometers away, there's a distress signal. Li Yuan was constantly sensing the messages on his smart ring, quickly determining the exact location. Boom! Li Yuan changed direction, his speed imperceptibly increasing even further and, not bothering to perfectly conceal his aura, he turned into a streak of light and dashed off. In the sprawling and undulating vast mountain ranges, there were densely packed figures, thousands in number, engaged in fierce combat. Among them were figures of human martial artists, as well as a considerable number of mechanical warrior figures. Of course, the most numerous were the exotic beasts. Hordes of large first-rank exotic beasts, coming from all sides, were wildly attacking these human martial artists. These first-rank exotic beasts, each with 4 sturdy hooves and covered in scales and armor, were incredibly tough. Each one was as fast as lightning, furiously biting and tearing. Nearly 100 human martial artists were desperately holding on. In terms of individual strength, these human martial artists far surpassed these exotic beasts, with plenty of fearless mechanical warriors assisting, but nevertheless, there were just too many exotic beasts. They were innumerable, seemingly never-ending. However, the most ferocious fighters in the whole war were those 4 second-rank powerhouses. Roar! Boom! 3 second-rank exotic beasts, each over 10 meters in length and swift and immensely strong, were fiercely attacking the central human prime warrior. Ah! The burly human prime warrior, Nuofan, clad in silver combat armor, roared as he swung his combat saber again and again, attempting to kill the 3 second-rank exotic beasts. But these 3 second-rank exotic beasts were incredibly cunning and would not engage him in a direct confrontation. Instead, they kept entangling him in battle. Pucci, not far away, a human martial artist, made a mistake and his body was torn apart by a multitude of exotic beasts. Zhang Chong. Nuofan's eyes blazed with fury, his heart bleeding as he fought desperately. He was a 25th level prime warrior. If it were one-on-one, he could take the time to kill any second-rank exotic beast. But against 3 second-rank exotic beasts working together, he was completely out of options. If this keeps up, our entire team will be wiped out. We finally escaped from the outpost base, evaded the pursuit of flying heaven exotic beasts, and we're almost at Bright Moon Base. Are we going to die here? Nuofan gritted his teeth. As the battle waged on, not just Nuofan, many human martial artists were on the brink of despair. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying aura descended from the high sky, and the next scene would be forever etched in the hearts of these human martial artists. Whoosh! 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 Streams of earthy yellow currents materialized out of thin air, and immediately after, they condensed into what resembled a barrage of spikes, swiftly sweeping over everything. The change came too quickly. So quickly that most human martial artists and first-rank exotic beasts couldn't react. Pucci! 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 Each of the ferocious first-rank exotic beasts were instantaneously pierced through the skull by the spike-like earthy yellow currents, blood splattering. In the blink of an eye, the rolling earthy yellow currents had passed, and thousands of first-rank exotic beasts were wiped out. Roar! Moroo! The 3 second-rank exotic beasts that had been surrounding Nuofan looked on in horror at this scene and turned into streaks of light, trying to flee to the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several dazzling streams of spear light streaked across the heavens and earth. One streak of spear light passed right in front of Nuofan, and the terrifying power contained within that light made his heart tremble. Roar! The 3 second-rank exotic beasts instinctively concentrated their origin power on their exteriors, attempting to withstand the terrifying spear light bearing down on them. Pooh! 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 The 3 second-rank exotic beasts, whether blocking with their claws or twisting their bodies to dodge, were torn apart by the spear light the next moment. Countless fragments of limbs raining down explosively. From that moment on, the mountains that had just been the scene of a fierce slaughter became utterly quiet. What's that? A flying heaven warrior? It was only then. Nuofan and the others looked up and saw a figure wearing a black battle garment standing in the air, 100 meters above the ground. The figure emitted an involuntary robust aura that seemed to suppress the souls of all the human martial artists present. At that moment, in the hearts of Nuofan and the others, this black-clothed figure resembled a god. All exotic beasts have been killed. Continue on to Bright Moon Base. The indifferent voice echoed through the mountains. With that, the figure in black prepared to leave. Elder, may I ask your name? Nuofan couldn't help but shout. Boom! The figure in black had already transformed into a streak of light and was far gone, and at the same time, a voice from high above spread down. Spirit Gun. Spirit Gun? Is it the same Spirit Gun that was recently reported in the news for having a great victory over the alien race in Rob Seastar Realm? The #1 prime warrior of Tinliang civilization. He is Spirit Gun. The group of human martial artists were simultaneously shocked and excited, plus there was the joy of a narrow escape from death. Over the past year and more, the 7-star civilization underestimated the native forces of Mingshu Star Realm and was occupying the upper hand in the Great War with Tinliang civilization. As a result, the 7-star civilization established dozens of common bases and hundreds of outposts in the peripheral regions. A scene of prosperity, however, when numerous flying heaven-level exotic beasts that had been hidden in Ming Mountain descended, it spelled disaster. Even with many of the 7-star civilization's flying heaven warriors mobilized immediately to fully contain the native flying heaven exotic beasts, they couldn't withstand the onslaught. Both sides suffered casualties, with prime warriors wielding true intent falling, and human flying heaven martial artists perishing in battle. But a large number of flying heaven exotic beasts also fell. However, the sheer number of native flying heaven exotic beasts, combined with masses of first-rank and second-rank exotic beasts. From August 29, under the orders of the highest command, the Seven-Star Civilization's martial artists and civilians in various peripheral bases completely abandoned the expansion achievements of the past year and began a full-scale retreat. In actuality, it was a grand escape. Fortunately, perhaps the native forces of the Star Realm didn't wish to fight to the death, or perhaps the Seven-Star Civilization's counterattack, especially the main cannon power of the Fourth Order battleships, frightened those flying heaven exotic beasts. Together with the strong counterattack from Tinliang Civilization, which also suffered attacks. After the Seven-Star Civilization began a full retreat, many native flying heaven exotic beasts no longer pursued with relentless attacks. Except for a few flying heaven exotic beasts, most have returned to Ming Mountain. But just this, few, flying heaven-level exotic beasts, plus a massive number of first and second-rank exotic beasts, still amount to a nightmare for the tens of thousands of retreating seven-star human warriors. Many human martial artists were ambushed and killed, and numerous fleeing groups were decimated. People like Wu Menong, Luo Chan, and Yangya, Li Yong, and other stationed flying heaven powerhouses. While holding onto the last two war bases, they were also constantly patrolling day and night. They protected the retreating troops, trying their best to ensure they could safely withdraw to Bright Moon Base, or to another Ming Hard Base. They were fighting with all their might, yet the situation remained quite dire. Facing first and second rank exotic beasts, they could easily kill them. But when encountering flying heaven level exotic beasts, these human flying heaven warriors would find themselves in grave danger. Not just one had fallen. Therefore, these Seven-Star Civilization's flying heaven warriors mostly patrolled in groups of 3 or even 4. To rescue others, one must first ensure their own safety. Until August 30th, the second day the grand retreat plan commenced, Spirit Gun finally arrived. This first prime warrior of the Seven-Star Civilization, less than 2 months after the Great War in Rob Seastar Realm, once again revealed his terrifying battle power. Slay. Slay. His flying speed far surpassed other flying warriors, reaching an astonishing 1,768 meters per second. He had no assistance, he was an army of one. His power was formidable, he charged unbridled, unconcerned with any possible ambushes. In just one day, Spirit Gun acted 26 times, directly aiding over 10,000 people. The number of first and second rank exotic beasts he swept through and killed surpassed 100,000. A powerful domain. Once he arrived, he could swiftly annihilate hundreds or even thousands of exotic beasts with a single thought. Whether they were ordinary first-rank exotic beasts or powerful second-rank top-tier exotic beasts, all were swept away. No one could stop him. When news of this battle made its way back to Sha country, the entire country was shaken, and once again a large-scale publicity campaign was initiated. Spirit Gun. Incredibly powerful. The first prime warrior of the civilization. The whole Sha country, and even the entire Blue Star, were trembling. Countless people were beyond excited. Especially those whose family and friends were trapped in Mingshu Star Realm, they were so moved they wept. For in these past few days, continuous catastrophic news came from Mingshu Star Realm, one defeat after another, almost bewildering the military and martial artists of Sha country and all nations of Blue Star. The horrific casualty numbers could make anyone's heart tremble. Now, with Spirit Gun's striking emergence, slaying in all directions, it offered countless people hope. At least, it offered hope that more people would survive and return. Inside Mingshu Star Realm. Perhaps it was Li Yuan's rampant slaughter, or perhaps the native flying heaven forces had long premeditated. Just as the clock struck August 31st, when Li Yuan once again saved a human team. He had not even had the chance to fly far away. 2 flying heaven-level exotic beasts suddenly appeared, and the battle of flying heaven powers erupted in an instant. On the ground. Spirit Gun. It's flying heaven exotic beasts, 2 flying heaven-level exotic beasts, definitely core members of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor's clan. The one that broke our base was that black snake, it's definitely him. The human martial artist team, who had just been rescued, were frantically fleeing across the wilderness, but they couldn't help but look towards the sky where the great battle was unfolding. They were a mix of excitement, nervousness, and concern. Yes, Spirit Gun was indeed powerful, but those were two extremely terrifying flying heaven-level exotic beasts. Could he win? Spirit Gun, you must win, the human martial artists all silently prayed. Because it was less than 500 kilometers from Bright Moon Base. This battle, erupting in view, was precisely captured by a rescue airspace fighter that had come speeding in. The live footage was directly transmitted back to the command center at Bright Moon Base. Wu Manong, and Yangya, and others, who had returned to rotate off duty to the base, were watching this scene intently. That black snake is at least level 32, but its star techniques are too ordinary. It probably can't be considered mid-flying heaven level. But it's at least extremely adept at speed, and also at poison. It was part of the group that besieged Bright Moon Base before. I have fought against it. These powerhouses watched the flickering, somewhat unstable screen projection with heavy tension. In the vacuum of space, Li Yuan, looking like a small black dot, was confronting the two massive flying heaven-level flying serpents from a distance. Even though they were aware of the power of the Spirit Gun, such a battle still made these mighty martial artists' blood boil. Present at the scene. Even the strongest among them, Zhang Zai and Wu Manong, had no confidence in winning against any of the flying serpents in a one-on-one fight. The great battle has erupted. It started. The Spirit Gun is using the body-refining star technique. His speed has surged. Everyone watched, holding their breath. In the void. Unwilling to retreat? Then die. Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold. He didn't really want to kill these two flying serpents. If he were alone, Li Yuan would not fear, but now he was rescuing others. From the action of many flying heaven-level exotic beasts retreating after destroying a great number of war bases and outposts, Li Yuan, or the high levels of the seven-star civilization, could infer that the heavenly serpent beast emperor had no intention of waging a great war for the time being. Therefore, it would be best not to provoke the heavenly serpent beast emperor. If they enraged it now and the other side ordered a comprehensive counterattack, Li Yuan would be fine, but the tens of thousands of human martial artists who were still retreating would be in trouble. Li Yuan estimated that these two flying heaven-level flying serpents before him were likely to have a close relationship with the heavenly serpent beast emperor. Hence, Li Yuan only wanted to drive them away, to make them promise not to intercept human martial artists anymore. However, these two flying heaven-level flying serpents wouldn't listen at all and kept eyeing Li Yuan with hostile intent. Fully intent on killing Li Yuan. Then go to your death. Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold. In these past 2 days, he had seen too many tragic states of humans, and his desire to kill was heavy. The opponents didn't know what was good for them. Therefore, Li Yuan didn't hold back anymore and directly unleashed his strongest combat power. In an instant, his entire being transformed into a 5-meter-tall figure, his body radiating a hazy divine light. Compared to the nearly 100-meter-long flying serpents, he was no longer a mere speck, and the aura he emitted was even more majestic. Boom! After using the Great Earth Divine Body, Li Yuan shot toward the two flying heaven-level flying serpents like lightning. Roar! The black flying serpent roared, opening its bloody maw wide and spewing out a terrifying black fog that spread rapidly in all directions, madly enveloping Li Yuan. Hiss! The other green flying serpent quickly manifested a great amount of water from its massive body, controlling the currents. Its enormous wings twisted and swept through the air, like two huge wing blades slashing frantically at Li Yuan. The two great flying heaven-level flying serpents, although shocked by the terrifying aura the human prime warrior had unleashed. Being accustomed to living as overlords on Ming Mountain and as one of the 3 great beast emperor clans, were not daunted by their low insight. In their hearts, second-rank life was absolutely inferior to third-order life, so naturally, they were not afraid of Li Yuan. Give me. Disperse. Li Yuan's eyes were ice-cold, and he was roaring in his heart. In an instant, the vast earthy yellow and green streams combined and swept through, blocking the majority of the black fog outside of the domain. As for the remaining bit of poison fog, it couldn't affect Li Yuan at all, who was wearing the star garment. The protective battle garment shielded not just against direct physical attacks but also against toxins, spiritual attacks, and many other aspects. All-around protection. The protective battle garment forged by the ancient Torch Divine specifically for his anticipated successor, at the second rank, was naturally extraordinary. Kill. Li Yuan's killing intent soared to the skies as he tightly gripped the Black Chen spear in his hand, already having pierced through the terrible black fog and engaged in battle with the roaring green flying serpent. Whoosh! 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 The dazzling and terrifying spear light fully erupted, its might so unrivaled that it easily blocked the attack of the green flying serpent. Following closely, the fearsome spear light swept across the vast sky, directly tearing through the layers of water currents stirred by the green flying serpent, and then it directly ripped apart the giant wings of its adversary. Countless droplets of blood splattered. The green flying serpent raised its head to the sky, letting out a pained roar as it struggled frantically, trying to escape. But Li Yuan had it firmly entwined. Boom! The long spear thrust down, its dreadful power bursting forth, instantly leaving terrifying wounds on the body of the green flying serpent. In terms of strength, you two combined are not even a match for Wu Sihai, who I have defeated. Li Yuan had already realized this. In terms of life level, these two flying serpents were both at the 32nd level, comparable to Wu Sihai, whom he had already slain. Their skills comprehension was not weak either, but these two flying serpents hadn't deployed any star techniques, or maybe the star techniques they used were too weak, all subdued, preventing Li Yuan from perceiving them at all. It makes sense. Being trapped in the Mingshu star realm for years without much inheritance, and considering that even third-layer star techniques would at least require a powerful demigod to have a chance of creating, Li Yuan understood this point. Star technique, in essence, was an explosive utilization of the mysteries of heaven and earth, integrated with the body's star meridian and origin power. It would be necessary to step into the threshold of the laws before having the hope of researching and creating star marks, thereby inventing star techniques. Annihilate. With the Black Chen spear in hand, aside from not unleashing his phantom body, Li Yuan was absolutely putting his all into the attack, striking at his opponent with full force. This was undeniably a heart-stirring great battle, making Wu Menong, and Yangya, and the others considerably nervous. Especially when the two great flying serpents suddenly twisted and cooperated to envelop Li Yuan completely in the center and tried to constrict him, they were even more on edge. They worried that Li Yuan would be completely strangled to death. The constricting ability of snakes is indeed terrifying. But in the next moment, bang, suddenly, with a terrible explosive sound, the head of the black flying serpent burst open, and a black figure soared into the sky, with snake brain tissue, fresh blood, bone fragments, and flesh scattering everywhere. Phew! The large body of the black flying serpent fell lifelessly towards the earth. Whoosh! Another spear light tore through the vast sky like lightning, piercing into the already grievously injured eye socket of the green flying serpent, instantly breaking through the skull, which was shredded into pulp in an instant. The large body of the green snake followed suit, falling powerlessly as well. Rumble. Boom. The two giant flying heaven-level flying serpents fell one after another onto the ground, instantly causing the earth to shake and crack, with countless terrifying airwaves surging in all directions. The two great flying heaven-level flying serpents, dead. You have slain a third-rank creature, obtaining spiritual nutrient. A divine palace notification flashed by. Seeing this scene, the group of human warriors fleeing across the wilderness, as well as people like Wu Menong who were watching the battle through the war machine's projection, were all quite excited and thrilled. We've won. The Spirit Spear, once again, proved its strength through action. A level 32 flying heaven exotic beast. They had all condensed the true intent of heaven and earth. Even without practicing any formidable star techniques, their strength far exceeded that of a normal true intent prime warrior. However, facing the Spirit Spear, 2 against 1, they were all quickly slain in an extremely short time. In the void, Li Yuan remained calm. If he wasn't worried about provoking a full-scale war and triggering the heavenly serpent beast emperor to go on a frenzied killing spree against the fleeing human warriors, Li Yuan would have taken action long ago. After all, once a full-scale war erupted, With hundreds of flying heaven-level exotic beasts attacking, Li Yuan's strength, no matter how formidable, wouldn't be enough to protect all the fleeing humans. No choice. If they seek death and refuse to retreat, then I can't hold back. I just hope it doesn't trigger a war for the time being. Wait until all fleeing warriors return to Bright Moon Base, Ming Heart Base. Li Yuan mused in his mind, his eyes flickering with a murderous intent. Also wait until the ordinary warriors from the two bases have mostly retreated back to Sha country, then I can take action without any reservations. When killing those two flying heaven-level flying serpents, Li Yuan didn't even use his phantom body. Li Yuan, with the Shadow Domain deployed, was in his strongest state, which was also why he had the confidence to battle the three great beast emperors. Huff. With a thought, Li Yuan's divine sense swept over the corpses of the two large flying heaven-level flying serpents below, thoroughly investigating them. They actually have storage treasures? And their flesh and blood fused with body armor? No wonder they were so hard to kill. Li Yuan thought to himself, a trace of caution rising in his heart. From the 7-star civilization records, Li Yuan knew that creating storage treasures was extremely difficult. Most demigods couldn't do it. Typically, storage treasures were mass-produced by divine beings. How could the native powerhouses of the Mingshu star realm possess storage magical treasures? Li Yuan, with his powerful spiritual power, rapidly broke through the spiritual imprint on the surface of the storage treasure. He directly delved inside for a meticulous inquiry. All the items inside were left by the black flying serpents, not appearing to be remnants from fallen warriors of either the 7-star or Tinliang civilizations. These aren't standardized. They also don't seem to be storage magical treasures left by fallen warriors of our 7-star civilization or the Tinliang civilization. Li Yuan frowned. Having this storage treasure and combining it with the information about the treasure in the depths of Ming Mountain that Alliance Hierarch Dongfang Ji had conveyed, Li Yuan suddenly had many speculations in his mind. First, continue the patrol. Li Yuan's figure flickered, and he vanished into the distance as a streak of light. When the two flying heaven-level flying serpents perished, thousands of kilometers away, at the towering Ming Mountain that reached thousands of kilometers high, the mountain range stretched skyward, many valleys between the mountains spanning tens of kilometers wide. If one looked up close, they would feel as if Ming Mountain was an endlessly extending pillar of heaven. Midway up Ming Mountain, there lay a broad lake, spanning tens of kilometers. On the small island in the center of the lake, a simple and ancient palace was built. Many gigantic flying serpents lived around the lake, with many exceeding 80 meters in length. In the flying serpent clan, a length of over 80 meters typically signified reaching the flying heaven level. Here was the dwelling place of the heavenly serpent beast emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns of Ming Mountain, and the stronghold of the flying serpent royal clan. The palace interior was dark and damp, with each corridor exceptionally vast to allow free passage for the flying heaven-level flying serpents. Within a super-large hall deep in the palace, a huge crystal sphere hovered in the void. Within the crystal sphere, many purple dots flickered, densely packed and numbering in the hundreds. A massive black serpent, its body coiled, lay there with spread wings, silently resting. Suddenly, buzz! The crystal sphere above burst out with dazzling red light, followed by waves of light surging outward in all directions. What's happening? The black serpent quickly lifted its head, its cold, snake-like eyes flashing with shock. The next moment, whoosh, the crystal sphere released countless rays of light, instantly forming a massive screen of light projection on the outside, which displayed the head of a green serpent. Atop the green serpent's head, there was a strikingly noticeable horn, as if piercing the skies. Your Majesty. The black serpent lowered its head, bowing respectfully. The green serpent in the projection was none other than one of the 3 sovereigns of Ming Mountain, the heavenly serpent beast emperor. He Guang, the soul crystal ball just alerted me that He Jing and Qing Yanyu have died. The heavenly serpent beast emperor spoke with a deep voice, and it transmitted their final battle scenes before death. The crystal sphere once again emitted light, forming another light screen projection, which revealed Li Yuan in battle against the 2 flying heaven-level flying serpents. The battle proceeded at an extremely fast pace. Soon, the projection ended. Such a formidable human. The Black Serpent was quite shocked. He Jing and Qing Yanyu had both condensed the true intent of earth and water and stepped into the mid-stage of flying heaven, yet they were killed so quickly by him? His strength is likely comparable to a level 33, making him one of the strongest human warriors we have encountered so far. The Black Serpent declared solemnly. Only that human warrior trapped in the divine land can be compared to him. In this war against human forces, how many beast kings have fallen? The heavenly serpent beast emperor spoke slowly. Reporting to your majesty, including He Jing and Qing Yanyu, a total of 8 flying heaven beast kings have fallen. The Black Serpent reported respectfully. Through the soul crystal ball, the heavenly serpent beast emperor had a clear understanding of the casualties among his flying heaven level subordinates. The soul crystal ball is a very special treasure. It's somewhat similar to GUU's spiritual lamp. Although its sensing and inquiry range is far less than that of the spiritual lamp, it possesses other marvelous uses, allowing the departed to send back images of their last moments before death to the soul crystal ball. Thus, it was possible to understand the enemy's methods. The human who killed He Qing, Qing Yanyu, seems to be just a prime warrior, yet his potential is terrifying. Pass on his information to other beast kings and try to avoid this human martial artist as much as possible, the heavenly serpent beast emperor said. I am currently in the divine land with the myriad scales beast emperor and the thousand eyes beast emperor, hunting down that human martial artist. I can't return for now, so don't provoke this newly emerged human martial artist. The phantom formed by the heavenly serpent beast emperor spoke softly. Now that many of the human civilization's frontier bases have been destroyed, humans should not dare to approach Ming Mountain again. Order all the flying heaven-level exotic beasts to stand guard on the periphery, and don't continue the ambushes, he commanded. Wait for my return before we launch the decisive battle, and completely destroy their last base, he added. Yes, the Black Snake said respectfully. As the Beast King most trusted by the Beast Emperor, his position in Ming Mountain was extremely high. Likewise, he would unconditionally obey the commands of the heavenly serpent beast emperor. Emperor. The other beast kings are fine, Black Snake continued with his head bowed, his voice deep, but He Jing is the blood brother of Prince Qing Sheng. I'm afraid that in a fit of rage, Prince Qing Sheng might not listen to advice and attack recklessly for revenge. Qing Sheng? The heavenly serpent beast emperor frowned slightly. By nature, serpents were lustful, and as a beast emperor, he had countless offspring. However, the bloodline of the heavenly serpent beast emperor was not very strong. After many trials and opportunities, he finally broke through in the divine land and became a beast emperor. Most of his offspring remained at the first rank, very few could break through to the second rank, and in the end, only Qing Sheng stepped into the third rank, thus he was also deeply favored by him. His favoritism also cultivated the arrogant and domineering mentality of the Qing Sheng Beast King. In the past, the Mingshu Star Realm was just so big that no major disaster could be caused, and the heavenly serpent beast emperor rarely managed his children. But now, the situation was clearly different. The Kai Yen Beast King is with him for his personal protection, right? The heavenly serpent beast emperor asked in a low voice. Correct, Black Snake could not help but nod. Under the command of the heavenly serpent beast emperor, there were 3 great beast king leaders, He Guang, Kai Yen, Lei Wei. Each one of them was far stronger than the deceased He Jing Beast King and others. These 3 great beast king leaders could even withstand the beast emperor for quite a while. Command Kai Yen to protect him carefully. Without trials, how can one grow? For Qing Sheng to reach your level, he must undergo more trials, said the heavenly serpent beast emperor slowly. Just make sure to caution him and Kai Yen not to strike at the human's main city. That origin power weapon is likely the 4th rank origin power weapon mentioned in the divine land. Even I, facing it head-on, would only have a dead end. A shock went through He Guang Beast King's heart. Was its power really that great? But he did not doubt the words of the heavenly serpent beast emperor. The 3 great beast emperors, having explored the divine land for many years, the many secrets they knew far surpassed those of the beast kings. About 10,000 kilometers away from Bright Moon Base, there was an even larger and quiet expansive lake. Boom! The once tranquil lake suddenly churned, followed by a green flying serpent, resembling a dragon, roaring out of the water. Roar! The green snake howled to the heavens, filled with unprecedented fury, and in his eyes flickered a trace of pain. He Jing, my brother. He was the heavenly serpent beast emperor's only flying heaven-level offspring, the Qing Sheng Beast King. Though he was extremely spoiled by the heavenly serpent beast emperor, Qing Sheng Beast King preferred not to stay at Ming Mountain. Instead, he moved to live freely in this large lake, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Ming Mountain. During the past 100 years or so, He Jing Beast King was his only brother and close friend. Now, his only brother was dead. Kill! Kill! I will slaughter all these humans, the Qing Sheng Beast King erupted in a series of low growls, and in his mind's eye, an image of a black silhouette holding a long spear flashed. According to He Guang Beast King's transmission, this human martial artist was the perpetrator. Suddenly, boom, in a distant mountain peak, suddenly flames erupted violently, and a colossal figure, more than 40 meters tall, entirely red, without a single hair on its body, and resembling a rock giant, stepped over the void and approached. Flames enveloped its body, and wherever it went, the lake water boiled tumultuously. Qing Sheng, the rock giant's voice was majestic. Calm down. Your father has given orders. The forces behind these humans are beyond our imagination. Their superhuman enemies far surpass your father, and the only reason they can't enter our world is due to the limitations of heaven and earth. Don't provoke them thoroughly. Uncle Kai Yen, I can't bear it. I must kill him, the Qing Sheng Beast King, with his huge serpentine eyes blood red, said. They're the invaders, they're the ones encroaching on our territory. Why should we endure? Silly boy. There's no such thing as right or wrong in this world. There is only the strong and the weak. Kai Yen Beast King shook his head. Be patient. Once your father becomes a demigod, he will naturally sweep them away. In fact, decades ago, the forces native to the Mingshu Star Realm had already noticed the existence of the Tinliang civilization and the Seven Star civilization. But the native forces had been enduring all this time. Only when the entrance to the Star Realm was upgraded and human martial artists sneaked into the Divine Land did the Seven Star Civilization and Tinliang Civilization begin their mad expansion and war, which finally made the native forces unable to remain idle. How many more years will it be until my father becomes the legendary demigod? By then, this human will likely have returned to their world long ago, the Qing Sheng Beast King growled. If I don't kill him, I will not be content. Suddenly, the Qing Sheng Beast King looked at Kai Yen Beast King. Uncle Kai Yen, help me. Just kill this human, and I will stop. The Qing Sheng Beast King fixed his gaze on Kai Yen Beast King. Kai Yen Beast King sighed internally. The heavenly serpent beast emperor often cultivated in the Divine Land and has always been mentoring the Qing Sheng Beast King. Their relationship was extremely close. As for the He Jing Beast King, he too was considered his junior. Agreed. The Beast Emperor only ordered us not to invade the human main city, said Kai Yen Beast King. I will gather another group of Beast Kings. Specifically to ambush him. Good. The Qing Sheng Beast King's eyes lit up. He was well aware that even He Jing had died at the hands of that human martial artist. If he relied solely on himself, winning was impossible. But with Kai Yen Beast King's help, there was hope. The Qing Sheng Beast King remembered what his father had said before, that Kai Yen Beast King was the most likely in the entire world to become the fourth Beast Emperor. However, once this human is slain, you must return with me to Ming Mountain, Kai Yen Beast King intoned deeply. No problem. Very soon. Kai Yen Beast King left the lake and quickly went to summon other flying heaven-level Beast Kings. Time passed. Li Yuan had always been at the Bright Moon Base, the central axis of the Bright Heart Base, patrolling an area of thousands of kilometers without a moment's rest. And top talents like Wu Menong, Tavares, and Luo Chan, because they needed to protect the base, were constantly taking turns to sortie. Their individual strengths might be far inferior to Li Yuan's, but they were highly efficient at killing ordinary first and second rank exotic beasts, and in terms of protecting the number of fleeing people, the total was far greater than that of Li Yuan. Even when facing flying heaven-level exotic beasts, warriors like Wu Menong, Li Yong, and Luo Chan, when grouped in teams of 3, could also easily handle many dangers. Li Yuan was indeed the strongest and saved the most people. But if it were only him alone, he wouldn't be able to save everyone. This war in the Mingshu Star Realm is a rare great battle for our 7-star alliance. Powerful flying heaven warriors cannot enter the second-level star realm. We rely on those who are willing to stay forever in the star realm, those who break through in the star realm. They disregard their own safety, risking their lives to contend with powerful alien races, with Li Yong, Mai Yi, Lei Meng. Also stepping up are the peerless geniuses of our 7-star alliance. They are merely prime warriors, but their strength is capable of contending with flying heaven, including the #1 prime warrior with a spirit gun. From the martial divine star realm Yu Jing, Wu Menong, Luo Chan, Zhang Zai. They are the heroes of our entire civilization. The promotional video about the Mingshu Star Realm made by the 7-Star Alliance also caused the popularity and renown of this great group of powerful individuals to soar continuously across Blue Star and the 7 great planets. The large-scale war in the Mingshu Star Realm spread quickly not only across Blue Star but through the 7 great planets as well. Countless civilians were following this war. The 7-Star Alliance, a population of over 100 billion. They might inhabit different planets, different countries, and might have some competition on normal days. But the history of hundreds of years had taught everyone in the civilization. When facing foreign enemies, we must unite. September 3rd. After many days of continuous battles, most of the warriors who had escaped from war bases and frontier outposts had successively arrived at the Bright Moon Base, the Bright Heart Base. The retreat operation of the 7-Star Civilization was nearing its end. At the same time, the Tinliang civilization, having been at a disadvantage in the early stages of the war, with an expansion range far smaller than the 7-Star Civilization. Thus, their great retreat had been basically completed. Tinliang Star. The sole main star of the Tinliang civilization, much larger than Faxing, housed a population of hundreds of billions. In the highest conference room of a towering skyscraper, a multitude of people were bustling around. And at the end of the conference room, nearly 10 presences exuding strong divine auras gathered. Most people inside the Mingshu Star Realm have already completely withdrawn and have begun to consolidate, a blonde woman said coldly. The plan to leave only the necessary main combat force as the final defense has reached the point of decision on whether to continue fighting or to give up. We have in fact already lost the battle with the 7-Star Civilization. Even the Saint Heir Shefu, who broke through to Flying Heaven Realm, couldn't stop Yu Jing. How could we win? Now, the indigenous forces within the Mingshu Star Realm are more powerful than we could have imagined, the demigods spoke in succession. Shefu was one of the 18 Saint Heirs of the Tinliang civilization. He was originally a true intent prime warrior. Later, with Yu Jing being too dominant, Shefu chose to break through to Flying Heaven Realm in the Mingshu Star Realm. But he still lost to Yu Jing in combat and barely escaped with his life. Yu Jing is a major threat, but it will be very difficult for him to directly break through our main base, said the blonde woman coldly. The greater threat comes from a new genius called Spirit Gun who has recently emerged in the 7-Star Civilization. Just now, you all saw the promotions from the 7-Star Alliance. Spirit Gun is clearly stronger than Yu Jing. This group of Tinliang civilization demigods all felt the pressure. One Yu Jing already suppressed a host of prime warrior Saint Heirs, and now there emerged an even more powerful Spirit Gun. Since everyone feels we can't win, the blonde woman said coldly, let's accept the invitation from the Myriad Demons civilization. Summon Lu Lei and Rolbus. The Myriad Demons civilization is after all our mother civilization. Letting them seize the treasures of Ming Mountain would be better than letting the 7-Star Civilization take them, the blonde woman said. The group of demigods pondered. The blood of the Myriad Demons civilization flowed in all of them, and the Tinliang civilization had always been subservient to the Myriad Demons civilization. But over the long years, they too had yearned for a divine of their own civilization, who could sit on an equal footing with the Myriad Demons civilization. But reality had dealt them a hard blow. Soon after, the Tinliang civilization officially extended an invitation to the Myriad Demons civilization and detailed everything about the Ruins Star civilization. Tinliang civilization didn't have to wait too long. Soon after, The upper echelons of the Myriad Demons civilization sent back a message: "We're gathering prime warriors with talent and will arrive as quickly as possible." Between Tinliang civilization and the Myriad Demons civilization, there is an intercommunication through the 4th-level star realm. The 7-star civilization naturally was not aware of the changes to the star realm's native forces, but some actions of the Myriad Demons civilization and Tinliang civilization. The 7-star civilization's intelligence system, however, had sensed something was amiss. It even directly obtained a lot of intelligence inside the Mingshu star realm. About 3,000 kilometers away from the Bright Moon base was a mountain peak, under layers of dense forests, atop a huge rock. Li Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the giant stone. As more and more fugitive martial artists returned to the 2 major bases, the frequency of Li Yuan's rescues also decreased, often taking several hours to receive a single distress message. Therefore, in his spare time, Li Yuan would continue his training. One battle after another. The more he saw, the more he experienced, the more he slaughtered, the greater the impact on Li Yuan. It was also constantly honing his mental willpower. Strong. I must become stronger. Li Yuan had a desire in his heart: if my strength were powerful enough, I could in one go ascend Ming Mountain and make those 3 great beast emperors beg for mercy. I could also directly quell all conflicts within the 2nd-rank star realm. Allowing countless commoners and martial artists within the civilization to no longer suffer the horrors of war, Li Yuan silently recited in his heart. At this moment, he was practicing the visualization method, like he had in the past. His consciousness gathered and entered the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, condensing into a conscious entity, which, through the Great Sun Jade platform, endured the scorching of the solar blaze. Over the years, with the continuous strengthening of his spiritual power and willpower, each time Li Yuan practiced the visualization method, his conscious entity got a bit closer to the sun, always striving to reach his own limit. Striving to temper himself with all his might, pursuing the limit, never slacking in cultivation, so that if one day in the future I should fall in battle on this path, I will not regret it in my dying moments. Li Yuan's mental will become stronger and stronger through tempering. My heart has no regrets. This was one of Li Yuan's creeds. Suddenly, as Li Yuan, who had repeatedly endured the intense blaze, suddenly experienced a fierce shaking of his spiritual fluctuations, sweeping in every direction. His spiritual power had changed. Your spiritual power has increased from level 36.9 to level 37.0. A divine palace prompt flashed by. Li Yuan's spiritual power had been at level 36.9 for quite a while, repeatedly honing himself until the battle in the Mingshu star realm. Finally, he broke through this crucial bottleneck. He had reached level 37. Your spiritual power has reached level 37, raising the limit of your spiritual awakening level from 45% to 50%. You have slain a 3rd-rank creature, breaking the Divine Palace's shackles, raising your spiritual awakening limit to 60%. You have slain 3rd-rank creatures multiple times, accumulating a large amount of spiritual nature nourishment, and your spiritual awakening level has reached 50.1%. Your spiritual awakening level has reached 50%, you can receive the 2nd spiritual guidance. 4 consecutive Divine Palace prompts directly flashed across Li Yuan's vision. They left Li Yuan completely dazed. The breakthrough in spiritual power, the spiritual awakening limit reaching 60%, he had anticipated this since the battle at the Rob Sea when he first killed a flying heaven-level alien race and was reminded. But, after the limit increased, his spiritual awakening level soared directly from 45% to 50.1%? Directly initiating the 2nd spiritual guidance? Suddenly, Li Yuan remembered that every time he had killed a 3rd-rank creature before, there was a prompt about obtaining spiritual nature nourishment. Could it be? Every time I kill a 3rd-rank creature, the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace acquires spiritual nature nourishment, but it was restricted by my spiritual awakening limit, unable to immediately nourish me. Now that my spiritual power has broken through, all this accumulated spiritual nature nourishment has been released at once. Li Yuan speculated in his heart. This guess was likely very close to the truth. Spiritual guidance? Li Yuan harbored a hint of anticipation in his heart. The first spiritual guidance allowed me to awaken the first perfect star vein. What about the second spiritual guidance? Li Yuan was already vaguely sensing a change within the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, with a peculiar force hidden on the second floor of the Divine Palace, ready to erupt at any moment. However, Li Yuan was not in a hurry, as he was suppressing this force. Because the process of spiritual guidance would take a long time, and the current situation was not very appropriate. Wait. In another day or two, all evacuations should be over, Li Yuan thought. Then I'll return to the Bright Moon base for quiet cultivation and complete the spiritual guidance. Li Yuan strove to calm his inner heart, after more than 10 minutes. Li Yuan suddenly noticed a vibration on his smart ring and glanced down. A distress call? This direction, 1,300 kilometers? Let's go. Li Yuan transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, on the map display, another dazzling green dot was also rapidly approaching. This dot was not moving as fast as Li Yuan, but it was closer to the destination than Li Yuan. Whoosh! Li Yuan transformed into a streak of light and dashed across the sky and earth, while simultaneously monitoring the information changing on the smart bracelet. It's Wu Menong, and Teacher Li Yang, Lei Meng, Li Yuan thought to himself. One true intent prime warrior, two flying heaven warriors. The ones rushing over included not only him but also a flying heaven level team. According to regulations, aside from Li Yuan alone, other rescue teams should consist of 3 flying heaven level warriors to provide mutual assistance. My flight speed is faster than Teacher Li Yang's, but they're less than 700 kilometers away. By the time I get there, the battle will likely be over, Li Yuan thought. Although he thought as much, Li Yuan's speed did not slow down in the slightest. Despite no encounters with flying heaven-level exotic beasts in the past few days, Li Yuan remained ever vigilant. War brooks no jokes. Only the bravest, who are also the most cautious and treat every seemingly ordinary battle as the most crucial one, have the hope of surviving to the end. Boom! Li Yuan approached at extreme speed, hundreds of kilometers away from Li Yuan. Whoosh! 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 3 streaks of light were also flying at high speed. Wu Menong, Li Yang, and Lei Meng were in motion. Among the 3, Wu Menong was a prime warrior, but he was actually the strongest. The spirit gun is making his way here at full speed. Wu Menong spoke in a deep tone. We have to do our best too. We can't let the spirit gun handle everything alone. Right, Lei Meng nodded. After all, we are flying heaven warriors too, Li Yang said with a smile. After several days of battle, they had all come to deeply admire the spirit gun. Combat rescue 24 hours a day without a hint of slack, how could they not be admired? Similarly, with such a strong fighter at the forefront, it also motivated them to invest themselves wholeheartedly into battle. Full force rescue. On a vast and desolate plain, a large group of fleeing human warriors were being violently besieged by numerous flying exotic beasts. Each and every flying exotic beast was at least of level 18, and many were second-rank exotic beasts. Each one spread its wings, shading the sky and covering the sun. The 2 sides were engaged in fierce combat. Trees were knocked down one after another, the earth trembled, and giant rocks flew chaotically. Hold on. We've called for help. Everyone hold on, we're already very close to Bright Moon Base. Flying heaven warriors are rushing to our aid at full speed. The lead warrior clad in silver battle garment shouted urgently. As long as we can hold out for 10 minutes, help will arrive. Whoosh! A slash of the knife, and the burly man severed a claw of a flying exotic beast. As the strongest among the group of fleeing warriors, a level 28 prime warrior, he was incredibly powerful. But no matter how strong, he still couldn't fly and couldn't protect everyone. Pucci, a flying exotic beast, plunged violently from the sky, its terrifying claws crushing a level 19 warrior's head like a watermelon. Many human warriors were killed. In such a brutal fight for survival, even a single minute seemed like an eternity, let alone 10. The human warriors engaged in the fierce battle on the plain were unaware that beneath them, deep within the ground, a terrifying force was lurking. Many powerful flying heaven-level exotic beasts were hidden there. The human warriors have called for help. Yu Wu, Instruct your subordinates to slow down the slaughter, one communicated through divine sense. Yes. If they're killed too quickly, the human flying heaven warriors might not come. The flying heaven level exotic beasts exchanged thoughts through divine sense. And among this large group of flying heaven level exotic beasts, the leader was the enormous green flying serpent, Qing Sheng Beast King. He was lying flat in a dark river hundreds of meters below ground, letting the river water wash over his body. The Qing Sheng Beast King's eyes gleamed red, filled with a murderous intent. These past few days, his only desire was to kill the enemy and avenge his brother He Jing Beast King. He had been waiting for the opportunity. Finally, he received communication from the Kai Yen Beast King, who had summoned a large group of flying heaven beast kings. He immediately took action. I wonder which flying heaven warrior is coming. I hope it's the long spear warrior, it must be, the Qing Sheng Beast King chanted in his heart. Their chosen ambush location was an area frequently visited by the long spear human warrior, as gathered from intelligence. Time ticked by second. The battle on the plain gradually neared its end. The human warriors fought resiliently, suffering heavy casualties, but also inflicted astonishing damage on the group of flying exotic beasts. Especially that level 28 prime warrior, who in the heat of combat successively killed 2 second-rank flying exotic beasts. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying streaks of light soared through the high sky, especially one fiery streak, which was the most fearsome. As it approached, countless flames spontaneously erupted in the void. The true meaning of fire, domain, it swept away everything. Pucci, Pudge, the flying exotic beasts, in utter terror, tried to flee, but facing an enraged Wu Menong, where could they run to? In an instant confrontation, Wu Menong slaughtered most of them. The few second-rank flying exotic beasts, possessing great origin power, could not be suppressed by the domain alone. But facing 3 flying heaven-level warriors, they had no chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, the initially frighteningly numerous and fearsome hundreds of flying exotic beasts were completely swept away. This is the power of the flying heaven level, especially after mastering the domain of true intent. Slaughtering first-rank and second-rank lives was an absolute rout. Flying heaven warriors, so powerful, were saved. The silver-armored burly man and the dozen or so surviving human warriors had looks of excitement and felt a wave of relief wash over them. I survived. You guys continue. A curly-haired, skinny Lei Meng was looking down, about to speak when suddenly he seemed to sense something, his face dramatically changing. Run. It wasn't just him. Whoosh, whoosh, Wu Menong and Li Yong were both extraordinary in strength. At that moment, the terrifying bursts of origin power from deep underground caused their faces to dramatically change. The next second, the 3 powerhouses soared into the sky, lightning fast, away from the ground. The anomaly happened too quickly, and those terrifying bursts of origin power even frightened all 3 of them. Boom! Like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, a terrifyingly huge stone hand burning with flames suddenly tore through the earth, and immediately after, an imposing and boundless figure burst forth from the ground. Boom! Splutter! Splutter! Endless flames swept in all directions, instantly enveloping hundreds of meters around, and those human martial artists who had just thought they were saved, including a powerful prime warrior, were consumed by the roaring flames, their bodies instantly burnt to nothing. In a single thought, all were dead. The powerful origin power triggered the domain star technique, combined with the comprehension of the true meaning of fire, making this move terrifyingly effective. Even an ordinary flying heaven warrior, if struck by this move, would suffer severe injuries. Boom! 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 Apart from the appearance of the Kai Yen Beast King, almost in an instant, various flying heaven exotic beasts emitting terrifying auras burst forth from the earth within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Some were flying serpents, some were covered in feathers and scales like golden eagles, and others took the form of walking beasts, each suspended in the void. A total of 13 flying heaven-level exotic beasts vaguely formed a huge encirclement. They trapped Li Yong, Lei Meng, and Wu Menong, who had just flown into the void, within it. It's an ambush. They're here to specifically target us? Wu Menong, Li Yong, and Lei Meng were somewhat stupefied, feeling the surging aura emitted by the large group of flying heaven exotic beasts around them, involuntarily experiencing a hint of fear in their hearts. Especially that flame giant, whose imposing aura was truly terrifying. The three of them understood instantly. They were not on the same level of strength at all. It's the Kai Yen Beast King, under the command of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, suspected to be a level 34 flying heaven exotic beast. As mentioned in the intelligence, Wu Menong had already made a judgment. We can't hold them off. Run. Though it sounds slow, it all happened in an instant. Wu Menong, Li Yong, and Lei Meng leapt away to escape, not bothering to mourn for the dead human warriors, fleeing without pause, transforming into three beams of light, each darting off in different directions. The enemy was too strong, beyond their match. If they stayed together, they would only be wiped out in one fell swoop. While fleeing for their lives, the three powerhouses also sent out calls for help. In their hearts, there was still a ray of hope, the spirit gun. According to the location indicator, the spirit gun was very close to them, at most 20 seconds away. Human martial artists, take action, kill. The Kai Yen Beast King's voice was profound, issuing the order while his massive body moved with incredible agility, like a huge meteor of flame, directly charging at Wu Menong. He had been observing just now. A prime warrior with true intent comprehension. Naturally, he was his first target, of far greater value than the other two ordinary flying heaven warriors. Kill. Kill. Kill them all. The other flying heaven exotic beasts, having burst from the ground, also rushed towards Li Yong and Lei Meng with lightning speed. Roar. The gigantic blue flying serpent was the most murderous, its eyes fixed on Li Yong, who was cutting through the vast sky, his body shimmering with light. Haven't waited for the long spear warrior, then I'll kill you first, to collect some interest. The Kai Yen Beast King was too fast. He effortlessly broke 5 times the speed of sound, taking only 3 seconds to reach Wu Menong. His fiery giant palm ferociously striking down. I didn't want to start a war with your human civilization, but you're too greedy. This is our home turf. Hold on, Wu Menong, this unparalleled genius from the 7-star civilization. In a life or death moment, he unleashed astonishing potential. His body grew in an instant, deploying the body refining star technique he had recently mastered, transforming into a height of 3 meters, followed by holding a giant shield in each hand. With all his might, he channeled the mysteries of true intent, origin power. All of it concentrated on the shields that had been his main weapon for a long time. The fiery giant palm, blotting out the sky like a huge mountain, ferociously struck down. The 2 giant shields, however, aimed to block every attack. The 2 collided in an instant. Bang! The explosion was like the sky and earth splitting, the surrounding air vibrating and bursting. Crimson blood was seen floating in the air, staining the sky. The Kai Yen giant felt as if he had smacked his palm against 2 hard pebbles, aching intensely. And Wu Menong had been sent flying backward, the terrible force passing through his combat armor and hitting his entire body, almost tearing his divine body apart, which started to crack all over. He had almost turned into a bloodman. Just one exchange and Wu Menong was gravely injured. He had already taken the Origin Purple Longevity Pill, but the effects needed time to take effect, and the pace of this level of battle was far too swift. 2nd rank life. To withstand my strike without dying, worthy of being from a powerful civilization beyond this world. You must be one of the topmost 2nd rank lives among your people. Kai Yen Beast King spoke deeply, and as he did so, his other giant palm also thunderously came crashing down. Boom! With the burst of speed, a river of fire rushed forward, sharply compressing the air, causing a series of terrifying sonic booms, bearing down on Wu Menong. There was no escape. In terms of skill realm, Kai Yen Beast King was not inferior to Wu Menong, both coming exceedingly close to the 6th stage intermediate rank. In terms of star techniques, Wu Menong actually had a slight advantage. The key lay in the foundation. With 29.9 and 34 levels, the gap was simply too large, something that 6th layer star techniques couldn't make up for. I can't die. Can't die. I haven't become a flying heaven warrior yet, let alone a demigod. How can I die here? Wu Menong roared in his heart. At this moment, his survival instinct was fully triggered. In the throes of life and death, countless insights into the mystery of fire that he had collected over time rushed to the forefront of his mind. They burst forth completely. Wu Menong knew that if he couldn't withstand it, he would die. Boom! Wu Menong's skin suddenly erupted with dazzling flames and glows of light, and around him, the void manifested threads of flames so powerful that even the Kai Yen Beast King's flame domain momentarily receded. At that moment, Wu Menong's aura leapt forward dramatically, surging to an astonishing level. Wu Menong moved his shields like lightning and shifted them in front of him. Pung! Another terrifying collision. Wu Menong was once again sent flying backward, fresh blood spurting from his mouth. He's not dead. 6th stage intermediate rank technique. Did he make a breakthrough? The Kai Yen Beast King instantly noticed the change in Wu Menong's aura, as well as that terror-inspiring, burning flame power. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. 6th stage intermediate rank meant intermediate rank true intent. It represented a new level of comprehension of the true meaning of fire. Such a level of comprehension was already at the peak level of a flying heaven warrior. Once a technique reached such a stage, given enough time, one could cultivate to level 35 unimpeded. For someone like the Kai Yen Beast King, who had cultivated for over 200 years and still hadn't fully taken this step. Once he did, he would become the 4th Beast Emperor of Ming Mountain. And now, a second rank life had made the breakthrough. How could he not be envious? Breakthrough. Even if you've broken through, you will still die. The Kai Yen Beast King's killing intent became even stronger. Stepping across the vast sky, he charged toward Wu Menong again, and with his palms coming together, he attempted to crush Wu Menong completely like swatting a mosquito. Boom! 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 The terrible roaring explosions and the surging flames. In the deadly confrontation, Wu Menong, who had just made a breakthrough, exerted all his strength to withstand the Kai Yen Beast King's 6 strikes. Each strike made his injuries worse, and the Origin Violet Longevity Pill couldn't heal him that quickly. His breakthrough in the mysteries of true intent had raised his overall strength from the original level 31 to level 32. If he had made this breakthrough before the battle, he would have had a chance to withstand more than 100 moves against the level 34 Kai Yen Beast King. He definitely could have lasted until Li Yuan arrived. After all, the Kai Yen Beast King specialized in only one domain star technique, and compared to a true level 34 Flying Heaven warrior, his overall strength was significantly inferior. Only, in the confrontation before the breakthrough, Wu Menong was already gravely injured, which doomed him to have no further chance. Drag it out. I've delayed this long. Li Yong and Lei Meng's chances of survival are higher, and the spirit gun should be arriving soon. Wu Menong was still struggling to hold back, once again blocking the Kai Yen Beast King's attack. One of his shields was knocked away, and his arm was shattered, blood spurting uncontrollably, his consciousness growing dim. Boom! Another palm strike came. Inside, Wu Menong had already found peace. I thought I would become a demigod in the future, renowned across the 7 stars. It's a pity. Even after a breakthrough, I'm going to die. In the midst of battle, he fought with all his might for that slim chance of survival. When death was imminent, Wu Menong was completely calm. Having battled the alien race many times, and in this great war of the Mingshu Star Realm, not just one companion had died in battle. Wu Menong was long prepared for death, a smile even appearing at the corner of his mouth. Old you were at 6th stage intermediate rank comprehension before, even scoffing at me. Haha, just before dying, I seem to have caught up to you, didn't fall too far behind, right? Boom! The fiery giant palm fiercely smashed down, and the terrifying surge of flames instantly tore Wu Menong's body apart. Wu Menong, dead in combat. Truly tenacious. A prime warrior, with a technique comprehension that could reach the level of a beast emperor. If he had advanced to flying heaven level earlier, I would not have been able to kill him. The Kai Yen Beast King shook his head, thinking. It's a pity, these super geniuses from the foreign domains, fearing being trapped forever in our realm, are not willing to let their life levels break through. When it comes to life and death, a breakthrough is then impossible. To break through from a prime warrior to flying heaven level took at least 2 to 3 days. Whoosh! The Kai Yen Beast King waved his hand, collecting the many items Wu Menong left behind. Wu Menong is dead. Ah, Li Yong and Lei Meng were not facing enemies that were extremely powerful. And as flying heaven warriors, they were more robust, still desperately struggling. When they sensed Wu Menong's breakthrough, both were slightly exhilarated. But when they saw Wu Menong killed in battle, both of their hearts trembled. A genius prime warrior who had broken through to 6th stage intermediate rank technique, just like that, dead in battle. This is war. If you choose to slaughter the alien race, then you must also be prepared to be killed by the alien race. The Kai Yen Beast King strode through the void, with overwhelming flames engulfing it, ready to kill the still desperately fleeing Li Yong, Lei Meng. Suddenly, the Kai Yen Beast King's enormous eyes narrowed. A man in black with a long spear? He's arrived so quickly. Boom! In the void nearly 10 kilometers away, a figure in black battle garment, holding a long spear and radiating yellow light, appeared. He was rushing at full speed. Damn it! Li Yuan's eyes reddened slightly, killing intent soaring. He was already rushing at full speed. When he learned that Wu Menong and Li Yong had been attacked, he spared no effort to unleash the Great Earth Divine Body. Using the Divine Body increased his flying speed slightly, disproportionate to the origin power consumed. At that moment, Li Yuan could not care less about the massive consumption of origin power. However, Li Yuan had not yet reached the battlefield when he saw Wu Menong being torn apart by that palm strike from afar. Subconsciously, Li Yuan clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand, his heart filled with even more rage. Wu Menong, Li Yuan did not have much interaction with him, but he vividly remembered the scene of their first meeting in the fierce Feather Star realm. This was a somewhat proud guy. His personality was not exactly likable. But, in every interdimensional war of the second-level star realm, from the many battles in the Rob Sea that Li Yuan knew of, to the fierce Feather Star realm, then to the Mingshu Star realm, Wu Menong always charged into the front lines. Today, he died. Another one is dead, Li Yuan gritted his teeth. In the Great War of the Mingshu Star realm, Wu Menong was not the first top-tier powerhouse to fall. And he likely wasn't the last. Whoosh! Li Yuan had no time for sorrow, his speed soaring to the extreme, already surpassing 5 times the speed of sound, and he howled as he charged at the group of flying heaven-level exotic beasts surrounding Li Yong. Wu Menong had already fallen in battle, and Li Yuan would not allow teacher Li Yong to die before his eyes. Kill! Li Yong held a long spear, fleeing while desperately defending against the attacks of as many as 6 flying heaven-level exotic beasts. In just a short time, he had already sustained serious injuries. Qing Sheng. It's that extremely strong human martial artist, the Beast Emperor gave an order. The group of flying heaven-level exotic beasts attacking Li Yong also saw Li Yuan charging in. At that time, the Kai Yen Beast King had not arrived yet. You 3, go kill him. Qing Sheng Beast King sent a telepathic message, don't engage him head-on, just entangle him for a moment, and the Kai Yen Beast King will arrive. He's only a second-rank life. Yes. 3 flying heaven-level exotic beasts immediately abandoned Li Yong, soaring as they lunged toward Li Yuan. They all knew of Li Yuan's combat achievements. In fact, He Jing Beast King and Qing Yanyu Beast King were among the strongest within their Beast Emperor's forces. However, in the eyes of these flying heaven-level exotic beasts, since Li Yuan took quite some time to kill He Jing Beast King, it suggested that he wasn't much more powerful. They thought that working together, just to hold him off for a moment, would be somewhat manageable. Kill! Li Yuan's rage was sky-high, murderous intent swirling in his eyes as he looked at the 3 flying heaven-level exotic beasts attempting to block his way, and without any hesitation, he unleashed his strongest power. Boom! Earth and wind domain combined, streams of air containing terrifying power were born, enveloping a 100-meter radius, sweeping in all directions. Flying heaven martial artists' origin power can leave the body and, combined with their domain, can extend hundreds of meters, with some domain star techniques even over a kilometer. Li Yuan was not capable of that. His domain was purely drawing on the power of heaven and earth. but with the combination of two true intents and insights close to the level of a demigod. The power he drew forth in his domain was immensely terrifying. Boom! The four-legged exotic beast, facing Li Yuan, barely touched the range of his domain when it felt the overwhelming power of those streams of air, which shattered its origin power domain on contact. With astonishing binding force, it dramatically slowed its speed. The power of both domains was not even on the same level. This is bad. The four-legged exotic beast had just moved, attempting to pounce on Li Yuan. Swish! 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 Within this domain of over 100 meters in diameter, the real Li Yuan instantly reflected the creation of 6 Li Yuans, 6 paths illusionary body. Sparing no time or effort, a murderous Li Yuan burst forth with all his might right from the start. Kill! All 6 Li Yuans shouted in unison, as 6 dazzling spear lights cut through the vast sky. Peefed! This four-legged flying heaven-level exotic beast barely managed to block 4 spear lights when it felt another eerie long spear piercing right through its solid layer of origin power, skin, and directly through its skull. Dead. A mere level 31 flying heaven-level exotic beast, with hardly any star techniques, stood no chance against Li Yuan's all-out assault with the Black Chen spear. What kind of technique is this? The other 2 flying heaven-level exotic beasts that were just about to join the fray panicked at the sight. It was too frightening. This human martial artist was more than 10 times more terrifying than described in the Beast Emperor's orders. Die. Li Yuan was incredibly fast, his domain crushing layer by layer, his 6 phantom bodies flickering and switching places, already upon these 2 flying heaven-level exotic beasts. Fast. Too fast. Whoosh! 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 Spear light slashed through the sky, and in just one confrontation, the bodies of the other 2 flying heaven-level exotic beasts were violently torn apart, their blood sprayed across the sky. You have killed a 3rd-rank creature. Spiritual awakening level has increased to 50.2%. You have killed. Your has increased to 50.4%. 3 consecutive Divine Palace notifications flashed by. In the blink of an eye, 3 sky-flying level exotic beasts died in battle. Such a scene had completely terrified the group of their beast kings. Li Yuan's strength surpassed their imagination, far exceeding what the Beast Emperor's intelligence had indicated. How can he be so strong? Qing Sheng Beast King couldn't believe it. Can a 2nd-rank life be this powerful? These Beast Kings dared to fight Li Yuan. One of the most important reasons was that they believed a 2nd-rank life ultimately had a limit to its strength. After all, the fundamentals were there. Not just these Beast Kings, Li Yong and Lei Meng, who had been devoting a fraction of their attention to Li Yuan, were equally shocked and exhilarated. This spirit gun, phantom body techniques are truly heaven-defying. The 6 paths illusionary body is intertwined, making it impossible to discern the true body. Li Yong was shocked in his heart, and his spear technique is also strong. 1 spear thrust and the sturdiest skull of a sky-flying level exotic beast can't even withstand it? It's directly killed? Normally, a sky-flying level life has an origin pill and a strong vitality, and if protected by a 3rd-rank battle garment, even a peak sky-flying strong warrior may not be able to kill a level 30 sky-flying in 1 move. Watching the battle images from Rob C before, I felt that the might of the spirit gun's spear technique wasn't so terrifying. Lei Meng, who was frantically struggling to escape, was also surprised in his heart. Can a prime warrior be this strong as well? This shattered Lei Meng's understanding. Even Yu Jing was far from this level of strength. Did the spirit gun hide his strength during the great battle in Rob C? Or is it that in less than 2 months, the spirit gun's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds? They did not know. If Li Yuan were an ordinary prime warrior, even if his skill realm was so exquisite and his spear technique so powerful, it would not be this terrifying. But Li Yuan combined 3-star techniques, especially after cultivating the Great Earth Divine Body. His fundamentals truly rivaled those of a flying heaven warrior. And he has the Black Chen spear. In many aspects such as weapons, techniques and others, Li Yuan was stronger than most of the peak sky-flying strong warriors. It was only with the addition of star techniques to his fundamentals that he could unleash such formidable power. Kill! Li Yuan's intent to kill soared to the heavens. After sweeping through the three major sky-flying exotic beasts, he turned into a streak of lightning and pounced towards Qing Sheng Beast King and the others. Retreat. Escape. Filled with terror, Qing Sheng Beast King and the other two desperately fled backward. No one wanted to test Li Yuan's spearlight, especially Qing Sheng Beast King. He had so fervently desired to kill Li Yuan just moments ago, and now, he was fleeing even faster. A hazy layer of green light suddenly appeared around him, making his speed skyrocket, far surpassing the other two Beast Kings. Flying Escape Star Technique. With the retreat of these three major Beast Kings, Li Yang's danger was naturally resolved. Phew! Li Yuan, like a gust of wind, flew past Li Yang and directly transmitted a message to him. Li Yang, retreat quickly. All right. Whoosh, already heavily injured, Li Yang knew this was not the time for pretense and, like a bolt of lightning, he crossed paths with Li Yuan and completely flew out of the attack range of this group of Beast Kings. Hiss! Li Yang's injuries were slowly healing. Did teacher take a life-saving spirit pill? Li Yuan, sensing with his divine sense, had this thought flash through his mind, he should be all right. Wu Menong used one during the fierce battle, but unfortunately, it was in vain. In the Seven-Star Civilization, there are many life-saving spirit pills, like the Origin Purple Longevity Pill, that is most effective for prime warriors. As long as the head isn't instantly crushed, it can bring someone back to life. Sky-flying warriors have similar spirit pills, but their effects are not that exaggerated. But, even the strongest life-saving spirit pills require some time to take effect. Like back in Mingshu Star Realm, when Li Yuan used an Origin Purple Longevity Pill to save Lu Jing, it took several minutes for Lu Jing's severed limbs to fully recover. It took several more hours for him to fully awaken and completely recover. Chapter 188. And for someone like Wu Menong who had cultivated a powerful divine body, the recovery would be even slower when in a state of using the divine body. And his battle with Kai Yen Beast King, how long did it last? It wasn't enough for the pill's full effects to develop. A few seconds to bring a body on the verge of collapse back to its prime, return to peak condition, a life-saving treasure? Perhaps such divine treasures exist in the universe, but at least the Seven-Star Civilization does not possess them, and Li Yuan has never heard of them. All the semi-divine level geniuses that Li Yuan had killed in World Within Worlds, who came from divine body civilizations, had not possessed such rare and precious treasures either. As for Wu Menong breaking through to flying heaven, skills, spiritual power, and willpower can transform in a very short time, as they are intangible. But the transformation of the body is very complicated, it cannot be done overnight. Like the battle in World Within Worlds, when Li Yuan and Alicia advanced from level 19 to level 20, they both sought a quiet place and took at least several hours. Chapter 237. To advance from a prime warrior to flying heaven, the sea of source energy must coalesce into an origin pill, a process that is even more complex and somewhat dangerous. At the least, it takes 2 to 3 days, or even up to half a month. If the breakthrough process is disturbed, it results in death or cripplement, and rushing such a breakthrough on the battlefield leads to a quicker demise. Boom! Under Li Yuan's full pursuit, his speed was much faster than the fleeing Beast Kings. Even Qing Sheng Beast King was far slower than Li Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had already closed in on the two slower Beast Kings. Die! Boom boom boom! 6 Li Yuans simultaneously wielded their long spears, and powerful origin power surged within their palms onto the Black Chen spear, unleashing dazzling spear lights. Although the two Beast Kings tried to withstand, one of them was directly pierced through the skull by the spear light. The other Beast King was Giant Turtle. Li Yuan's first spear did not pierce his shell, but directly blasted numerous cracks in it. The third spear followed the break in the fractured shell and directly killed him. They simply couldn't stop Li Yuan's relentless slaughter. These Star Realm sky-flying exotic beasts are much easier to kill than those of the Cloud Beast civilization. Li Yuan mused internally, star techniques, protective battle garments, and so on, are all much weaker. Without the legacy of civilization, their foundation in realm might not be weak, but overall strength is much inferior. One left. Li Yuan stared at the fleeing green flying serpent. The water mysteries invoked by the opponent allowed for such rapid flight, which clearly indicated mastery of the flying escape star technique. But before Li Yuan could chase after the Qing Sheng Beast King. Boom! A terrifying presence descended with a roar. Layers of flames spread out like a sea of fire, crushing everything in their path. Rumble! The void trembled as Li Yuan's true intent domain made contact with the enemy's domain, showing signs of crumbling immediately. Clearly, in the clash of domains, Li Yuan was far inferior to his opponent. Kai Yan Beast King, seeing the Qing Sheng Beast King in danger, did not care about killing Lei Meng and finally arrived in time. There was no exchange between them. Accompanied by the clash of domains, a terrifying giant palm enveloped Li Yuan from the sky, working in tandem with the flame domain, as if to stagnate space itself. 34 level? He must be the Kai Yan Beast King, under the command of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, deduced Li Yuan from the opponent's silhouette, strength, and techniques. The three great beast emperors ruled this world, which was not united as one. Not all flying heaven-level exotic beasts wished to wage war with the seven-star civilization. Over time, the seven-star civilization had exchanged information with more than one local power of the flying heaven-level beast kings in the Mingshu star realm. That's how they learned many secrets of the Mingshu star realm. Now facing the full-force attack of the Kai Yan Beast King, Li Yuan did not rely on his phantom body to dodge. Instead, his eyes burned with a fearsome war intent, and 5 of his 6 phantom bodies suddenly dissipated. Boom! Li Yuan did not retreat but advanced. Activating his Great Earth Divine Body, his aura was equally shocking, and his speed also soared to its peak in an instant, not much slower than that of the Kai Yan Beast King. Annihilate! Boom! With the Black Chen spear in hand, Li Yuan suddenly drew on the mysteries of earth and wind true intent, infusing it with origin power and stabbing fiercely. The spear light shone like a terrifying beam of light, dazzlingly bright. He directly collided with the giant palm that came crashing down like a flaming meteor. Bang! A tremendous boom resounded, and invisible shockwaves expanded, blasting in all directions. The Kai Yan Beast King felt waves of excruciating pain and saw many tiny cracks appear on his palm. His towering body shook violently as he was forced to retreat. Li Yuan was also sent flying by the palm strike, feeling his blood boil within his body. But Li Yuan's eyes were extremely bright. His attacking power is merely a notch stronger than mine. Li Yuan realized this fact. If it were a second-rank martial artist of the human race, like Dean Hai, he would hardly have the advantage in a frontal confrontation, and self-preservation would be considered good. Although the Kai Yan Beast King was also at level 34, his star technique and weaponry were too ordinary, giving Li Yuan an opportunity to exploit. Li Yuan's decision to confront Kai Yan Beast King head-on was to initially gauge the strength of the 3 great beast emperors through their confrontation. This, to fight the Kai Yan Beast King head-on and not be at a disadvantage? Is that possible for a second-rank life? It seems he's not injured. The other flying heaven beast kings watching the scene felt a shudder in their hearts. Spirit gun. He's facing this head-on. Isn't he worried about his body? Can he withstand it? Lei Meng and Li Yong were completely holding their breath. Even those with superficial experiences among the native flying heaven exotic beasts, let alone them, found it hard to understand the strength showcased by the spirit gun in rapid succession. Kill. As Li Yuan's figure dashed forward, he split into 6. 5th layer's star technique, shadow division technique. The previous head-on collision was to judge the enemy's strongest strength. In a real battle, he naturally couldn't afford to do the same. The 6 paths illusionary bodies weaved through each other, moving swiftly towards the Kai Yan Beast King like phantoms. Phantom body. Suppress. The Kai Yan Beast King felt a heavy pressure in his heart and immediately invoked his domain. The surging flames in the void completely enveloped Li Yuan's 6 phantom bodies. The flames roared like dragons, attempting to shatter the phantom bodies and pinpoint Li Yuan's real position. Whoosh! 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 But Li Yuan's 6 phantom bodies seemed to exist in a separate void, dodging the fiery light attacks with ease. extremely agile. The domain could not extinguish his phantom bodies. With the fifth layer's star technique invoking dual mysteries of true intent, if it were so easily defeated, then this move wouldn't be so fearsome. Finally, amidst the crossing phantom bodies, Li Yuan once again approached the Kai-Yen Beast King. Swoosh! 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 Multiple spear lights whistled out, with 6 spear lights sweeping from all directions. Roll away! The Kai-Yen Beast King roared angrily, swiping his palms swiftly through the void, his palms moving incredibly fast and with terrifying power. Like an illusory dream, 5 of the spear lights burst at the same time. Then the Kai-Yen Beast King's giant palm struck Li Yuan's real body, blocking the fearsome spear. You can block once, but not twice. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with cold intent to kill. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Yuan's 6 phantom bodies moved again. The terror of the shadow domain lies in its ability to hide the true position during battle. Every attack was as if 6 real bodies were striking simultaneously, concealing the true intent of the attack and making it impossible for the enemy to discern. Contract! The Kai-Yen Beast King roared. He evidently realized this as well, as his towering body tens of meters tall suddenly began to shrink, almost in the blink of an eye, to about 10 meters tall. Shrinking his body would weaken his strength somewhat, but it would greatly increase his body density and defensive power. This was the Kai-Yen Beast King's innate ability. At the same time, rumble, the previously expansive domain that covered kilometers contracted rapidly, now only enveloping an area tens of meters in radius. With the domain shrinking, its power naturally increased greatly. SS's, as Li Yuan's Black Chen spear penetrated the flame domain, it immediately faced resistance from the layers of flames, the speed and power of the Black Chen spear both being suppressed. Kill! Roared the Kai-Yen Beast King. After he shrank in size, his palms became more agile and managed to more easily block the long spear attacks. The illusory spears shattered and the real Black Chen spear was thwarted. This human martial artist is too terrifying. He is the strongest second-rank life form I've ever encountered. His skill level is definitely at the Beast Emperor tier. No, even if we only consider skill level, the 3 great Beast Emperors might not even match him, conceded the Kai-Yen Beast King, now focusing solely on defense. Attack! He couldn't distinguish Li Yuan's real body and couldn't possibly trouble Li Yuan. Instead, he was more likely to expose flaws. If he chose to flee, with his flying speed, escaping wouldn't be difficult. But if he fled, Qing Sheng Beast King and the others would likely be caught and killed by Li Yuan, so he had to choose to stall Li Yuan. Hold on. After all, he is only a second-rank life form. With each clash, sooner or later, he will not be able to withstand it. The Kai-Yen Beast King was patient. In a clash between powerhouses, the side with the weaker physical quality would easily get injured just from the impact of the weapons colliding. But as time passed, with each collision, the Kai-Yen Beast King grew more astonished because he felt that the aura of the human martial artist clad in black hadn't diminished or changed at all. As this human martial artist's defense so strong, the Kai-Yen Beast King found it unimaginable. Logically, no matter how strong he was, his body was still of second-rank level. Trying to use the shock of battle to overwhelm my body? Li Yuan's gaze turned icy as he figured out the Kai-Yen Beast King's tactics. However, Li Yuan was protected by his half-divine level armor, the Stellar Garment, which could greatly weaken external shock forces. Plus, with the activation of his Great Earth Divine Body, Li Yuan's ability to endure was not inferior to that of a formidable flying heaven martial artist. If one were to point out Li Yuan's weakness, it would be origin power. Simultaneously executing several powerful star techniques consumed an astonishing amount of origin power. All this seemed slow, but in just over 10 seconds, beings like the Qing Sheng Beast King and Li Yang had already retreated more than 10 kilometers. Under Li Yuan's frenzied assault, the Kai-Yen Beast King's defense grew increasingly strained. A prolonged defense is bound to fail. PSSHT, suddenly, a spear stabbed out, drawing a dazzling arc in midair, piercing through layers of flames and fiercely aiming at the Kai-Yen Beast King's chest. Hiss, it was too fast. The Kai Yen Beast King couldn't block in time and saw the spear light flare up and penetrate his chest, whereupon Li Yuan immediately felt a terrible resistance. It was too hard. This is bad. Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Such strong defense? After shrinking in size, the Kai Yen Beast King's body was inherently hard, plus he was also protected by a layer of battle garment close to his skin, with his domain weakening the attacks, making Li Yuan's spear light strike his body but unable to penetrate deep. Many special bloodline creatures would awaken terrifying talents at different stages. Like the true phoenix, which possesses the power of nirvana. The seven-star civilization was but a corner in the vast expanse of the endless dimensional river, rarely witnessing such special creatures with extraordinary gifts. But immense strength and a sturdy body were the talents of the Kai Yen Beast King. His body, nearly as solid as rock, could awaken spiritual nature and give birth to spiritual wisdom was an incredible feat. Just in terms of innate talent, across the entire Mingshu star realm, he was actually higher than the three great beast emperors. However, as a rock life form, his comprehension was quite mediocre, which is why he never became a beast emperor. Human, you can't kill me. The voice of the Kai Yen Beast King resounded in Li Yuan's mind. I can't do anything about you either. You are the strongest second-rank life form I have ever seen. How about we stop here and both withdraw? The Kai Yen Beast King proposed through a mental message. Li Yuan couldn't speak. To watch the other side kill Wu Menong and simply withdraw? How could Li Yuan be content with that? If we continue fighting, you might have a chance to kill my clan's beast kings, but it will not be difficult for me to go all out and kill your two companions, the Kai Yen Beast King communicated. Li Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. This was the concern he had harbored, that he wouldn't be able to stop the other party from attacking Li Yong. Whoosh! Unconsciously, Li Yuan had already begun to retreat. Continuing the fight seemed pointless. Both powerhouses could not overcome each other. Human martial artist. I can feel your rage. Was the one I just killed your friend? The Kai Yen Beast King looked at Li Yuan and said gravely, but you should understand that you are the invaders. This is a racial struggle for survival space. Does talking about invasion even matter? If your kind were powerful and had the chance to invade our world, would you stop? Li Yuan's eyes were cold as he finally responded to the other party. You have a point, agreed the Kai Yen Beast King. Just like when I followed the Beast Emperor into battle, through countless years I have killed many unyielding Beast Kings. Every rise of a Beast Emperor is accompanied with bloodshed and slaughter, the Kai Yen Beast King said, shaking his head. Discussing justice is indeed laughable. But I believe you are aware of the situation. If my kind really went all out, the casualties among your humans would not be limited to what they are now, the Kai Yen Beast King remarked, looking at Li Yuan. Li Yuan remained silent. This indeed was a point the high echelons of the seven-star civilization couldn't understand. The strength displayed by the native forces of Mingshu was too powerful. Beings like the three great beast emperors, and even the Kai Yen Beast King at this level, had never taken action before. Why hadn't they acted? It was a mystery. If the Mingshu native forces were determined to attack at all costs, they could have possibly destroyed many bases of the seven-star civilization and the Tinliang civilization, or even wiped them all out long ago. However, the might of the Mingshu native forces was exactly why the seven-star civilization high command chose to give up the many outlying bases and withdraw completely. If the seven-star civilization were to call all prime warriors from the seven-star mountain to Mingshu star realm and even allow a batch to break through, and if they used a wealth of rare treasures to rapidly enhance their strength and mobilize more fourth-order battleships, they might have a chance to win. Defeating the three great beast emperors is not impossible. But the cost is too great. The seven-star civilization must be on guard, for the second-rank star realms they vie for are not limited to just the Mingshu star realm. If we focus all our efforts on conquering the Mingshu star realm, what about the other star realms? With your strength, your status within the forces of your human race should also be extremely high, said the Kai Yen Beast King, staring at Li Yuan. I speak on behalf of the highest echelons of our world, hoping you will convey this to your superiors. We do not wish to ignite a great war. Li Yuan stood in the void, already understanding somewhat why the native forces of Mingshu only destroyed a large number of bases and did not exterminate all the human martial artists everywhere. These flying heaven beast kings were not afraid of his peers, the true intent prime warriors, nor the few who had just broken through to the flying heaven level. They feared the entire seven-star civilization, the Tinliang civilization. Compared to the two great civilizations, the native forces of Mingshu were very weak. 10 days, just withdraw from our world, and we will not attack, the Kai Yen Beast King said slowly. But if your bases are still here after 10 days, then, it will truly be an unending war until death. I think, you would not want to witness the spectacle of the three great beast emperors taking action, the Kai Yen Beast King, staring at Li Yuan, declared. This is your final warning. Your civilization is very powerful, but if you want to occupy our world, believe me, the price you will pay will be more than you can bear, said the Kai Yen Beast King somberly. This is our world. We will not retreat, we have no retreat. With that said, whoosh! The Kai Yen Beast King suddenly waved his hand, and two shields flew out. These are the weapons of those who died in battle. Take them back with you. Li Yuan stepped forward, manipulating the power of heaven and earth to catch the weapons of Wu Menong. Remember, you only have 10 days. The Kai Yen Beast King did not transmit his voice anymore. His voice echoed through heaven and earth. Boom! The Kai Yen Beast King soared into the sky, transforming into a flame that streaked toward the distance. 10 days? Li Yuan, looking at the shields floating in front of him left by Wu Menong, pondered, and then with a wave of his hand, he stored them into his storage treasure. Swish! Swish! Li Yong and Lei Meng flew up, with Lei Meng saying, Spirit Gun, thank you. Thank you for the rescue, Li Yong also said. I arrived too late, Li Yuan said, shaking his head. If he had come a little earlier, Wu Menong would not have perished. We were careless, said Li Yong solemnly. In the past few days, we have not encountered any ambushes by flying heaven level. Who could have expected so many flying heaven exotic beasts to suddenly appear, even including that Kai Yen Beast King? Spirit Gun, you have already done enough, said Lei Meng similarly. In war, casualties are inevitable. Once we have entered the battle, we were already prepared to die. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Wars involving a second-rank star realm as intense as the Mingshu star realm have been quite rare for the seven-star civilization. What did that Kai Yen Beast King mean by 10 days? Li Yong suddenly asked. After 10 days, if we have not retreated, then the local forces of the Mingshu star realm will no longer show mercy. All three great beast emperors will take action, Li Yuan said in a low voice. Li Yong and Lei Meng were both startled. Let's head back first. This matter must be reported to the Alliance, Li Yuan said, shaking his head. Let the demigods decide. The three of them left quickly, far away in the void. 8 flying heaven beast kings were flying at high speeds toward Ming Mountain, the atmosphere extremely tense. Uncle Kai Yen, you can't kill him alone, said the Qing Sheng Beast King, his eyes flashing red, as he growled. If the He Guang Beast King and the Thunder Radiance Beast King were also called over, and you three joined forces, you could definitely kill that human martial artist. Qing Sheng. The Kai Yen Beast King glanced back, his voice frigid. Do you truly wish for our world to be destroyed? Uncle Kai Yen, I didn't. The Qing Sheng Beast King quickly explained, sensing the fury in the Kai Yen Beast King's voice. Didn't. But your desired actions are exactly what is sending our entire world to its doom, the Kai Yen Beast King said in a deep voice. Could it be that only your good brother, He Jing Beast King, has a life worth living, and the lives of other Beast Kings aren't, that they should obey your commands and march to their deaths? 13 Beast Kings emerged together for this battle, and only 8 survived. Don't you feel a thing in your heart? The Kai Yen Beast King stared at the Qing Sheng Beast King. The Qing Sheng Beast King was taken aback. A feeling? Indeed, there wasn't much of an impact on his heart. In his eyes, if these ordinary Beast Kings died, then they died. There were plenty more under his father's command. Let alone 5, even if 50 flying heaven Beast Kings died, the Qing Sheng Beast King wouldn't care. As long as he and the Beast Kings close to him survived, that was enough. He sensed the unusual gazes of the Beast Kings around him. Uncle Kai Yen, I was wrong. The Qing Sheng Beast King quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. HMPH. The Kai Yen Beast King snorted coldly and said in a low voice, not just you, Qing Sheng. The rest of you Beast Kings must be wondering why I, Thunder Beast King, and He Guang Beast King didn't take action earlier. And probably wondering why, despite our alliance, the other two great Beast Emperor forces are biding their time, said the Kai Yen Beast King. Many of the Flying Beast Kings nodded. From the top down, many Beast Kings of the entire Ming Shu native forces were puzzled by this, when they could have easily swept those foreign civilizations' forces. This was also the reason why many Flying Heaven Beast Kings, after destroying a large number of human civilizations' war bases, refused to obey the Beast Emperor's command and still sought to flee and hunt down the human martial artists. Because they wanted to vent their dissatisfaction. War is not child's play. Our enemies are not just the forces we see before us, the Kai Yen Beast King slowly said. Decades ago, these two civilization forces had already dispatched small forces to infiltrate. But they did not expand, and after consultation among the three great Beast Emperors, we just observed in secret. Over a year ago, a channel from outside the domain appeared. As the Beast Emperor stated, it was the expansion of the Star Realm Passage that allowed second-rank life to enter and exit freely. Their second-rank powerhouses entered, and the influence within our world rapidly increased. But before we took action, these two forces started fighting among themselves, said the Kai Yen Beast King solemnly. Naturally, we preferred to let them fight among themselves, we were just bystanders. Many Beast Kings nodded, since there had been no war until now. Eventually, this civilization known as Seven Stars gained the upper hand, the Kai Yen Beast King said solemnly. They began to establish a large number of small bases. They were preparing to take root in our world, destroying our foundation. Coldness flickered in the eyes of the Flying Heaven Beast Kings. Their races, mostly scattered around the world, all command vast territories. For new Beast Kings to be born within their tribes, they need living space and territories. The actions of the Seven-Star Civilization, expanding thousands of kilometers at a time, surpassed the bottom line of these Flying Heaven Beast Kings and even the Beast Emperors. This was the root of the war outbreak. After all, how big is the entire Ming Shu world altogether? The Kai Yen Beast King did not mention the changes in the Divine Land. These secrets were unnecessary to share with these ordinary Beast Kings. Our first wave of attacks was very successful, a great victory, the Kai Yen Beast King said slowly. Then what? The Seven-Star Civilization quickly dispatched more Flying Heaven martial artists, sent more powerful second-rank life, Flying Heaven martial artists, to protect their fleeing first and second-rank warriors. And their technological weapons, most of the fallen Beast Kings were killed by technological weapons. A chill went through the hearts of the Beast Kings. Especially the two Beast Kings who had taken part in the attack on the main base of the Seven-Star Civilization. Their expressions became even more grave. The main cannons of the Fourth Order battleships made a profound impression on them. Even a level 33 Flying Heaven Beast King fell after just one hit. There were casualties, but the Seven-Star Civilization had 4 main bases, and we successfully destroyed 2 of them. And then, that human martial artist appeared, the Kai Yen Beast King said in a low voice. A mere second-rank life. I couldn't even deal with him. Would the Beast Emperor definitely be able to slay him if he came? Silence fell. The Beast Emperor, exalted above all, was an invincible existence in the minds of these Beast Kings. If in the past someone said the Beast Emperor could not kill a second-rank life, they would have taken it as a joke. But the recent encounter, they had seen with their own eyes. And saying this was the Kai Yen Beast King, the strongest below the 3 great Beast Emperors. Do you dare say that human martial artist is the strongest second-rank being of the Seven-Star Civilization? The Kai Yen Beast King said solemnly. The Seven-Star Civilization is unfathomable. Without mentioning anything else, if that human martial artist breaks through to the Flying Heaven realm within our world, by himself he could sweep across the entire world, and even the 3 great Beast Emperors wouldn't be a match for him, said the Kai Yen Beast King solemnly. Even if we use all our strength to eradicate this human martial artist, can we ensure the seven-star civilization won't send even stronger forces to kill us? Not a sound could be heard, no one could refute. The face of the Qing Sheng Beast King turned extremely unsightly. He too had thought of this. With the war escalating time after time, the seven-star civilization was indeed revealing ever stronger forces. Of course, such a peerless prodigy would not lightly consent to be trapped in our world. The seven-star civilization also has its limits, the Kai Yen Beast King said, but all these premises are based on us not pushing them into a corner. We did not eradicate them completely before because we did not want to create a vendetta, the Kai Yen Beast King said. Otherwise, if the seven-star civilization attacked desperately, we most likely would not be able to withstand it. Kai Yen Sr. Since we don't wish to make deadly enemies, another Beast King, a giant turtle, couldn't help but say, why initiate this assassination? Doesn't this just further provoke them? Because He Jing and Qing Yanyu are dead. The Kai Yen Beast King's eyes were ice cold. Not wanting to start a war doesn't mean we should always back down. I brought you all here, not just to take revenge. If two powerful Beast Kings die and we show no response, then these civilizations from beyond our domain will think us weak and easy to bully. Even if they withdraw now, they'll strike back later. Only by making the seven-star civilization realize that we, the Mingshu Beast Clan, are strong and willing to fight to the death, so destroying us would come at an unimaginable cost, the Kai Yen Beast King slowly said, will they truly be willing to negotiate with us? Peace through war? All the present Flying Heaven Beast Kings thought of this phrase. Kai Yen Sr., are we really going to launch a full-scale assault in 10 days? A Beast King couldn't help but ask. Fool! Do we have to follow through on everything we say? Kai Yen Beast King scoffed and said, if they withdraw from our world in 10 days, naturally, that would be for the best. Monitor them secretly. If they don't withdraw, we'll inform the seven-star civilization 2 days later that my previous ultimatum doesn't count. The three great beast emperors have new orders. In short, if both civilizations want to test our bottom line, we must delay until the three great beast emperors leave the divine land, Kai Yen Beast King said. All the beast kings nodded in agreement. Deep within Ming Mountain, the abode of the heavenly serpent beast emperor. Inside the palace in the middle of the lake. So you're saying you actually lost this battle? He Guang Beast King looked at the Kai Yen Beast King in the projection. That human martial artist is terrifyingly strong, Kai Yen Beast King said in a low voice. He Guang Beast King nodded and said, a Flying Heaven Beast King, following our orders, has made contact with the Tinliang civilization. According to the information they provided, this gun-wielding human martial artist should be the top genius, Spirit Gun, of the seven-star civilization. Spirit Gun? Kai Yen Beast King muttered to himself. He noted down this name. How many second-rank lives like this are there in the seven-star civilization? Kai Yen Beast King pressed. The Tinliang civilization refuses to disclose that information. He Guang Beast King shook his head and said, they only say that the seven-star civilization is far stronger than them, and if we want to protect the Mingshu Star Realm, there's only one option. To unite with them. If we don't drive out the seven-star civilization, our Mingshu Star Realm will sooner or later get annihilated by them. Unite? Kai Yen Beast King snorted, if I'm not mistaken, they want us to send in the Beast Kings to attack, and then they'll just give us some treasures and weapons, at most they might provide some star techniques. Right. He Guang Beast King nodded. From the current signs, the seven-star civilization is stronger and poses a greater threat, Kai Yen Beast King said. But if we engage in an all-out brawl with the seven-star civilization, the losses would be too great, and the Tinliang civilization, seizing the opportunity, would turn around and wipe us out. Neither civilization is trustworthy. What do the beast emperors say? Kai Yen Beast King then asked. The three great beast emperors have been tracking that human martial artist known as Yu Jing in the Divine Land, He Guang Beast King said. But the Divine Land is vast, and they have not caught up. It will still take a long time before the three great beast emperors come out. After all, compared to occupying some territories from the two human civilizations, the Divine Land is more important. Kai Yen Beast King nodded slightly. Kai Yen, what are your thoughts? He Guang Beast King looked at him. In my opinion, it would be for the best if both human forces withdrew in accordance with the final ultimatum, Kai Yen Beast King said. But most likely, they won't pull back. Thus, it's better to tempt them to keep fighting each other than to fight to the death and possibly force them to join hands against us. Their main bases, I remember, are only about 2,000 kilometers apart. Let's inform them both at the same time that we will grant them the territory within a 10,000 kilometer radius of that region, Kai Yen Beast King said earnestly. The Mingshu Star Realm, will cede that territory, allowing them to proliferate greatly and to mine the resources within that domain. Granting territory? He Guang Beast King was stunned. This was unexpected to him. A 10,000 kilometer territory is less than 1/10 of the Mingshu Star Realm and isn't very significant. With such a plan, as long as they're not fools, they'll certainly notice something amiss. He Guang Beast King couldn't help but say. Won't they join forces to attack us? So what if they do notice? This is an overt scheme. Kai Yen Beast King shook his head and said. Do you think the Seven-Star Civilization, the Tinliang Civilization, can trust each other? They're the real sworn enemies. Normally, neither civilization would prefer to occupy our world than to let the other gain an advantage. Kai Yen Beast King slowly said, the key is, although our Mingshu Beast clan is weak, within our world, we have the advantage. He Guang Beast King nodded unconsciously. The Mingshu Beast clan was like a hedgehog with treasures, facing two fierce tigers. Both tigers wanted to devour the hedgehog and take its treasures, but feared getting injured by the hedgehog's spines, thereby giving the other tiger an advantage. Not wanting to be attacked by both tigers, the hedgehog only wanted to throw out part of its treasures, prompting the tigers to fight each other first. If we really give up such a large territory, wouldn't that be inviting the wolf into the house? He Guang Beast King was still worried. They will establish even more large bases. That will depend on the three great beast emperors. Kai Yen Beast King shook his head and said. If one of the beast emperors can break through to become a demigod, there's no need to be concerned about these threats. No matter how strong the two civilizations are, they won't be able to do anything about it. If our Mingshu Beast clan can't give birth to a demigod, Kai Yen Beast King fell silent for a long while before saying, sooner or later, we will be completely devoured. Furthermore, currently, the World Passage only allows second-rank life to enter and leave. If it gets upgraded again to allow third-order life to pass through, and if we still haven't birthed a demigod by then, aside from submission, we'll have no second path to survival. No matter how we plan, we cannot overcome the difference in strength. Before long, Li Yuan, Li Yong, and Lei Meng had returned to the Bright Moon base. Outside the Fourth Order battleship, Luo Chan, Tavares, and the over 10 other people stationed at the base, having received the news, came forward to greet them with notably grave expressions on their faces. Tavares, eyes reddening, asked, Spirit Gun, is it true that Wu Menong has fallen in battle? The burly man struggled to contain his emotions. Li Yuan sighed softly, flipping his palm to retrieve two shields and spoke somberly, Tavares. Keep these weapons, and give them to his wife and child. Wu Menong had a family, his wife was a prime warrior, and they had a son. With red-rimmed eyes and shaky hands, Tavares took the two shields. Everyone else felt a heavy sigh in their hearts. Wu Menong's death saddened everyone, but in these times, scenes like this had become all too common. Yet, no one felt the grief as acutely as Tavares. Everyone knew that Wu Menong had two close friends who shared life and death. One was Yu Jing. For over a decade, they had sparred against each other as rivals but remained friends throughout. The other was Tavares. He and Wu Menong had the closest relationship, having fought side by side through countless life and death battles. The Kai Yen Beast King, Tavares suddenly let out a series of low growls, knowing the killer was the Kai Yen Beast King. Spirit Gun. Luo Chan, in a low voice, said, according to the message you sent back, the demigods have just finished meeting, and several of them want to see you. All right. Li Yuan nodded and followed Luo Chan toward the distant Fourth Order battleship. No one else objected. They all knew the outcome of the battle between Spirit Gun and the Kai Yen Beast King. and the strength displayed by Spirit Gun was both shocking and exciting to them. This increased their awe of the enigmatic, #1 prime warrior of the civilization. Huff. Huff. Li Yuan and Luo Chan flew into a small conference room deep within the battleship. Boom. The conference room door closed. Inside the conference room, 3 massive holographic screens projected 3 figures. They were all familiar to Li Yuan. Huff. The battle garment that had covered Li Yuan's face receded, revealing his visage. Next, Li Yuan's soul underwent a transformation, as he removed the covering of the phantom spirit garment. Luo Chan, despite having known this, still felt a sense of amazement. Senior Bai Shan, Senior San Yi, Headmaster, Li Yuan greeted respectfully. Everyone present was aware of their identities, there was no need for concealment. Li Yuan, you've performed admirably in the Star Realm retreat operation. Don't be too hard on yourself, Bai Shan Semi-Divine said. War always brings casualties, and everyone who has fallen is a hero of our 7-star civilization. Their names will be inscribed in the history of our civilization. The rise of a civilization is always accompanied by countless sacrifices, San Yi Semi-Divine added. Whether it's your battles in the 2nd-level Star Realm, or our stand in the 3rd-level Star Realm, protecting the 4th-level Star Realm. Generations in the distant future will remember our contributions. The dead are gone, the living must continue to move forward. Li Yuan listened in silence. Whether it was fending off foreign enemies or attacking other star realms. Whether it was Li Yuan or the powerful demigods before him, or the countless human martial artists who had sacrificed themselves throughout history. Their goal had always been one, to ensure the survival of the 7-star civilization. To ensure its better survival, the discussion in the conference room continued. Li Yuan, your strength is so immense that, placed in the history of our civilization, you are the strongest prime warrior, Fang Hai observed with a hint of admiration. No one else can catch up to you. Even true intent prime warriors like Luo Chan, even if they break through to the flying heaven level, won't be a match for you in the short term, Bai Shan Semi-Divine said. Luo Chan, listening on the side, inwardly sighed, acknowledging the truth in this. The power displayed by Li Yuan in battle indeed put them, the true intent prime warriors, in a position of looking up to him. Li Yuan, what are your thoughts on the 10-day ultimatum from the Cayenne Beast King? San Yi Semi-Divine asked. Whether it was to fight or to fully retreat. As the strongest frontline warrior, Li Yuan's opinion was very important. My strength is still not enough. Li Yuan shook his head. I can't even kill the Cayenne Beast King. To think of killing the 3 great beast emperors, there is no hope at all. The Cayenne Beast King is 4th rank. So it can be basically confirmed that the 3 great beast emperors should be 5th rank. Thus their mastery of abilities must be at least at the intermediate rank of true intent, and their strength far surpasses that of 4th rank in all aspects. Even if in terms of weapons and star techniques, the beast emperors are weaker than the peak flying heaven warriors of the 7-star civilization. Li Yuan currently can't shake them. If encountered, it would be good enough just to save his life. Bai Shan Semi-Divine, Fang Hai, and San Yi Semi-Divine were all briefly stunned. Wasn't it obvious that Li Yuan was no match for the 3 great beast emperors? Why suddenly say this? I need 1 month's time. Li Yuan spoke again, his eyes calm. In 1 month, my strength will significantly improve, and I will have the confidence to fight a beast emperor, even to the point of killing one. What? To fight a beast emperor? 1 month's time? Bai Shan Semi-Divine, Fang Hai, and San Yi Semi-Divine were all shocked. Luo Chan, who was beside them, was even more dumbfounded. Li Yuan's strength was already formidable, and it could get even stronger? Li Yuan, do you intend to break through to the flying heaven level in the Mingshu Star Realm? San Yi Semi-Divine seemed to think of something. The others all looked at Li Yuan. If Li Yuan broke through to the flying heaven level, underwent a foundational transformation, and his strength surged greatly, then killing a beast emperor would naturally not be difficult. Li Yuan, don't be impulsive. Fang Hai also spoke gravely. Even if the Mingshu Star Realm is important, it's not worth staying here forever. The loss outweighs the gain. Principal, rest assured, I will not be impulsive, Li Yuan said, knowing what these Alliance senior executives were worried about. How can you achieve this? Bai Shan Semi-Divine couldn't help asking. Those three great beast emperors, at least 5th rank. The foundational gap is too great. It's no wonder these demigods were losing their composure. Normally speaking, for a 29th level Genius Prime warrior to be comparable to a 31st level Flying Heaven warrior was impressive enough. Exceptionally strong ones could be on par with 32nd level human warriors, like Yu Jing and Lu Nef. To be 29th level and comparable to a 33rd level? Before Li Yuan, the entire 7-star civilization only had one example? Fang Hai. Li Yuan, calculating his age, had just turned 20, and it was already incredible for him to be a match for the Kai Yen Beast King. Now, he was claiming that in another month he could be on par with a 35th level Beast Emperor? How could they easily believe that? I can't explain the specific reasons, but I can only tell you seniors, I am capable, Li Yuan said gravely. I will not joke with my own life. All was silent. Luo Chan held his breath, after a long while. All right, Li Yuan, we believe you, Bai Shan Semi-Divine said solemnly. In the coming month, we will fully retreat, giving up the Bright Moon Base. We will only keep the Bright Moon Base as a strategic support point, allowing the Myriad Demons civilization to draw the Mingshu Beast clan's firepower. The Myriad Demons civilization? Li Yuan was startled. Yes. The underground network has sent news that the Tinliang civilization has already sought help from the Myriad Demons civilization. Judging by the time, the Genius Prime warriors of the Myriad Demons civilization should be arriving soon, Fang Hai said. Of course, the Myriad Demons civilization doesn't care about territorial ownership. Their goal is only the treasures of Ming Mountain. They will probably head straight to Ming Mountain. Genius of the Myriad Demons civilization? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, amazed by the intelligence network of the 7-star civilization. Such confidential information could actually be inquired about in advance. Could the Myriad Demons civilization attack us in advance? Li Yuan asked curiously. It's possible, Fang Hai said with a smile. Therefore, considering the 1 month's time you requested, we have decided to retreat. Once they catch a glimpse of a group of 4th-order battleships inside our base, they should give up attacking. After all, the power of the Myriad Demons civilization has its limits, as long as we temporarily show weakness, presenting a willingness to abandon the contest for the treasures of Ming Mountain. They won't waste their energy fighting us. Besides, we are also planning to let 2 True Intent Prime warriors break through. Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Such a bold decision. Each True Intent Prime warrior had the potential to become a demigod in the future. To convince such geniuses to willingly stay in the Mingshu Star Realm was very difficult. All these plans are based on your ability to do what you promised, Sanyi Semi-Divine said, within a month, to possess the strength to rival a Beast Emperor. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. On the flight back, he had already begun to sense preliminarily within the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. There was more than a 90% certainty. Li Yuan, what help do you need? Bai Shan Semi-Divine asked. I need some treasures, Li Yuan pondered for a moment then said. I can use 7 stars points to buy them, but some treasures are so precious, I don't have the authority, and I need the demigod's help. Quickly, Li Yuan took out a list of treasures, specifically for practicing the 9-fold star technique, all things divine body, the 7th layer star technique, shadow clone, and the 5th layer star technique, wind feather, which listed all the materials he needed. These were the preparations he had made on the way back. If they could be gathered, it would be enough for Li Yuan to bring these star techniques to the limit of 2nd order. Treasure list. Sanyi Semi-Divine, Bai Shan Semi-Divine, and Fang Hai all looked at the list given by Li Yuan. Half a square of fire divine crystal, wood god crystal, water divine crystal, and metal divine crystal. Emerald spirit bamboo, sky silk stone, ring green fruit, purple mist chi flower stone, soul devouring ghost wood. A dense array of all kinds of treasures, amounting to nearly 100 items. Even the 2 semi-divines and Fang Hai, as experienced as they were, found themselves somewhat astonished. Not to mention anything else, Just the combined value of the 2 squares of 5 elements divine crystal alone reached 200,000 7-stars points. Enough to make a semi-divine take notice. As for the other numerous treasures, none required in a large quantity and most were not considered precious, but the variety was overwhelming. Moreover, a few of the treasures were extremely rare, only heard of but never seen before by the semi-divines and impossible to evaluate in terms of specific value. The conference room was silent as a tomb. Are these treasures very precious? Luo Chan was curious in her heart. She dared not release her divine sense to inquire and couldn't see the list provided by Li Yuan clearly. But from the expressions of the several high-ranking alliance members, she guessed as much and was secretly startled. What exactly did Li Yuan ask for? Li Yuan too waited silently. He had no choice. To cultivate star techniques like Wind Feather and 9 Shadow Clones wasn't too demanding in terms of required treasures. But all things divine body was different. It was a supreme star technique. And body-refining star techniques were unanimously recognized as the premier slaughter star techniques. In short, once one made progress in cultivating the all things divine body, even among peers in the endless river of dimensions, it would be known for its invincible might. Such a fearsome star technique, with extreme difficulty in cultivation, demanded high proficiency in both star meridian mystery and skill realm. And to cultivate it fully required the aid of a vast amount of external substances. In fact, the list of treasures above wasn't complete, and an Earth origin crystal was also needed, but as Li Yuan already had one, it wasn't listed. After a while, Li Yuan, must you have these treasures? Fang Hai said slowly, the other treasures are one thing, but for items like the purple mist chi flower stone, I'm afraid our civilization's treasure vaults may not have them. We must ask the Alliance hierarch if he has them. I must. Li Yuan nodded solemnly, otherwise I won't be able to match the Beast Emperor. Without successfully cultivating the all things divine body, Li Yuan estimated that even if his skill realm perception reached the standard of a semi-divine, it wouldn't necessarily rival the Beast Emperor. The difference in fundamental strength was too great. Foundations are extremely important. The several high-ranking officials looked at each other, and Bai Shan semi-divine said, Li Yuan, excluding the 3 most precious and rare treasures, the total value of all the other treasures combined exceeds 400,000 7-stars points. For such a large sum of treasures, even a semi-divine would almost find it impossible to produce. Bai Shan semi-divine shook his head. Predecessor Bai Shan, I'm not trying to take advantage, Li Yuan said, remembering how the previous principal had only offered 30,000 7-stars points. Most semi-divines probably wouldn't keep that many 7-stars points on hand. They would usually convert them into strength. Li Yuan, you misunderstand. San Yi semi-divine spoke softly. What we mean is, the Alliance can advance these treasures to you. After you clean sweep the entire Mingshu star realm, the Alliance will then acknowledge your merits and offset it then. Even if we don't ultimately take the Mingshu star realm, as long as you have sufficient strength and points in the future, you can repay the Alliance. San Yi semi-divine looked at Li Yuan. How does that sound to you? Acceptable, Li Yuan smiled. This was essentially an interest-free loan. Li Yuan, for the other 3 treasures, I need to inquire with the Alliance hierarch, Fang Hai said. You'll have to wait a moment. All right, Li Yuan nodded. Feixing, a place shrouded in mystery and connected to the martial divine star realm, was where Dongfang Ji was quietly cultivating. That blurry silhouette sat cross-legged amidst the void, as if he was in another space entirely. Master, Fang Hai is requesting communication, an urgent contact, a deep voice resonated. Answer it, the blurry silhouette said, swiftly. Hum. A projection appeared, the dim light coalesced to form the phantom of Fang Hai. Master, Fang Hai greeted with respect. What's the matter? It's concerning Li Yuan and the Mingshu star realm. Fang Hai quickly recounted the situation. The other treasures can all be retrieved from the 7 stars treasury, but the purple mist chi flower stone, soul-devouring ghost wood, and black rhino iron, the treasury lacks them. After much thought, I realized only you could possibly have a way. Having said that, Fang Hai stood respectfully waiting for Dongfang Ji's decision. This treasure list. Surprise flickered in the blurry silhouette's eyes. With his vast experience, listening to Fang Hai's description of the list, he had his suspicions. Tell Li Yuan, I can procure these 3 items for him, but it will take 3 days, the blurry silhouette said directly. These treasures, with a total value of 100,000 7-stars points, can be initially charged to the treasury's account, but in the future, he will need to repay it. Let the debt for this list of treasures be recorded under me, Fang Hai suddenly said. Charge it all to you? The blurry silhouette expressed surprise. Fang Hai, this is 500,000 7-stars points. Master. Last time, I acquired the divine visualization method from Li Yuan, and only paid out 30,000 7-stars points, Fang Hai said. I've always felt indebted, and since Li Yuan was weaker before, he didn't need that many 7-stars points, so I was not in a hurry. Now that Li Yuan just happens to need them, let it be charged to my account, and I will repay it in the future. 500,000 7-stars points is still not comparable to one high-level divine visualization method, but at least it'll ease my conscience, Fang Hai stated earnestly. All right. Dongfang Ji nodded slightly. He knew his disciple had a different temperament and disliked being indebted to others. Magnanimous and forthright. Fang Hai, have you made a breakthrough in your spiritual power? Dongfang Ji suddenly inquired. As you've discerned, Master, Fang Hai revealed a slight smile. Indeed, his spiritual power had broken through restraints and bottlenecks over the past year with the aid of the divine visualization method, and had stepped into the semi-divine level. Good, Dongfang Ji's eyes brightened. One moe remember, Fang Hai had already approached the threshold of laws with his flying heaven-level spiritual power. Now possessing semi-divine level spiritual power, his efficiency in comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth would skyrocket, and the speed of his strength improvement would rise dramatically. Bottlenecks? In Fang Hai's cultivation life, at present, there were no such restraints. Before Li Yuan came along, within the 7-star civilization, the person Dongfang Ji valued most was Fang Hai. 7-star veins, are you confident? Dongfang Ji asked the key question. There's hope, Fang Hai nodded. I will strive to break through to 7-star veins before entering the Wanhan star realm. If all goes well, once the breakthrough to semi-divine is complete, with a bit of time accumulating origin power, I should be able to surpass Senior Lant. Dongfang Ji nodded slightly, very satisfied with Fang Hai's progress. All right. Go tell Li Yuan, within 3 days, I will have gathered the items, Dongfang Ji said slowly. Tell him not to be hasty. Occupying Mingshu Star Realm is secondary. If there's no absolute certainty, do not take the risk. Your disciple understands, Fang Hai said. His figure thunderously vanished. This void land was left once again with Dongfang Ji sitting cross-legged in meditation, his form ethereal. Master, judging from the treasure list, Li Yuan is aiming to practice the ninefold body refining star technique. The deep voice echoed. Has his star vein progressed this quickly? Indeed, it's inconceivable. The ninefold star technique requires 9-layer star veins. To practice 2 ninefold star techniques, even in the Divine Court branch, is extremely rare, and only a group of top talents located in the Divine Realm dare to say they can definitely practice them, the deep voice went on, chatting away as if it couldn't stop. Clearly, the list of treasures had greatly shocked him. He has indeed awoken new 9-layer star veins quite quickly, but it's not beyond my expectations, Dongfang Ji said indifferently. However, that he actually has the corresponding ninefold body refining star technique, it seems the secrets of fierce Featherstar Realm are even greater than we imagined. Yes, the semi-divine inheritance is most likely false. It was probably a more powerful divine, the deep voice said. Normally, a false god who's just ignited the divine fire, even if they learned the ninefold body refining star technique, wouldn't likely be qualified to leave behind an inheritance. I suspect he's received the legacy of a true divine. It's just unclear which one from the war 10,000 years ago. No rush. All secrets will eventually be revealed. As long as Li Yuan is loyal to our 7-star civilization, that's enough for now, Dongfang Ji said, closing his eyes gently. The Battle of Divine of the Nine Mountains world that happened 10,000 years ago. There were only so many powerful divines participating, and those of the Earth system were even rarer. Those 3 treasures Li Yuan needs. You go find Fang Yao Divine from the Multiverse Commerce Guild to gather them for me within a day. Rest assured, Master. Mingshu Star Realm, Bright Moon Base, in the meeting room. Everyone was waiting patiently. Li Yuan, one of the projections, Fang Hai, who had been closing his eyes all along, suddenly opened them, revealing a slight smile. It's all set. In 2 days, most of the treasures on the list will be delivered. In 4 days, those 3 most precious treasures will also be gathered and sent to you, all right? However, those 3 most precious types of treasure have a total value of 100,000 7-stars points, and together with the other treasures you've requested, it'll come to a total of 500,000 7-stars points. Fang Hai changed. 3 days, to 4 days. All right. Li Yuan nodded. 500,000 7-stars points? Indeed, it was an extravagant fortune. But as long as he could practice them, it would be worth it. Not to mention within the 7-star civilization, even looking at the entire dimensional domain. How many can practice 2 supreme star techniques at the same time? Even the powerful ancient torch divine only cultivated the all things divine body and true solution of the earth star vein to perfection of the same rank. If that's the case, Li Yuan, then you go ahead and practice first. If you need anything, just communicate with any one of us 3, Fang Hai said. Yes, Principal. After finalizing the many details, Li Yuan did not return to Sha country to perform spiritual guidance, but chose to retreat within Bright Moon Base. The Hall of Inheritance is absolutely safe, but Guyu's perception ability is too strong. Moreover, I've requested many rare and precious treasures. Perhaps the semi-divines might not notice, but what about Alliance Hierarch Dongfeng? Li Yuan pondered. Will he guess that I am practicing a supreme star technique? Once I return, will he secretly observe me? Li Yuan greatly admired the Alliance Hierarch Dongfeng. He had been his idol since he was young. But because of his admiration and gradual contact with him, he grew more in awe of Dongfeng. And the same went for Guyu. Spiritual guidance involves the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, Li Yuan mused silently. This is my biggest secret. I can't reveal it unless I'm absolutely capable of protecting myself. If the 9-layer star vein is exposed, it doesn't matter. It can be attributed to his innate talent for star veins. If the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace is revealed, everything becomes unpredictable. Inside a 4th-order battleship, in a quiet chamber, Li Yuan's divine sense enveloped all directions, ensuring there was no power spying. Within the Mingshu star realm, it was highly unlikely for anyone to have a higher skill realm or spiritual power than Li Yuan. Even if the 3 great beast emperors joined forces to attack, they couldn't break through a 4th-order battleship instantly. Li Yuan's heart grew even calmer. I hope everything goes smoothly. Wu Menong's death. Li Yuan couldn't say he was too heartbroken, he was just somewhat sentimental. After all, their emotional bond was not that deep. But Li Yuan became more keenly aware of one thing. Becoming stronger, he must become even stronger. To become the strongest 2nd-rank life in history. The first prime warrior of civilization? Not enough. I must become the strongest 2nd-rank life in the history of many civilizations in the entire dimensional domain. Li Yuan's heart vowed silently. Only then can I completely pacify the many 2nd-level star realms, making our 7-star civilization stronger. The strength of a civilization must be upheld by generation after generation of strong individuals stepping forward, contributing. The first generation of martial artists stepped forward, shaped the law with their bodies, sacrificed their lives, and initiated the beginning of life evolution for the entire 7-star civilization. Semi-divine Lant stepped forward, saving the 7-star civilization from its first crisis of extinction. The rise of Alliance Hierarch Dongfeng made the 7-star civilization truly powerful, causing many foreign civilizations to fear, daring not to invade again. And I have the chance to surpass all predecessors in the history of 7-star civilization, even surpassing Senior Dongfeng, to become a divine. Li Yuan's travels through more star realms. The more he saw, the stronger this obsession became in his heart. Let's begin. Li Yuan closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the second level of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. He began the second spiritual guidance. Russell, Li Yuan's consciousness condensed, easily passing from the first to the second layer of white jade staircase under the oppression of spiritual power. He arrived at the second layer of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. The second layer hadn't changed much compared to before, save for that one jade platform. But in the hall, golden mist wafted about. The first spiritual guidance came when my spiritual awakening level reached 25%, so no origin power entered my body, and thus, no golden mist, Li Yuan mused. But the second spiritual guidance, activated when the spiritual awakening level reached 50%, does that overlap with the entry of origin power? So much time had passed. The more Li Yuan explored the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, the more he understood, and many of his previous conjectures had been confirmed. With every 10% increase in spiritual awakening level, golden mist would emerge as the source of the power from the origin power entering his body. Spiritual guidance, on the other hand, occurred every 25% increase, guiding him within the space of the life star. Unfortunately, I can't use this golden mist to enhance my physical quality for now, Li Yuan thought to himself. Having broken through to level 37 of spiritual power and feeling a change in the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, Li Yuan had tried. The origin power could no longer merge into his flesh, nor could it merge into the sea of source energy. Because Li Yuan hadn't yet condensed an origin pill. Even if I don't actively advance to level 30, my physical quality has reached a limit. No amount of golden mist can further improve it, Li Yuan thought. This time, the entrance of origin power can only be set aside for now. It's a pity that this golden mist can't promote the growth of spiritual power alone. The previous 4 times when origin power entered his body, the golden mist could assist both with physical transformation and the growth of spiritual power. But this time, Li Yuan also attempted to integrate the golden mist into his consciousness body, trying to help his spiritual power transform. He found that it was unsuccessful. The entry of origin power, enhancing physical quality is the core. The fusion of golden mist into consciousness only comes with the growth of spiritual power as an added benefit. Li Yuan affirmed this understanding. Advance to the flying heaven level? Li Yuan wouldn't do it. Less than 2 years since he became a prime warrior, nowhere near awakening his star meridians to their limits, Li Yuan naturally wouldn't break through. My goal is to reach the 8-star veins while I'm still a prime warrior, Li Yuan contemplated. The longer he cultivated, the more Li Yuan realized the difficulty of awakening the star meridians. The difficulty increased exponentially the further he progressed. Yet Li Yuan never abandoned his goal of achieving the 8-star veins. As he pondered, Li Yuan's consciousness condensed on the second layer's jade platform in the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. This jade platform had only been successfully used once during the first spiritual guidance. After that, no matter how Li Yuan tried, there was no response. But today, boom! When Li Yuan's consciousness focused on the jade platform, he felt as if it had an invisible suction force, quickly absorbing his consciousness into it. Li Yuan couldn't stop the process, or rather, he simply went with the flow. Seconds later, Li Yuan's surroundings transformed, and he found himself in the endless dark starry sky, with countless twinkling stars in the distant void. He was once again in the familiar space of his life star. And today was obviously different from usual days. 5-star veins. Li Yuan could easily sense, in this vast space, the 5-star veins formed by countless life stars, as well as a multitude of scattered, unconnected life stars. This was the result of Li Yuan's years of solitary cultivation and law creation. Hopefully, with the help of the second spiritual awakening, I can ascend to a higher level, Li Yuan anticipated in his heart. His inner tranquility stirred a wisp of peculiar change in the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Time elapsed. Gradually, whoosh, 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 in the vast space of the life star, streaks of purple mist emitting a strange glow appeared out of nowhere. These streams emerged from the very depths of the life star space, crossed the vast space in the blink of an eye, and drifted toward Li Yuan's consciousness body. Here they come. Li Yuan, whose spiritual power now greatly surpassed that of his first spiritual guidance, detected these purple streams. At the same time, he also felt the vitality and liveliness contained in these streams. It was very mysterious. Clearer than during the first spiritual guidance, Li Yuan waited patiently. Seconds later, the first strand of purple mist merged silently into Li Yuan's consciousness body, combining perfectly. In an instant, Li Yuan felt his field of vision in his consciousness body expand rapidly. Have I changed? It was as if the lens had zoomed out sharply, yet it was clearer than before. This state was bizarre, yet incredibly real. 5-star veins. Life stars. Countless stars. Li Yuan's vision finally stabilized. At that moment, empowered by the purple mist, his perspective was elevated to its peak. He felt as if he could overlook the entire life-star space and had a sense of control over everything. One star after another, endless. All these countless stars were asleep, whether dead stars or unawakened life stars. All under Li Yuan's perception and observation. My perception ability seems to be stronger than during the first spiritual guidance, Li Yuan realized. Last time, he could only observe most of the dark space. This time, he could faintly glimpse the whole picture. Those are the unawakened life stars. In this strange state, Li Yuan could feel the very few exceptions among billions of silent stars. Life stars are the rare few. With a body like the universe, billions of dead stars. Finding the awakened life stars is like panning for gold in a desert, normally very difficult, and a slight misstep can backfire. Therefore, even for those extraordinary geniuses, awakening star veins is incredibly challenging and slow. At this moment, seeking the minuscule in the dust, combining two into one. That vast and profound voice suddenly echoed, and Li Yuan had been patiently waiting for this moment. His realm had far surpassed the past, and only by listening once more could Li Yuan appreciate the profundity of this sound, which could be called the sound of the great Tao. It contained a strange power, guiding Li Yuan. Follow the sensation. Divine merges with stars. Divine merges with body. Divine merges with intent. Li Yuan followed the invisible guidance of the sound of the great Tao. Whoosh, his consciousness instantly scattered completely, diversifying into myriad parts. Tens of thousands of spiritual thoughts crossed the vast space of the life star in an instant, easily perceiving those few unawakened life stars that twinkled faintly among the billions of stars. The entire process was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the numerous spiritual thoughts that Li Yuan had divided into had already fused directly into the sensed stars, swiftly imprinting his own mark. Boom! Boom! It was as if a city, in a sudden, had been lit up. The space of the life star that already had some brightness was becoming visibly brighter at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A vast number of life stars were being lit up simultaneously at this moment. As a second-rank life, the difficulty of Li Yuan's life star awakening was a whole level higher than when he was at the first rank. Similarly, his spiritual power was also much stronger than before. Invisible guidance. Perfect star vein. Li Yuan's strong soul barely maintained consciousness. He himself knew. Among those tens of thousands of life stars that were almost awakened simultaneously, many belonged to already awakened star meridians. And a large number of life stars belonged to unawakened star meridians. On two of the star meridians, when the last life star awakened, a total of 129,600 life stars came together, forming a sense of perfection. One less life star was flawed, one more was superfluous. Flawlessly perfect. This was the new perfect star vein. Rumble, the previously scattered, unstructured life stars, also reached the critical point of star vein awakening, and began to circulate. This was the awakening of new star meridians. In the quiet chamber of the warship, Li Yuan sat cross-legged, his body constantly radiating a hazy divine glow, occasionally enveloped by a strand of light circling around him. After a long while, the light converged all over his body, returning to normal, and Li Yuan opened his eyes. 8 hours. Li Yuan's consciousness had always been clear, fully aware of his own changes. Li Yuan's gaze swept directly over a line on the Divine Palace panel. Star Meridian. 6 star meridians. 10 layers plus 10 layers plus 10 layers plus 6 layers plus 6 layers plus 4 layers. The second spiritual guidance has completed the second and third star meridians into perfect star veins. Li Yuan marveled silently, and also greatly advanced the other star meridians. The first spiritual guidance went from nothing to something, causing Li Yuan to awaken his first perfect star vein. The second time, it was about completion, and it also awakened the 6th star meridian. It also awakened a large number of chaotic and unstructured life stars, Li Yuan noted silently, bringing me much closer to awakening the 7th star meridian. It could be said, the second spiritual guidance had effects that far exceeded Li Yuan's expectations. At the very least, I now have the foundation to cultivate 3 supreme star techniques. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. In this regard, I've already surpassed the ancient torch divine. The number of star meridians determines the upper limit of one's physical realm. The quality of the star meridians determines the upper limit of the star techniques. Among the civilizations in the dimensional domain, 9 layers star veins are nearly mythical. Now that Li Yuan has awakened 3 perfect star veins, it would definitely cause a huge disturbance if word got out. Luckily, star meridians are inconspicuous and hard to detect, and as Li Yuan's own strength increases, it will become even harder for demigods to spy on them. After pondering for a moment, Principal, I now have enough confidence that, once the treasure is in place, I will be able to match the Beast Emperor in a month. Li Yuan chose to send a message to Fang Hai. Shortly thereafter, Fang Hai had already replied, "Within 3 days, all the treasures will be delivered." 3 days? Li Yuan pondered silently, and then resumed his focused cultivation, with the many intricacies of condensing the star mark of the all things divine body emerging in his mind. All things divine body is an extension of the great earth divine body, with the two being closely related. There are many similarities between their star marks. As a powerful individual who has grasped the second-rank star marks of the great earth divine body, Li Yuan found even the comprehension of the mysteries of the star marks of the all things divine body challenging, deep, and profound. So complex. If it weren't for my insight into the true meaning of earth, it would be almost impossible to succeed, Li Yuan thought to himself, patiently contemplating. He must fully grasp the mysteries of the star marks before attempting to imprint them on the life star. Luckily, as long as he could replicate an imprint, there was no need for complete understanding. While Li Yuan was in concealed cultivation in the quiet chamber of the warship, the outside world, the 7-star civilization, had begun a large-scale mobilization. Abandon Bright Moon Base. Evacuate. Dismantle everything useful, and evacuate. We can't defend 2 bases at once, we will lose them both. Orders were issued one after another. Many martial artists of the Bright Moon Base were filled with reluctance, especially those who had been stationed at Bright Moon Base for decades, felt an even deeper unwillingness to leave. In their hearts, this place was their hometown, but the current situation left them no choice. Let's withdraw, concentrate our forces on Bright Moon Base. As long as we're alive, as long as we haven't given up, there's still hope of winning in the future. Once we win the war completely, we'll return to Bright Moon Base. Many martial artists comforted each other. But in their hearts, most felt pessimistic. This past year, the 7-star civilization's expansion in the Mingshu star realm went from victory to defeat. Especially the recent major rout, which greatly oppressed the spirits of countless martial artists, all shrouded in a sense of impending failure. Even the appearance of the spirit gun, slaughtering all directions, only stemmed this downward trend. Just one sentence. No matter how strong the spirit gun is, can it kill the Beast Emperor? Without the strength to defeat the Beast Emperor, victory in this star realm war is doomed. Day by day, a large number of first and second rank martial artists were withdrawn back to Sha country. To preserve the fighting force, and the true intent prime warriors and flying heaven warriors, who were originally stationed at the Bright Moon Base, all arrived at the Bright Moon Base. This also caused the flying heaven level combat power of the Bright Moon Base to quickly reach 40. Inside the conference room of a 4th Order battleship, Tavares, Zhang Zai, said the Sanyi semi-divine through the projection, you two need to think carefully. Once you break through, you won't be able to retreat and will be trapped here forever. The passage to the Mingshu star realm has just expanded, and it's nearly impossible to expand to a third-level star realm in a short amount of time. Semi-divine, I've thought it through, Tavares said in a low voice. To fully conquer this world, we need extremely strong flying heaven warriors. Li Yang, Lei Meng, they are average in realm and comprehension. Even if given 100 years, they might not reach the flying heaven peak level. Only we, once we break through, have a hope of reaching the flying heaven peak within 10 years, at least reaching second rank. By then, whether it's internal war or future defense, there will be no more challengers, Tavares said. Someone has to take charge. Moreover, said Zhang Zai, the Mingshu star realm is vast enough to not be boring. Perhaps, one might even become a semi-divine in the Mingshu star realm, and after many years, if our 7-star civilization has spread, perhaps we will be regarded as the ancestors of a realm. Sanyi semi-divine and Tavares couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Zai's words. But upon careful thought, it was indeed possible. All right. We aim to conquer the Mingshu star realm, and indeed we need strong people to make contributions, Sanyi semi-divine said slowly. Rest assured. The Alliance will treat you fairly. After your breakthrough, there will be no shortage of cultivation resources for you. Thank you, semi-divine, Tavares and Zhang Zai both said in unison. That same day, Tavares and Zhang Zai began to condense origin pills within the warship. Once this step is taken, there's no turning back. September 6th. Li Yuan, who had been in secluded cultivation at the Bright Moon base, finally received the news. He took the Star Realm passage back to Jiangnan province in Sha country. The world was still shrouded in misty rain, in the sky outside a war base. Principal, Li Yuan greeted with respect. I always feel you have changed a lot in just a few days, Fang Hai said with a light sigh. You always give us surprises. Thanks to the principal's guidance and help, Li Yuan said with a smile. I won't take credit from Li Yang and Lai Feng semi-divine. I haven't meddled in your path of cultivation, Fang Hai said with a smile as he flipped his hand and handed over a storage treasure. Everything you need is in here, check it yourself, Fang Hai said. Yes, Li Yuan didn't dare to be careless and let his divine sense seep into the silver sliver. He checked each treasure one by one. All were correct. Thank you, Principal, Li Yuan said with a smile. I will certainly pay back these 500,000 7-stars points to the Alliance as soon as possible. Li Yuan had no intention of taking advantage. No need. These treasures are considered a gift I purchased and delivered to you, Fang Hai said with a smile, also as a compensation for the visualization method you gave me last time. Visualization method? Li Yuan was a bit bewildered and asked, Principal, didn't you give me 30,000 points at that time? Ha ha. Do you really think 30,000 points can buy a divine visualization method? Fang Hai said with a smile. Li Yuan was startled. All right, let's conclude this matter. These 500,000 7-stars points are my compensation, Fang Hai said with a smile. You use these treasures to cultivate in peace. Don't take unnecessary risks. And if you feel you can't defeat the Beast Emperor after completing your cultivation, don't force yourself. Yes. Not long afterward. Watching Fang Hai leave, Li Yuan pondered for a long time, making sure there was no one around to sense him. Li Yuan disappeared into the mist and rain along the invisible fluctuations. Ancient Divine Palace. Waiting in this area, Li Yuan had already sensed the presence of the Ancient Divine Palace upon his return to Sha country. Inside the Ancient Divine Palace, in the spacious hall. Whoosh! Li Yuan appeared out of nowhere, and a girl in white slowly walked down from the void in the hall, puzzled. Brother, you're back so soon? Is the war in the Mingshu star realm over? Not yet. I've encountered some trouble, Li Yuan said with a smile. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a month, striving to cultivate the all things divine body to the second order limit, and then go back to the fight. Cultiva. The girl began to respond but suddenly realized the implication. All things divine body? Brother, have you awakened the second of the 9-layer star veins? The girl asked in shock, staring at Li Yuan. So soon? I've just been cultivating methodically. Li Yuan shook his head. Before I knew it, the second star vein reached the 9 layers. Before I knew it, the girl fell silent. Fine, it's a good thing. The girl showed a smile. Then go on and cultivate. Yes. Li Yuan turned and walked down a distant corridor, entering the divine crystal chamber. The girl stood there. Really, he's cultivating the all things divine body. The girl inwardly sighed. She controlled the entire ancient divine palace and could monitor every corner of it if she wished. Methodical cultivation? The girl shook her head slightly. My brother must be hiding a big secret. It was a common practice for beings to have hidden secrets, so the girl was not surprised. I just hope that such surprises come more and more. The girl's lips curved in a slight smile. With such a high star vein talent, perhaps, once he becomes a flying heaven warrior, he really has a hope to awaken the 8 star veins and cultivate the 3 supreme star techniques. Li Yuan's talent indeed exceeded Jiuyu's understanding. Inside the divine crystal chamber, Li Yuan sat silently, sensing the rich divine crystal energy around him. Normally, a prime warrior has limited physical quality and can cultivate up to 2 star techniques at most. Li Yuan pondered silently. If I want to battle against Flying Heaven Peak elites, I must cultivate the 4th star technique to stand a better chance. Therefore, the only option was to elevate the upper limit of his physical quality. I've cultivated the Great Earth Divine Body, which significantly enhances my physical quality beyond that of other prime warriors, allowing me to successfully cultivate the 3rd star technique, Shadow Division technique. Li Yuan thought to himself, now, the only way is to cultivate the all things divine body to the limit of a prime warrior, to have a chance of cultivating 4 star techniques. This was also why the body refining star technique was known as the origin of all techniques. It could enhance the strength, and even the potential, of a warrior in all aspects. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan instantly made countless precious treasures appear. All things divine body. Li Yuan began to channel the corresponding star technique's mystery within him, an intangible force acting upon the multitude of precious treasures. He started to absorb the essence contained within them. Even though Li Yuan had made thorough preparations, transforming the Great Earth Divine Body into the All Things Divine Body was destined to take a very long time. Transformation of the body couldn't be rushed. Being too hasty could easily lead to mistakes in cultivation, causing damage to the body or even leading to its collapse. 10 minutes later, assisted by many rare items, the first order all things star mark, Li Yuan successfully imprinted a star mark on his life star. Even if it was a supreme star technique, since it was still a first order star mark, it was relatively easy for Li Yuan to cultivate. In just one day, Li Yuan cultivated the all things divine body to the first order limit. But there wasn't much change to his body. Second order all things star mark, Li Yuan thought to himself, this is the real challenge. The difficulty of imprinting a second order star mark skyrocketed by more than dozens of times. As days passed, Li Yuan was deeply immersed in cultivation inside the ancient divine palace. The situation in the outside world was also changing. September 10th, at Tinliang Star, outside a star realm entrance. A group of powerful beings stood in the void, all emanating strong auras. The leader was a blond man dressed in purple robes, with a high nose and sunken eye sockets, his eyes deep. He exuded a supremely domineering aura. A young man in black, with the weakest aura, stood by the side of the blond man. Teacher. The young man in black couldn't help but send a voice transmission. There's no need for someone of your stature to personally welcome the highly talented Lu Lei and Rolbus. His teacher was one of the pinnacle existences of the Tinliang civilization, Jin Liang's semi-divine. Now, he was one of the 3 great counselors of the Tinliang civilization, his strength extremely frightening, absolutely at the peak of demigod existence. Fu Yuan, be patient, Jin Liang's semi-divine said slowly. Your talent far exceeds that of Yu Fu and others. Now you have reached the intermediate rank of the 6th stage as a prime warrior. But your temperament is far from adequate, still needing much polishing. Fu Yuan was known as the #1 prime warrior of the current Tinliang civilization. In terms of strength, he was probably close to Jing He. However, he hadn't participated in the great battle of the Mingshu Star Realm. Disciple will remember well, replied Fu Yuan verbally, though not truly taking it to heart. Suddenly, ripples spread across the distant curtain of light. Here it comes. Jin Liang's semi-divine's eyes focused slightly. Not just him, but the other demigods and Flying Heaven Peak elites around him also lit up with expectation in their eyes. Only Fu Yuan was clueless. Boom! A young man wearing black combat armor stepped out and emerged from the Star Realm gateway. As he appeared, it was as if the whole world changed for a moment, a brutal and bloody aura spreading rapidly, causing the complexions of the many Flying Heaven warriors present to change dramatically. Fu Yuan, being the weakest, felt almost suffocated. The aura was too terrifying. Everyone had to admit, in the presence of the young man in black combat armor, even the formidable Jin Liang's semi-divine seemed markedly inferior. Jin Liang, long time no see, said the young man in black combat armor, his voice hoarse. Yan, over the years, your strength has grown stronger, Jin Liang's semi-divine sincerely admitted. Boom! Fu Yuan's eyes widened in realization of who the person was. Yan semi-divine, the first demigod of the Myriad Demons civilization, touted as the closest being to a god in their ranks. He had actually come? To Yan semi-divine, Fu Yuan had heard of his legendary tales. The Tinliang civilization and the Myriad Demons civilization were originally from the same lineage, just as many star realms are completely interconnected. In a sense, the Tinliang civilization is a sub-civilization of the Myriad Demons civilization, and related rumors and messages are even more prevalent. The most famous battle of Yi and Semi-Divine's legendary deeds was the 100 years ago, where the Myriad Demons civilization invaded the Seven-Star civilization. Yi and Semi-Divine also participated in that battle. In the end, he was the only one who survived an encounter with Dongfang Ji and managed to escape. Back then, Yi and Semi-Divine was mocked many times. But later, as Dongfang Ji grew ever stronger and his fame soared, the battle with Dongfang Ji from those years, on the contrary, contributed to the fame of Yi and Semi-Divine. Now, Yi and Semi-Divine is universally acknowledged as the unparalleled existence amongst the demigods of the Myriad Demons civilization. Even Jin Liang's Semi-Divine, held in high esteem within the Tinliang civilization, far from compared to the other. I pay my respects to Yi and Semi-Divine, said the group of Flying Heaven Peak martial artists, along with Fu Yuan, with a respectful salute. Yi and Semi-Divine, the other demigods slightly bowed their heads as a sign of respect. Among the demigods, the gaps in strength and status are also astoundingly large. Among the many strong ones present, only Jin Liang's Semi-Divine had the qualifications to speak with him. Yan, you've actually come this time, Jin Liang's Semi-Divine said with a smile. It's just a contest over a second-level star realm. If it were an ordinary second-level star realm contest, indeed it wouldn't matter, Yi and Semi-Divine said indifferently, but since Ming Mountain's treasures are involved, even the Eastern Demon Deity is quite concerned. Thus, he has commanded me to come here and ensure the treasures are seized. The Flying Heaven Peak powerhouses were slightly puzzled, but the demigods felt a chill in their hearts. Eastern Demon Deity. You must know that, similar to the Immortal Ruins civilization, the Myriad Demons civilization internally has many divine kingdoms, each founded by a divine, serving as an extremely ancient and powerful civilization with a long inheritance, with numerous divine kingdoms within the Myriad Demons civilization. But divines do die. Many ancient civilizations occasionally produce a divine, swiftly rising to power, but once the divine falls, that civilization naturally declines. As for the Myriad Demons civilization, divines are born generation after generation, always having a divine in power, hence its heritage is naturally unfathomably deep. The Eastern Demon Deity is currently the first divine of the Myriad Demons civilization, with an overwhelming might. Only such an existence, with a single command, could bring Yi and Semi-Divine here. Whoosh! Whoosh! Within the Star Realm passage, 3 more figures emerged consecutively, following behind Yi and Semi-Divine. Their life force was very weak, yet they drew the attention of Jin Liang, Semi-Divine and others. Second-rank life. The numerous powerhouses of the Tinliang civilization understood that if things were as usual, the super geniuses participating in the battle from the myriad demons civilization this time should be these three. You three, meet Jin Liang semi-divine, said Yan semi-divine slowly. Lu Lei, I've seen the semi-divine, said the burly man in purple combat armor solemnly. His humanoid form boasted a torso covered in golden fur, giving him the appearance of a lion at first glance. Rolbus, I've seen the semi-divine, the handsome young man, oozing nobility, bowed. Shui Yan, the last black-clad youth's demeanor was cold as he spat out two words and nodded slightly. He seemed quite arrogant. This scene made everyone present unconsciously look at him, causing a few demigods to frown. Too disrespectful. Even if a true intent prime warrior seemed like a genius, whether or not they can become a demigod is still up in the air. Jin Liang semi-divine is a demigod peak powerhouse. Shui Yan is an inner sect disciple of North Moon deity. He has been in seclusion for a long time, so he is not familiar with etiquette. I hope everyone can forgive him, Yan semi-divine explained. The many demigods then understood. A divine's disciple. Not to mention already being an inner sect disciple, even if only a nominal disciple, the status is also extremely high. Being impolite to demigods is somewhat normal. For this contest for Ming Mountain's treasures, Myriad Demons Civilization's team will be led by Shui Yan, with Lu Lei and Rolbus as aides. Yan semi-divine said to Jin Liang semi-divine, what about you all? To seize the treasures, elites are ultimately necessary. One top-tier fighter is worth more than 100 mediocrities. One is my direct disciple, Fu Yuan, who has reached the 6th stage intermediate rank in the true meaning of metal. Jin Liang semi-divine introduced Fu Yuan, who stood beside him. He's considered the best of this generation in our Tinliang civilization. Fu Yuan wore an obedient expression. 6th stage intermediate rank. Not bad. His skills are comparable to Lu Lei and Rolbus. Yan semi-divine nodded in acknowledgement. This caused a trace of excitement to appear on Fu Yuan's face. It was an accolade from Yan semi-divine. Within the star realm, our Tinliang civilization has 8 true intent prime warriors, and an additional 20 flying heaven martial artists, Jin Liang semi-divine said. Out of these 20, 4 have condensed true intent. 4 true intent flying heavens? Yan semi-divine's eyes showed a rare surprise. Flying heaven martial artists within the Mingshu star realm had all just made their breakthroughs. This meant the 4 true intent flying heaven martial artists were previously true intent prime warriors. To keep so many top-tier geniuses within a single star realm? Jin Liang, you indeed have the courage. Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Yan semi-divine shook his head. Ming Mountain's treasures are worth it, Jin Liang semi-divine replied. Besides, if you're sending divine disciples, why should we be afraid? You should be aware of our other request, Jin Liang semi-divine said with a smile. To help you destroy the 7-star civilization's base in the Mingshu star realm, Yan semi-divine nodded. You don't need to say it. If there's a chance to weaken the 7-star civilization, we naturally won't miss it. I've heard the spirit gun of the 7-star civilization has appeared. How powerful is he? Based on the information we control, his power should be close to 2nd level, Jin Liang semi-divine stated gravely. He who was spoken of as level 34 wasn't lacking in star techniques, weapons, or anything else like the Kai Yen Beast King. Instead, he was a level 34 powerhouse without any weaknesses. Close to level 34? That powerful? Does that mean he's stronger than Fang Hai, who emerged from the 7-star civilization decades ago? The Yan semi-divine's eyes flashed with surprise. Is his strength due to his skill, or his star techniques? Are there any specific combat videos? There's no combat video. Jin Liang, the semi-divine, said. Our assessment of his power is also based on hearsay. Several days ago, he fought with the Kai Yen Beast King of the Mingshu Beast clan, and the battle ended in a draw, with several flying heaven beast kings slain by his hand. We can only judge from his fighting videos in the Rob C-Star realm that he seems quite adept at the phantom body technique, and has cultivated a body refining star technique, intoned Jin Liang, the semi-divine. The news of Li Yuan's battle with the Kai Yan Beast King had already spread, and many were aware of it. Combat video? There were some, but the Tinliang civilization hadn't gotten their hands on it. Shui Yan, are you confident? Yi and Semi-Divine turned to the proud youth in black. That single statement made it clear to the many demigods of Tinliang civilization. Shui Yan's strength was at least comparable to level 33. I've seen his combat video in the Rob Sea-Star realm, Shui Yan said gravely. If it were at that time, I would be 70% confident in defeating him, but it would be difficult to kill him. As for his battle with the Kai Yan Beast King, if he used the phantom body, it wouldn't be hard to force the Beast King to retreat. Unless he becomes a flying heaven warrior, his strength won't have greatly increased since his time in the Rob Sea-Star realm, he added. Prime warriors, unless they cultivate the supreme body refinement realm, always have their limits, Shui Yan asserted seriously. If we meet, Shui Yan continued, I'm not sure I could kill him, but defeating him shouldn't be difficult. Shui Yan, as a disciple of a divine being, had absolute confidence in himself. That's enough, nodded Yi and Semi-Divine. He held Shui Yan in high regard. Known to live for 5,000 years, how vast were the lifespans of divine beings? Direct disciples were usually only taken a few in a lifetime. Although the status of inner sect disciples was slightly lower than that of direct disciples, divine beings would still teach them earnestly. It was considered good to take an inner sect disciple every 100 years. Considering Yi and Semi-Divine wasn't able to become an inner sect disciple of a divine being, it spoke volumes of Shui Yan's talents. He was heralded as a rare genius in the myriad demons civilization over the past century. Using the Immortal Ruins civilization's evaluation standards, Shui Yan was definitely a divine child-level genius. As long as he had time, reaching the peak of half-god status wouldn't be difficult, and he even had a slight chance of becoming a god. Lu Lei, Rolbus. Yi and Semi-Divine suddenly looked at the two of them and said softly, in line with the divine being's command, you should know what to do if the situation truly becomes dire, right? Understood. We know, Lu Lei and Rolbus both nodded without hesitation, both rising stars of the myriad demons civilization. However, compared to Shui Yan, they fell short, and they too were entrusted with a special mission. Jin Liang. There's no time to lose, command them to move out, said Yi and Semi-Divine. The 7-star civilization will surely perceive the secrets of Ming Mountain's treasure and will make their move sooner or later. Jin Liang, the Semi-Divine, nodded and immediately turned to the youth in black beside him, Fu Yuan. Remember, when you're in the Mingshu star realm, listen to Yu Fu's advice. And above all, obey Shui Yan's orders. Yes. The youth in black, Fu Yuan, felt stifled inside, but he could only agree verbally. Blue Star, Jiangnan Province. In the ancient divine palace, within the divine crystal chamber, radiant light filled the space. Surrounded by a vast array of treasures, under the influence of Li Yuan's powerful spiritual power and the operation of his methods, he continuously drew the essence out of these treasures, streaming non-stop into his body. Cultivating the all things divine body involved two aspects. First, one must imprint a sufficient number of all things star marks on the star meridian so that once activated, the star meridian could greatly increase the body's strength, speed, and toughness in a very short time. Second, as the essence of the star meridian itself changes, even without activation of star techniques, the body's base strength would increase. A level 30 flying heaven warrior, even without using any star techniques, would already surpass most top-grade origin martial artists who burst forth with star techniques in basic strength. This is the essence of basic strength. The numerous rare and valuable treasures Li Yuan needed, which were worth hundreds of thousands of points, were primarily to propel his body's evolution. Rumble, accompanied by the continuous imprinting of second-order all things star marks, Li Yuan's body began transforming. This transformation wasn't about becoming stronger, but about reinforcing the foundation. After all, the originally cultivated, Great Earth divine body, had already made his base very strong. Finally, as if he had reached a certain limit, Li Yuan's muscles, bones, and skin truly began to grow stronger, and his life level began an all-round leap. Cultivating the all things divine body has reached the second order, level 6, Li Yuan thought to himself. I've now completely surpassed the Great Earth Divine Body's second order limit. The Great Earth Divine Body, as a 7th layer star technique, could only reach level 14 at its second order limit. But the All Things Divine Body, if cultivated to the second order limit, could reach level 18. The gap widens with advanced star techniques. For instance, 3rd layer star techniques could reach level 15 if cultivated by a 5th order divine being. Whereas the ninefold star technique, if cultivated by a 5th order divine being, could reach up to level 45. It's a clear domination. This is also a major reason why matchless prodigies can fight across different levels. Ninefold star technique, known as the Supreme Star Technique, grants a special transformation upon reaching the limit of each order. Li Yuan murmured internally. True solution of the Earth Star Vein significantly boosts harmony with the Earth Vein. The All Things Divine Body is about transforming the body. Li Yuan thought with anticipation of the scene where you would cultivate this Supreme Star Technique to the second order limit. Kai Yen Beast King? Just give me some more time. Li Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. I'll see if your hide is still thick enough. Additionally, the principal mentioned that the top geniuses of the myriad demon civilization can also come to kill at any moment. The top geniuses of a divine civilization? Li Yuan thought to himself. Although he had fought against the geniuses of the Immortal Ruins civilization, as his horizon of knowledge expanded, Li Yuan also knew that the few semi-divine level geniuses he had killed were definitely not the top geniuses of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Just like Alicia and Chris from before, could they be considered top geniuses of the 7-star civilization? But it is different at the Prime Warrior stage. The top geniuses will often remain at this realm for a long time, pursuing the awakening of more star meridians. I really want to see how strong they can be, Li Yuan thought, harboring a killing intent. The Myriad Demons civilization? That is, historically, the one that has inflicted the most severe disasters upon the 7-star civilization. And also the one with the deepest enmity against each other. Continue. Li Yuan only flashed these thoughts through his mind. In the Mingshu star realm, several large warships were flying out from the main base of the Tinliang civilization, streaking across the vast sky, and rapidly approaching the Bright Moon base. Inside one of the warships stood nearly 30 silhouettes, all exuding powerful auras, with more than half of them being flying heaven warriors. Leading them were none other than Shui Yan, Fu Yuan, Lu Lei, and Rolbus. Yu Fu, my brother. Rolbus was elegant, smiling as he said, "You've always been in charge of the war against the 7-star civilization. Do you think we can win?" "It's hard to say." The middle-aged man named Yu Fu shook his head. "I know that everyone here is extremely powerful. But we must not underestimate the 7-star civilization. They have given up the Mingxin base, and all their forces are concentrated on the Bright Moon base. If we really want to attack forcefully, unless we have several Flying Heaven Peak warriors, otherwise, I estimate it will be difficult to win. Furthermore, besides the spirit gun, there is one more person from the 7-star civilization we must be wary of," Yu Fu said solemnly. "Are you going to mention Yu Jing again?" Fu Yuan snorted coldly. "Yu Fu, I think you've just been scared by that Yu Jing. Despite breaking through to the Flying Heaven realm, you don't seem to have the slightest bit of courage." Yu Fu glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to respond. Yu Fu is one of the Saint Heirs of the Tinliang civilization and is also the strongest among the true intent Flying Heaven warriors who had broken through. But after his breakthrough, when he went to fight Yu Jing, he still lost. "Stop arguing," a cold voice rang out. The war room fell silent. The speaker was Shui Yan. In less than a day since their arrival, everyone had already been subdued by his formidable strength. Even Yu Fu was defeated by him in 3 strikes. This is a very terrifying prime warrior. "We've arrived," Yu Fu suddenly spoke in a deep tone, and with a wave of his hand, a huge projection immediately appeared in the center of the warship's conference room. It was an image of the Bright Moon base. Everyone looked over. This one look stunned them all. So many huge flying saucer warships. This many 4th order battleships? Impossible, Fu Yuan said in disbelief. 12 of them? No way. The recent reconnaissance showed only 6 fourth-order battleships. Yu Fu was equally astonished. Fourth-order battleships are terrifyingly powerful, and if they pursued flying heaven warriors, naturally, they would fall short. But if they were to hold a defensive position, especially with so many, even the peak warriors of the flying heaven realm would feel their scalps tingle upon seeing them. Retreat, Shui Yan said softly. Retreat just like that? Fu Yuan couldn't help but say, Lord Shui Yan, maybe those battleships are fakes. Why don't you take the lead and try out their authenticity? Shui Yan glanced coldly at Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan fell silent. With so many fourth-order battleships, if they are all real, even if we can forcibly take it down, how many will die or be injured? Rolbus shook his head. It's not worth the loss. The first target is the treasure of Ming Mountain. If we can seize the treasure, then turning back to wipe out this base won't be a difficult task, Lu Lei said in agreement. The 3 great geniuses from the Myriad Demons civilization reached a consensus. Depart. Heading to Ming Mountain, within the 7-star civilization. They've retreated. As expected, they've retreated. Inside the conference room of a warship, while watching the projection on the huge screen, the large group of warships was seen withdrawing. The group of flying heaven warriors and true intent prime warriors present all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been under tremendous pressure when they sensed the Tinliang civilization's mighty forces bearing down on them. Tavares, your advice was really timely, Luo Chan couldn't help but say. How did you know that the Tinliang civilization would launch an attack today, and even requested the Alliance to urgently dispatch so many fourth-order battleships here? I cannot say, Tavares smiled mysteriously. Now, the highest commander within the 7-star civilization in the Star Realm was Tavares, who had broken through. In reality, Tavares was secretly sighing in his heart. The intelligence of the Alliance is indeed accurate. How did he know? Because Bai Shan Semi-Divine had directly told him yesterday. It's expected that this afternoon, the joint forces of the Myriad Demons civilization and the Tinliang civilization will come to attack. We must make them fearful and deter them from starting a major war. This intelligence capability made Tavares suspect that a certain demigod within the Tinliang civilization might very well be a mole for the 7-star civilization. Time flowed like water. The meddling of the Myriad Demons civilization caused constant turmoil within the Mingshu Star Realm, and Li Yuan also learned much through messages. He was very anxious. But anxiety was of no use. Without sufficient strength, even if he emerged from seclusion, what could he do? Until September 18th. Inside the Divine Crystal Chamber of the Ancient Divine Palace. Boom boom boom. Li Yuan sat cross-legged, his body bursting forth with booming sounds, hazy halos of light emanating from his body and striking out in all directions, making him look like a divine being at first glance. Even as the halos of light converged, a formless power spread, lifting Li Yuan into the air. He slowly opened his eyes. All things divine body, I've finally attained complete perfection. Flight? Li Yuan clenched his fists lightly, feeling the surging, vast power within him. The Supreme Body Refining Star Technique, once it reaches the second-order limit, can actually break the shackles of my body, and reach level 30. Level 30 Prime Warriors do not need to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Their bodies undergo a transformation and can naturally soar and burrow. That's right. As the source of all techniques, the Body Refining Star Technique enables practitioners to further break through their limits. And the Ninefold Body Refining Star Technique is even more miraculous. Prime Warriors at level 29.9, once they have cultivated it successfully, will undergo a fundamental transformation in the flesh, reaching level 30. Even the origin power within them will undergo transformation under the nourishment of their powerful bodies. In short, the current Li Yuan, except for not having condensed an origin pill in the sea of source energy, is almost no different from a true flying heaven warrior. Suddenly, whoosh, numerous beams of light converged, and a girl in white appeared out of thin air. Congratulations, little brother, you have achieved the ultimate state of a prime warrior. It was Gu. She had been silently observing Li Yuan, and when she saw that Li Yuan had succeeded, she could no longer sit still. The ultimate state of a prime warrior? Li Yuan was stunned. Level 29.9 and Level 30. This step is like a chasm in the sky. So many so-called geniuses rely on their high perception, weapons, and treasures, etc., to dare to fight with flying heaven warriors. The girl smiled and said, only one type of person is an exception. That is the practitioner of the supreme body refining star technique. Once achieved, they remain at the second rank life, but their foundation is on par with a flying heaven warrior. This is the ultimate state of a prime warrior, the girl said solemnly. With a strong foundation, you can completely cultivate more and stronger star techniques. If your perception of skills is high enough, you can completely be on par with the peak strength of flying heaven warriors, the girl said with a smile. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod. He truly felt the terrifying aspect of the supreme star technique. No wonder countless divine beings longed to cultivate it. Before long, Li Yuan continued to cultivate two other star techniques, 9 shadow clones, and wind feather. In fact, if there were better options, Li Yuan wouldn't want to waste the talent of the third perfect star vein. But this was the best solution he could find for now. After ending the Great War in the Mingshu star realm, I'll consider it, Li Yuan thought to himself. Worst case, I'll pay some price later to recultivate the star technique. Boom boom boom. A large number of precious treasures were taken out, and Li Yuan was amazed to find cultivating second-rank star technique with the foundation of a flying heaven warrior was much easier than he had imagined. September 21st. Inside the divine crystal chamber. All his cultivation was complete, and Li Yuan glanced at the divine palace panel. Life level. Level 30.0, second rank, spiritual power, level 37.0. Willpower. Level 38 spiritual awakening level, 50.4%. Current limit 60%. Star Meridian. 6 star meridians, 10 layers plus 10 layers plus 10 layers plus 6 layers plus 6 layers plus 4 layers. Skill realm. True meaning of earth. 6th stage intermediate rank. Mysteries of wind. 5th stage 99%. Mysteries of water. 5th stage 6%. Mysteries of wood. 5th stage 5%. Mysteries of metal, 1%. Ninefold star technique. True solution of the Earth star vein. Second rank level 9, level 18. Ninefold star technique. All things divine body. Second rank level 9, level 18. 7th layer star technique. 9 shadow clones. Second rank level 7, level 14. 5th layer star technique. Wind feather, second rank level 5, level 10. It's time to go. Li Yuan bid farewell to Ji Yu, hurriedly leaving the ancient divine palace and heading to the Mingshu star realm. The void outside the ancient divine palace. Today, Jiangnan province was treated to rare clear skies, the warm sunshine of late summer and early fall spilling over everyone. What a pity, if only I had a few more months or even half a year to advance my 4th star meridian from the 6th layer to the 7th. I could have directly cultivated the 7th layer star technique, light transformation. Li Yuan flew through the void, cloaked in his phantom spirit garment. Wind feather and light transformation are both escaping method star techniques that can greatly increase a powerhouse's movement technique speed. Movement technique speed is very important in combat. It's also a crucial part of Li Yuan's plans to learn. After all, despite Li Yuan's unprecedented strength now, he wouldn't dare claim certain victory against the 3 great beast emperors. In life and death battles, one must exert all possible effort. Therefore, before a battle, it's natural to strive for the greatest improvement in strength. This battle is urgent, thus I must appear in my strongest form, Li Yuan thought to himself. As for choosing to cultivate the 7th layer star technique, ninefold shadow clone, there was no issue. After all, he had already cultivated the 5th layer star technique, shadow division technique, on the completed 3rd perfect star vein. Advancing to that logically correlated 7th layer star technique was only natural. And the future? Either find a way to discover a 9-layer star technique that follows in line, Li Yuan thought, or wait until I acquire another, shadow class 9 layers star technique, and pay the price to shift my cultivation. For the moment, this 7th layer star technique was the most appropriate and fastest for Li Yuan to translate into combat strength. In fact, The 7th layer star technique was already incredibly powerful. Especially when combined with 2 supreme star techniques, its potency was absolutely terrifying. Geniuses of Myriad Demons civilization? A cold glint swept through Li Yuan's eyes as he cultivated in seclusion. Occasionally, he would receive news and learn about many developments in the Mingshu star realm. Whoosh! Li Yuan had already flown to the warbase just outside the star realm passageway, surrounded by an expanse of weapon towers. This warbase was a part of Xia country's strategic plan to hold the line against an invasion from the Mingshu star realm. It was built on a grand scale, all according to the Rob Sea War Fortress standards. Before Li Yuan could get very close, Li Yuan, 2 figures called out in succession. Following closely, a slight distortion in the light nearby, and both a young man in black and an older man in white casual clothes appeared simultaneously. Principal, Elder Bai Shan? Li Yuan's face revealed a trace of surprise. Have you been waiting here this whole time? How long had it been since he rushed here from the ancient divine palace? You messaged us yesterday, saying you expected to enter the star realm today, so we've been waiting here, Bai Shan Semi-Divine said with a smile. Li Yuan was speechless. He suddenly remembered Ji Yu mentioning before he left the ancient divine palace that he sensed a demigod-level divine sense making large-scale inquiries. A demigod, if they were to meticulously search through every speck of dust in the void, in theory, could find the ancient divine palace. But doing so would be exhaustingly tedious, and without knowing a rough location, no demigod would undertake such a task. Now, it seemed likely that it was Bai Shan Semi-Divine who conducted a rough inquiry. With this in mind, a hint of wariness arose in Li Yuan's heart. While he trusted these elders, he also wanted to keep his secrets hidden. Confident? Fang Hai directly asked. Yes, Li Yuan nodded firmly. Against Flying Heaven Peak warriors, I have the power to fight. Before leaving the ancient divine palace, Li Yuan had already sparred with a puppet operated by number 1 in the 100 battles arena and had a good grasp of his own strength. Fang Hai and Bai Shan Semi-Divine exchanged glances. Li Yuan, it's not that we don't trust you, Bai Shan Semi-Divine said seriously, but this matter is too important, and we need to ensure your safety. I understand, Li Yuan smiled. Elder and Principal, do you want to test my strength? Li Yuan felt warmth in his heart. These elders were indeed very considerate, concerned that he might act impulsively. They had specifically waited here to verify that he truly had the strength to sweep through the Mingshu star realm before letting him enter. Li Yuan, words alone are no proof. Attack me and see. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan with a slight smile. Let us see what level the strongest prime warrior in the history of the 7-star civilization can reach. Whoosh! Bai Shan Semi-Divine took a step forward and positioned himself at a distance to watch the fight. In the void, Li Yuan and Fang Hai stood facing each other from afar. All right. Principal, then I shall launch an attack. Be careful, Li Yuan nodded heavily, anticipation in his eyes. Fang Hai. Ever since high school, he had been hearing this name, only to later learn that this person was, in fact, his principal. That assassination attempt by the Flying Heaven alien race, that drop of water that streaked across heaven and earth, had left an unforgettable impression on him. Though he had seen many demigods by now, Li Yuan always had the feeling that if Fang Hai were willing, he could easily surpass many demigods. Just stepping into the threshold of the law of water was already astonishingly remarkable. Unknowingly, I've grown to the point where the principal himself needs to test my strength, Li Yuan thought proudly to himself. Step by step, in just over 2 years, Li Yuan had developed from a high school senior into a formidable presence. Whoosh! Li Yuan flipped his hand to grab the Black Shen spear, and then his entire being burst into motion like a streak of light shooting across the vast sky, charging directly at Fang Hai. Not a bad speed. Bai Shan Semi-Divine's eyes lit up. Li Yuan's instantaneous burst speed approached nearly 6 times the speed of sound. Such velocity, even among Flying Heaven warriors, was considered exceptionally fast. Yet simply possessing this sort of speed was clearly not enough to convince Bai Shan Semi-Divine and Fang Hai. Fang Hai meanwhile stood still in the void, composed as ever. But in the next moment, boom, Li Yuan, who was in mid-flight, suddenly grew larger, instantly reaching a height of 5 meters. He was evidently using a body-refining star technique. But the powerful and domineering aura released made Fang Hai and Bai Shan semi-divine reveal a hint of shock in their eyes. Too strong. At this moment, in their perception, Li Yuan seemed like a true flying heaven warrior executing an extremely terrifying star technique, his might reaching the heavens. Whoosh! After the burst of the body-refining star technique, Li Yuan immediately employed Wind Feather, his already rapid speed soaring once again, surpassing 8 times the speed of sound. In almost an instant, he had crossed 1,000 meters of vast sky and arrived in front of Fang Hai. He drew upon the mysteries of true intent of both earth and wind. Whoosh! A spear cut across heaven and earth. What a dazzling thrust it was, leaving behind a visible mark in the void, as if it were splitting the world in half. Previously calm and collected, Fang Hai's face also showed a hint of seriousness in the face of Li Yuan's explosive thrust. He struck out with his palm. Whoosh! With a flick of his fingertips, streams of water materialized out of thin air in the void, each stream subtly connecting to the mystical laws between heaven and earth, converging together to form a massive water vortex in an instant right in front of him. Sizzle! The Black Chen spear pierced into the layers of water, feeling each layer containing astonishing resistance, yet the entire vortex bearing a force of amazing suction. The long spear only penetrated 3 inches before being completely bound. Suppress! Fang Hai lightly withdrew his palm. That invisible water vortex surged along with his palm, rushing in from all directions, as if to completely bind Li Yuan. Had it been an ordinary flying heaven warrior, they would have likely been directly suppressed. 9 shadows. Break! Li Yuan suddenly roared, directly invoking the 7 stars technique, Shadow Clone. Boom! 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 Li Yuan, who was tightly bound by the water with the Black Chen spear, exploded like his body was split apart, instantly creating 8 shadowy figures. The moment they split, each of the 8 phantom bodies possessed a certain amount of power and burst forth at the same time. Rumble! The water vortex shattered, and Li Yuan seized this instant of opportunity to withdraw his spear and fly out, with the 8 original phantom bodies dissipating into the void. A hint of surprise flashed through Fang Hai's eyes. Principal. Li Yuan showed a smile. Li Yuan didn't attack again. With the last spear strike and splitting clones, he had completely revealed his strength. And this was not a real battle practice. For a spar between experts, 1 or 2 moves were enough. Haha, Fang Hai, you've lost face this time, Bai Shan semi-divine said with a laugh as he flew over. You even invoked a hint of origin power, yet you still couldn't bind Li Yuan, who is still only a prime warrior. Li Yuan, well done, Bai Shan semi-divine said with a smile. Li Yuan listened obediently. During the spar just now, Fang Hai had only revealed a very small part of his strength, which was already beyond Li Yuan's reach. Is this kid really still a prime warrior? Fang Hai smiled helplessly. Have you ever seen such an impressive prime warrior? Not to mention anything else, just his spear technique alone can rival a true flying heaven peak warrior. If you count his phantom body and other methods, I'm afraid many flying heaven peak warriors might not be his match, Fang Hai said with admiration, his gaze resting upon Li Yuan. Indeed impressive. Truly on par with a flying heaven peak warrior. Surprise flickered in Bai Shan semi-divine's eyes. Although he could sense that Li Yuan's last spear was extraordinary, he wasn't quite sure about the extent. Principal, I still have a long way to go. I've only just reached the baseline of the flying heaven peak, Li Yuan said, shaking his head. Li Yuan, having read through a lot of intelligence data and having discussed with Ji Yu, was very clear about the levels of the flying heaven rank, understanding that from level 30 to 34, the evaluation of strength was relatively fixed. Only at the flying heaven peak was there a vague concept. Normally, cultivating the body's origin power to level 35, reaching the intermediate rank of the 6th stage in comprehension, possessing a 3rd rank high-quality weapon, mastering 2 to 3 5th layer star techniques. These were the baselines of a Flying Heaven Peak warrior. But, some geniuses, with body's origin power reaching level 36 or even 37, whose technique comprehension was almost divine, and who cultivated 6th layer star techniques and even 7th layer star techniques. They also belonged to the Flying Heaven Peak level. Were they the same as the former? Among Flying Heaven warriors, the truly terrifying ones, like Fang Hai, had strength close to divinity, able to annihilate many Flying Heaven Peak warriors with a single move. The legendary strongest Flying Heaven could even slay a semi-divine. Once, Li Yuan believed that Flying Heaven Peak warriors were only a step away from semi-divine. After all, at that time in his eyes, Flying Heaven warriors were extremely powerful. But now, having truly stepped into this level, Li Yuan knew the differences of this level. Like Li Yuan, who now had his life level reach level 30, relying on extremely strong star techniques, and armed with a spear technique close to divine level and a semi-divine weapon, he barely reached the baseline standard of level 35. Compared with the very top warriors among the Flying Heaven, he still had a long way to go. Li Yuan, don't be too modest, Bai Shan semi-divine couldn't help but say. If you keep being modest, where do we old fellows put our faces? Li Yuan smiled and stopped replying. Li Yuan, you can go to war, Fang Hai said slowly. Remember, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't expose your strength. Being too dazzling isn't always a good thing. Understood. Li Yuan's heart tightened. Principal, senior, then I'll be on my way. Li Yuan turned into a streak of light, taking on the identity of a spirit gun. He quickly flew into the war fortress. In the void, Fang Hai and Bai Shan semi-divine looked at each other, their eyes conveying joy and a hint of shock. Did you guess it? Bai Shan semi-divine asked. The strongest body refining star technique? Fang Hai said slowly. Apart from this scenario, I can't think of any other possibility. Unless he's stepped into the threshold of the laws, but obviously not yet. Bai Shan semi-divine nodded. Both of their horizons were extremely broad, and just through the brief exchange, they could swiftly deduce many details about Li Yuan. Do you think, does Li Yuan have a chance? Can he make it through the 9th Leaf World? Bai Shan semi-divine suddenly asked. The 9th Leaf World. Fang Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of light. He had only just passed through the 6th Leaf World. Perhaps. As a Flying Heaven warrior, to slay a demigod. That's the legend of the favored son of heaven circulated by countless civilizations. Passing through the Star Realm Gateway. Half a month later, Li Yuan returned to Bright Moon Base, half a month sooner than he had anticipated for his training. Above the base, high in the sky, 10 Fourth Order battleships had been waiting for a long time. Inside one of the battleships, there were 10 figures, either Flying Heaven warriors or True Intent Prime warriors, all waiting quietly. Besides them, there were 9 light screens projecting in different parts of the conference room, revealing several figures. Whoosh! A figure shrouded in black battle garment entered. In an instant, over 30 figures in the conference room shifted their gaze simultaneously. Spirit Gun. Spirit Gun is here. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had all received the orders and knew that Spirit Gun was coming back. Especially those who had seen Spirit Gun before. At this moment, they felt that he had undergone some mysterious changes. Luo Chan, Tavares. Li Yuan looked toward the two. In this battle, Li Yuan was the main force. Luo Chan and Tavares were in charge of commanding the many warships. Spirit Gun, 10 battleships have already converged. Luo Chan said. Besides, on the other 9 battleships, each has 2 Flying Heaven level combatants for support. On our main battle vessel, there are 10 Flying Heaven combatants. Of course, that doesn't include you, Luo Chan added. So that's 10 battleships, with 28 Flying Heaven level combatants? Li Yuan said. Is the base's reserve force sufficient? With so many forces moving out, the guard force at Bright Moon Base would be unprecedentedly weakened. It's enough, Tavares said. If we leave too many behind, our attack force won't be sufficient. We hope to strike at Ming Mountain and force the Mingshu Beast clan to give up the passageway, otherwise there's no hope. The other powerhouses all nodded, clearly sharing a similar sentiment. No need, Li Yuan pondered, leave 2 battleships behind, 8 will be enough. 8? Is that too few? The powerhouses were somewhat hesitant. Li Yuan didn't explain further. According to Fang Hai's orders, if he could avoid exposing his strength for the time being, he would. All right. As per the demigod's command, we'll listen to you, Luo Chan agreed. Then we'll leave 2 battleships at the base. Depart, soon. 8 battleships tore through the vast sky, rapidly heading towards Ming Mountain. Not far from the Bright Moon base, on the Great Land. Many hidden second-rank exotic beasts were looking up at the 8 battleships streaking across the void. The 7-star civilization has made a move. 8 battleships have already come killing this way. They'll reach Ming Mountain in at most 4 hours. The high-ranking members of the Mingshu Beast clan swiftly received the news from tens of thousands of miles away. The Mingshu Beast clan was far inferior to the 7-star civilization and Tinliang civilization in terms of technology. But the exotic beast tribes that spread throughout the Star Realm were the best inquiry means. They also had some special communication methods. The 7-star civilization is moving. The target isn't us. It should be the Mingshu Beast clan. They've delayed so many days, they're finally acting. Our top genius has already killed his way into the treasure land. The intelligence department of the Tinliang civilization received the message an hour later. Inside the fast-moving battleship. That is to say, the Mingshu Beast clan has actually chosen to back down, wanting to cede tens of thousands of kilometers of territory to our 2 civilizations in exchange for peace. Li Yuan listened with interest to Luo Chan's story. Yes. From many signs, the Mingshu Beast clan is actually very fearful of our 2 civilizations, and they don't want to completely fall out with us, Luo Chan said. It's just that they have no way out, so once we touch their bottom line, they will act extremely crazily. 10 days ago, the Tinliang civilization's assault on Ming Mountain gave them a huge shock. According to intelligence reports, Luo Chan said, it seems that the flying heaven beast kings under the command of the 3 great beast emperors have all converged near the lair of the heavenly serpent beast emperor. Li Yuan nodded slightly. If the roles were reversed, if he belonged to the Mingshu Beast clan, he probably would also act this crazily. But Li Yuan had little pity in his heart. Racial conflicts left no room to sympathize with others. What was the outcome of that battle? Li Yuan asked. According to the information we've gathered from our inquiry, they had a very fierce skirmish. Ultimately, the Tinliang civilization withdrew from Ming Mountain, Tavares said. However, it appears that the 3 great beast emperors did not take action. We suspect that the 3 great beast emperors are not at Ming Mountain, but in what they call the Divine Land. Li Yuan nodded slightly, having been attacked by the Tinliang civilization right up to their lair on Ming Mountain. If the 3 great beast emperors were still there, the chances of them not engaging would be very slim. There has been no news from Yu Jing. It's very likely that he has broken into the Divine Land, Tavares said. The so-called Divine Land of the Mingshu Beast clan is probably where the treasure on Ming Mountain is located. Li Yuan listened as Tavares explained the latest situation. Yu Jing. No news for a month. If not for the 7-star civilization having a special way to confirm life and death, they probably would have declared him dead long ago. The Mingshu Star Realm is only so big, no news from Yu Jing means he most likely fell into some mysterious place. Spirit Gun, Luo Chan spoke softly. Shall we first go to Zone 67 on the periphery of Ming Mountain, or? No. Directly strike at Ming Mountain, Li Yuan said quietly. Let's take the opportunity while the 3 great beast emperors are away, to seize all intelligence from the Mingshu Beast clan. If the 3 great beast emperors were at Ming Mountain, then Li Yuan would change his plan. Since it's highly likely they're not there, naturally, he wouldn't be courteous. Although the 3 great beast emperors are not there, there's still a large group of remaining flying heaven beast kings. There are dozens in the mid-stage of flying heaven, Tavares couldn't help saying. I'll hold them off, said Li Yuan with a faint smile. This confidence startled the surrounding powerhouses. They only knew that the spirit gun had been in retreat for cultivation, but how strong was it, exactly? It was a mystery. Moreover, Li Yuan paused, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. It's time to avenge Minong. Tavares's eyes burst forth with a ray of light. Over 3 hours later, the 8 swiftly advancing warships were gradually closing in on Ming Mountain. From tens of thousands of miles away, Ming Mountain didn't seem too massive. But now, it looked like a mountain that could hold up the sky, blocking out the sun, its countless green-covered mountains and rivers resembling another strange world. Suddenly. Not good. Luo Chan's face changed abruptly. The warship has detected an extremely powerful life force approaching. It's the Flying Heaven Beast Kings. Many Flying Heaven Beast Kings are converging. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 warships simultaneously halted in the high sky, followed by the appearance of a huge projection screen. It was a scene from hundreds of miles away, as fourth-order battleships, sensing within several hundred miles was effortless. The projection showed a dense mass of enormous figures. All were Flying Heaven Beast Kings. 60, 80, 150, 300. Preliminary inquiry by the warship has detected 326 figures, Luo Chan said, staring intently, her voice changing slightly. All are Flying Heaven Beast Kings. Kai Yen Beast King. He Guang Beast King. Southern Bear Beast King. Tian He Beast King. According to the information we have, there are 8 top-tier Beast Kings, suspected to be of the 34th level. All have come. Luo Chan almost cried out. Inside the conference room, there was utter silence, and everyone felt a wave of chills down their spine. There were too many. Even with 8 fourth-order battleships gathered, they did not feel safe. The number was astonishing. According to the intelligence they had, when the Tinliang civilization's army had previously attacked Ming Mountain, they had not encountered such a terrifying array. It seems that the Mingshu Beast clan has suffered from dispersing their strength against the Tinliang civilization, Li Yuan said, smiling. That's why they've deliberately focused their aerial combat forces. Everyone couldn't help but look at Li Yuan. At a time like this, could the spirit gun still manage to smile? It's better that they've concentrated, said Li Yuan with a smile. It saves us the trouble of having to go find them. Luo Chan, Tavares, Zhang Zai, and the others were increasingly astonished. To the spirit gun, the approach of a few hundred Flying Heaven Beast Kings was a good thing? Exit the warships, Li Yuan said, right here. With the green hills and clear waters, it's a feng shui treasure spot to bury them. Boom, the hatch opened. Li Yuan flew out first, the other powerhouses exchanged glances. Despite a touch of fear in their hearts, they all followed suit and flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 fourth-order battleships formed a defensive system in the void of space, and 25 figures stood in the void, quietly waiting for the army of Flying Heaven Beast Kings to arrive. Li Yuan stood at the forefront of the entire army. With their vision, 100 miles was completely clear to see. Human warships. Spirit gun. They're not retreating. Kai Yen Beast King, Tian He Beast King, and the other Flying Heaven Beast Kings had also long seen the scene within nearly 100 miles. The 8 fourth-order battleships were quite conspicuous. Only tens of seconds later. Boom, boom, boom. The mighty army of Flying Heaven Beast Kings had spread out, stopping about 10 kilometers away from the warships in the void. They spaced themselves far apart, ensuring that the main cannon of the warship wouldn't hit 2 of them. The main cannon of a fourth-order battleship was extremely powerful, and a direct hit would mean certain death for any Beast King, though the cannon took a very long time to charge. Facing such a large army of Flying Heaven Beast Kings, most human martial artists felt the pressure. 7 stars humans. Spirit gun, do you really want to start a war? A robust voice echoed through the vast sky. A massive black flying serpent emerged from the beast horde, its narrow and cold eyes fixed on Li Yuan. For a moment, both the hundreds of Flying Heaven Beast Kings and the numerous human martial artists turned their attention to Li Yuan. He Guang Beast King. Li Yuan spoke with an indifferent voice. If you do not wish to start a war, that is also fine. Then, hand over all the information about Divine Land and clear the entrance, allowing us free access in and out. Li Yuan spoke slowly. Impossible. Greedy humans. They deserve to die. The Kai Yen Beast King, the Southern Bear Beast King, the Tian He Beast King, and other top Beast Kings all roared angrily. They were both shocked that the secrets of the Divine Land had been completely revealed, and filled with anger and a trace of fear. "Spirit Gun, if you retreat now," He Guang Beast King said somberly, making one last effort. He did not want to start a war. "You do not agree?" Li Yuan looked down and shook his head, then suddenly raised it again, his eyes bursting with a cold murderous intent. "Then go to hell. Kill." Boom. In an instant, Li Yuan transformed into a terrifying streak of light and lunged directly at He Guang Beast King. Almost at the same time, a cold voice resounded in the minds of all human martial artists. "Stay in place, protect the warship." Whir. 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 Accompanying Li Yuan's command, the 8 warship's main cannons that had been ready to fire unleashed their power simultaneously. 8 dazzling beams of light instantly streaked across the sky, each targeting a different flying heaven beast king. Too fast. Silent and sudden. Even though the flying heaven beast kings had been on alert and continuously moving, 3 of them weren't quick enough to dodge and got their heads pierced, dead. The void fell silent for an instant, the next second. Kill. Annihilate these humans. Kill. Watching this scene unfold, the remaining hundreds of flying heaven beast kings first froze, then a surge of uncontrollable anger and killing intent welled up inside them. Booming noises echoed as nearly all of the flying heaven beast kings instantly transformed into dazzling streaks of light, some howling as they charged toward the human warships, others frantically attacking Li Yuan. Their hearts were filled with endless fury. "It's you who's seeking death." He Guang Beast King led the charge at the forefront, his heart also full of killing intent, lunging directly towards Li Yuan. Whoosh! The Kai Yen Beast King followed closely behind, his body ablaze with flames, like a war god incarnate. He Guang Beast King. Li Yuan was the fastest, bursting forth in an instant, utilizing the all-things divine body to transform into a 5-meter-tall figure holding a long spear, approaching He Guang Beast King like a bolt of lightning. 10 kilometers. They drew close within seconds. Roar! The He Guang Beast King roared, huge wings obscuring the sunlight, opened its gaping maw and viciously lunged. Whiz! In the brief moment of near contact, Li Yuan used Wind Feather, his speed skyrocketing once again, becoming a streak of yellow light charging toward the gaping maw. Immediately afterward, he swung the long spear. A dazzling thread emerged between heaven and earth, lingering for a long time. The spear light soared across a kilometer of the vast sky, seemingly slicing through heaven and earth. Boom! The He Guang Beast King's head exploded in an instant, blood raining down from the sky, as Li Yuan's spear had pierced straight through its head. He Guang Beast King, level 34. Dead. A spear thrust. The top beast king of the Mingshu beast clan, renowned for over 100 years, He Guang, fell. What, am I seeing things? Is that He Guang Beast King, killed in an instant? Even if the 3 great beast emperors came, they might not be able to do that. The several hundred beast kings who hadn't yet joined the attack were completely stunned at this sight. You should know, after fermenting for half a month, the name of the spirit gun had already spread throughout the high levels of the Mingshu beast clan, and nearly all flying heaven beast kings knew that within the 7-star human civilization, there was an extremely terrifying second-rank life spirit gun, who could contend with the Kai Yen Beast King. The Kai Yen Beast King was the unanimously recognized strongest below the 3 great beast emperors. But the several hundred flying heaven beast kings never imagined that even though they had highly estimated spirit gun, they still underestimated him. A spear thrust, and the He Guang Beast King, on par with the Kai Yen Beast King, was dead. He Guang. The Kai Yen Beast King was also somewhat dumbfounded. It's only been a little over a month. How could his strength have surged so much? In my perception, he was clearly a second-rank life. Was he toying with me on purpose last time? Or has he broken through to flying heaven? The Kai Yen Beast King's mind raced with numerous thoughts, but more than that, there was a tinge of fear. Because other flying heaven beast kings might think Spirit Gun has reached the level of Beast Emperor, but only a top-tier beast king like Kai Yen understood. Beast Emperor. A Beast Emperor couldn't kill He Guang Beast King with one move. Spirit Gun. This is an existence that transcends Beast Emperors. This Spirit Gun My heavens, Luo Chan, Tavares, Zhang Zai, and other human martial artists on the 8 distant battleships, standing by in strict formation, already prepared for a desperate fight, were also somewhat dumbfounded. Almost in an instant, they all remembered the casual voice of Spirit Gun just now on the battleship. Here with the green mountains and clear waters, it is a feng shui treasure land to bury them in. At the time, none of them believed Spirit Gun. After all, no matter how amazing Spirit Gun's performance had been before, he was always just a prime warrior. When Li Yuan told them, stay in place to protect the battleship, many even felt that Spirit Gun was being too arrogant and conceited, although they didn't dare to say it out loud. But now? Is he really a prime warrior? Li Yang was inwardly shocked. Can a prime warrior be this strong? Even if it's Li Yuan, after 10 more years of training, he probably won't catch up to Spirit Gun. Li Yang had always thought that Li Yuan would surpass Spirit Gun in achievements, but now he was no longer sure. This Spirit Gun is really Li Yuan. The only one who knew the truth, Luo Chan, was the most shocked. He's only 20 years old. Luo Chan knew that after today's battle, the name, Spirit Gun, would likely be known to many foreign civilizations. But if the news that Spirit Gun is only 20 years old gets out, that would truly be earth-shattering. This spear thrust had baffled all the powerful individuals in both camps, with only Li Yuan the calmest. A contender with only a 3rd-grade inferior battle garment, who hasn't cultivated the body-refining star technique, a level 34 powerhouse, dares to open its huge mouth to bite me? Li Yuan's speed did not slow down at all as he pounced towards another flying heaven beast king. He Guang Beast King had a great reputation, but as a kinsman of the heavenly serpent beast emperor, he was known for his speed among the various factions of the Mingshu beast clan. When it came to frontal fighting, he was weaker among the 8 top-tier beast kings. In Li Yuan's eyes, He Guang Beast King was about equivalent to a typical level 33 human martial artist. If He Guang Beast King had focused on entangling combat and guarding his vital points, Li Yuan would have probably needed a few more moves to take him down, but he delivered his head right to the Black Chen spear. One should know, Li Yuan considered himself to have reached the baseline of the Flying Heaven Peak, on par with level 35 Flying Heaven warriors of the 7 Stars civilization. Several hundred Flying Heaven Beast Kings. Most of them are just at level 30, level 31. Li Yuan had Divine Palace Inquiry. With one glance he knew whether these Flying Heaven Beast Kings were a threat to him or not. Whoosh! Before the long spear arrived, a dazzling spear light spanned 100 meters of the vast sky, piercing through the head of another Flying Heaven Beast King. Fallen. Without mastery of true intent, at Flying Heaven level, killing is too easy. Origin power at Flying Heaven level draws upon the power of heaven and earth. It simply cannot block my long spear. Li Yuan thought to himself, no wonder, back then the principal from a kilometer away, invoked the law with a single thought, killing that Flying Heaven level alien race assassin. To kill He Guang Beast King, he still had to get close. But to kill an ordinary Flying Heaven Beast King, whether you concentrate true intent or not, the strength will have an earth-shattering change. The ordinary Flying Heaven Beast Kings, let alone withstand the Black Chen spear, couldn't even block a single spear light from Li Yuan. Annihilate. Li Yuan swept with another spear. A terrifying spear light slashed across the vast sky, first piercing through the head of a Flying Heaven Beast King and immediately striking another Flying Heaven Beast King's body, critically injuring it. With one spear, one died and another was injured. For killing a Flying Heaven level powerhouse, spiritual awakening level goes up by only 0.1%, truly tough, Li Yuan thought to himself. During his previous clash with the Kai Yen Beast King, he noticed the 2 changes after the spiritual awakening level reached 50%. First, killing first-rank and second-rank alien races no longer provided spiritual nourishment. Second, it seemed that killing a Flying Heaven level being only increased by 0.1%. At this rate, I need to kill at least 100 of them to advance to 60%. Li Yuan thought to himself, what about in the future, when the upper limit of spiritual awakening breaks through 75%? This is forcing me to kill demigods in the future. Slaughter, continue. Li Yuan's speed was astonishing as he went on a rampage against these flying heaven beast kings. The great battle continued. The 8 Fourth Order battleships, after charging their main cannons, were also continuously firing, killing flying heaven beast kings one after another. At the same time, many flying heaven beast kings also attacked the battleships, immediately engaging in combat with Tavares, Luo Chan, and others. However, the brightest and most ferocious battle on the entire battlefield was still in the region where Li Yuan was. After the He Guang Beast King and several other Beast Kings fell in succession. Other flying heaven Beast Kings, though shaken with fury and horror, immediately fell into despair. They all knew there was no way out. If they retreated today, then the Mingshu Beast clan would never recover. Their only path lay in one word: kill. Kill their way out. For their clan, for freedom, they strove to carve a path to survival. Kill. We must kill Spirit Gun. If we don't kill him, our Mingshu Beast clan will surely perish. Perhaps he has used some secret treasure, which is why his strength is so formidable. He's only a second-rank life. No matter how strong his attack, his bodily defense must definitely be weak. As long as we can hit him, he will certainly get injured, even to the point of death. Let's go for it. Fight with all we've got. Kill. Hundreds of flying heaven beast kings, like moths to a flame, furiously launched their most frenzied attack on Li Yuan in the void. This was, undoubtedly, the most tragic scene in the thousands of years of the Mingshu Beast clan. And Li Yuan, too, erupted completely. Boom, boom, boom. Whether it was the howling cold ice, the overwhelming flames, the gigantic wings whistling, or the claws striking violently. Or the collaboration of several flying heaven beast kings trying to block all space and completely trap Li Yuan at the center. For the fate of their clan, these flying heaven beast kings gambled with their own lives. But reality told these flying heaven beast kings, it was all in vain. Boom. Li Yuan's domain exploded first. Having trained in the all things divine body, his origin power also underwent a transformation. Even without practicing domain star techniques, by invoking the mysteries of the wind and earth true intent, the domain he formed was terrifying in its might. Boom, boom, boom. Li Yuan's domain, bearing countless attacks, contended with the flame domain of the Kai Yen Beast King, without falling behind in the slightest. The enormous scope of the domain limited the attacks from other flying heaven beast kings on Li Yuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Li Yuan didn't use phantom body, but relying on wind feather, he could burst forth with a speed nearly 8 times the speed of sound, surpassing any flying heaven beast king. His figure was like a ghost, dodging the continuous combined attacks from a large number of flying heaven beast kings. No flying heaven beast king could keep up with his flight trajectory. All attempts to surround him seemed futile. Then, it was a slaughter. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Spear light after spear light streaked across the vast sky, breathtakingly beautiful. Every flash of spear light meant the fall of a flying heaven beast king. Boom, boom, boom. The massive bodies of flying heaven beast kings fell, shaking the earth, collapsing mountains and rivers. These flying heaven beast kings, most of whom were leaders of their respective clans, were no more than fodder before Li Yuan, merely one more spear thrust, or one less. The Southern Bear Beast King is dead. Tianhe Beast King is dead. Shadowless Beast King is dead. One by one, the well-known top Beast Kings of the Mingshu world fell. These powerful Beast Kings' frenzied attacks did indeed pose a minor threat to Li Yuan. But it was just a minor threat and simply caused Li Yuan to thrust a few more times with his spear. Suddenly, die! A roar thundered across heaven and earth. Boom! A terrifying fiery giant palm, filled with endless rage, fiercely struck Li Yuan. It was the Kai Yen Beast King. This Beast King, acknowledged as the most powerful beneath the Beast Emperors, in desperation and on the verge of death against Li Yuan's pressure, actually took that critical step, reaching the intermediate rank of true intent. The Kai Yen Beast King broke through. The breakthrough in technique instantly boosted the power of his attack, especially the speed, catching the previously at ease Li Yuan off guard and landing him a slap. Pung! Li Yuan was sent flying backward. The force behind that slap was incredibly terrifying. Ha ha ha. Impressive. Li Yuan flew backward for over 100 meters, his laughter echoing through the heavens and the earth. Kai Yan, you actually managed to injure me, impressive. Despair. Not just the Kai Yan Beast King, but also the other flying heaven beast kings who witnessed this scene completely despaired. Struck by the Kai Yan Beast King post-breakthrough, Spirit Gun was only injured. And looking at Spirit Gun's condition, where did he seem wounded? They didn't know that after Li Yuan activated the Starry Coat with flying heaven-level origin power, his defense was so strong that even standing still and taking a direct hit from a fourth-order battleship's main cannon might not bring him down. Just considering the ability to survive, Li Yuan was quite formidable even among the flying heaven peak. Kai Yan. It's my turn. Li Yuan streaked across as a beam of light, howling towards the Kai Yan Beast King. To Li Yuan's eyes, none of the other flying heaven beast kings posed as great a threat as the Kai Yan Beast King. Given the Kai Yan Beast King's talent, once he lets his origin power break through to level 35, he might surpass even the three great beast emperors. Kill. The Kai Yan Beast King also roared, his body rapidly shrinking to only 10 meters tall, his flame domain quickly diminishing as well. Boom, boom, boom. Domains collided, and this time Li Yuan's domain was at an absolute disadvantage, constantly being pressured and dispersed. Not having practiced domain star techniques, the gap in skills has not narrowed, there's also a gap in origin power. It came as no surprise to Li Yuan that his domain fell to the disadvantage. Actually, when selecting the fourth star technique, Li Yuan hesitated. If he chose a domain star technique, it would be more beneficial for straightforward battles, and also for binding enemies in group fights. But the escaping method star technique was more beneficial for survival. In the end, Li Yuan chose the latter. Shik. The Black Chen spear struck, effortlessly piercing through the flame domain, its power formidable. Die. The downsized Kai Yan Beast King roared, making a fist with 5 fingers, invoking the fire true intent to cover his fist, and striking head-on at the fearsome spear thrust. The two terrifying forces collided. Pung! The collision of the true intent origin power was so extreme that the air seemed to be rapidly compressed, like a nuclear explosion, as the horrible shockwaves surged in all directions. The mountains and rivers below for kilometers around collapsed, nearly turning into a flat wasteland of ruins. Kai, the Black Chen spear had viciously stabbed into that hard fist, piercing through the surface of the battle garment and entering the stony bone fingers. So hard, Li Yuan frowned as he executed his second spear thrust. I've shrunk my body and have a battle garment protecting me, yet even my strongest fist can barely withstand it. The Kai Yan Beast King felt a chill in his heart, truly sensing the sharpness of the seemingly unimpressive black long spear. Its penetrative power was too terrifying. Pung, pung, pung. In a series of terrifying clashes, Li Yuan's spear technique was all blocked by the Kai Yan Beast King. This battle was like a replica of their last one, just as the other flying heaven beast kings thought they saw hope. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Li Yuan moved and instantly revealed 6 phantom bodies within the layered domains. Shadow Domain. Li Yuan finally executed this ultimate move, but he still didn't use the 6 paths illusionary body from the 7th layer star technique, which was his last trump card. It was not necessary to expose it against a single Kai Yan Beast King. Who? 6 Li Yuans erupted simultaneously, stunning the other flying heaven beast kings who couldn't distinguish which was the real one, and at the same time, Li Yuan cornered the Kai Yan Beast King into a desperate situation. Divine Fist unleashed. Shaking the heavens. The Kai Yan Beast King could block one attack from Li Yuan's phantom, but couldn't keep it up forever. Pooh! The Black Chen spear suddenly thrust straight, piercing the Kai Yan Beast King's chest. Poochie! The battle garment was penetrated. Boom! The terrifying might contained within the long spear erupted, instantly causing the layers of rock to burst open. One spear thrust had seriously injured the Kai Yan Beast King. Who? With a mix of shock and rage, the Kai Yan Beast King finally retreated, trying to escape, but in front of Li Yuan, who had executed the shadow domain and the star technique. Windfeather, where could he flee? He was injured time and again by the Black Chen spear. The Kai Yen Beast King felt death drawing near. Escape. Escape now. Until the spirit gun leaves the Mingshu world, don't you dare show yourselves. Get as far away as possible. The voice of the Kai Yen Beast King echoed in the minds of the more than 200 surviving Beast Kings. The voice filled with despair and rage. As long as we live, there's hope for our Mingshu Beast clan. There's hope. Slit. Again, 6 long spears struck, and the one true Black Chen spear avoided the divine fist, piercing the back of the Kai Yen Beast King, causing his injuries to worsen. Kill. Spirit gun. Come fight. The Kai Yen Beast King roared out, void of despair in his eyes, now filled with a madness that accepted death. He understood he couldn't escape. The spirit gun would never let him, this great threat, go. But he would use his life to buy time for the other flying heaven beast kings, to gain a chance at survival. To strive for some hope for the Mingshu beast clan. Escape. Go. Many of the surviving flying heaven beast kings gave out grief-stricken roars, unable to bear witnessing the Kai Yen Beast King's fall, but they also understood that continuing to fight was pointless, and they began to flee in all directions. Who? Li Yuan's eyes were cold, disregarding the other flying heaven beast kings and focusing solely on attacking the Kai Yen Beast King. In Li Yuan's eyes, the threat posed by all the other flying heaven beast kings combined did not match that of the Kai Yen Beast King alone. Once the Kai Yen Beast King had time to practice the body refining star technique and accumulate power for a period, Li Yuan admitted to himself that he would probably have to flee in panic. Whoosh! With the 36th strike of his spear, the body of the Kai Yen Beast King finally couldn't withstand the continuous assault and exploded with a bang. Its origin pill shattered, leaving him powerless to fight again. But his head was still intact. Suppress! With a command of his domain, Li Yuan thrust his spear into the head of the Kai Yen Beast King following the wound. Splurch! The Kai Yen Beast King's head completely disintegrated from the inside and died. Kai Yen is dead. Escape. As long as we survive, as long as we're alive. That spirit gun will sooner or later leave our world, and as long as we live, we can take revenge on the 7 stars human civilization. The flying heaven beast kings fleeing dozens of kilometers away thought, filled with grief and anger. They could only watch helplessly as the newly advanced Kai Yen Beast King died. They're all fleeing? Li Yuan's gaze swept through the void. All the flying heaven beast kings were frantically escaping, and not a single beast king dared to stay and attack the warship anymore. Everyone began to retreat. For a moment, the entire void seemed to quiet down, and Tavares, Luo Chan, and others who had just finished their battles in the distant cosmos held their breath as they watched this scene. In the void, stood the figure in black, holding a long spear like a war god. The ground had turned into a wasteland from the successive clashes, with only the carcasses of numerous flying heaven beast kings left behind. The shock in the hearts of these human martial artists was beyond words. Nearly 300 flying heaven powerhouses besieged one prime warrior, and in the end, over 100 flying heaven powerhouses perished. Over 100. Though these flying heaven beast kings may be weak and possess neither good weapons nor star techniques, they were still genuine sky-flying level lives, and some were as powerful as the Kai Yen Beast King. And even though the spirit gun was extremely powerful, it was, after all, only a prime warrior. This battle was definitely a miracle. Not just a miracle of the 7-star civilization, but even if placed amongst the many foreign civilizations, Tavares and Li Yong believed it would surely be considered a legendary feat, worthy of being passed down for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Escape? Pursue them. Li Yuan did not immerse himself in the joy of victory. After assessing the situation on the battlefield, he gave orders to Tavares, Luo Chan, and the others. Although in the fierce battle just now, Li Yuan had killed 6 of the top 8 beast kings and slaughtered more than 100 flying heaven beast kings. But there were more who had fled. Li Yuan was clear that, after this battle, these flying heaven beast kings would definitely not dare to gather again, but they would probably continue to hide, and their hatred for the 7-star civilization was profound. Every day I stay in the Mingshu Star Realm, these beast kings will hide away, not daring to show themselves. But how long can I remain in the Mingshu Star Realm? 3 years, 10 years, sooner or later, I will have to leave. Therefore, killing one more now will reduce the future threat to the 7-star civilization. Exterminating them all is the correct approach. Kill. 4 warships form a group. Ensure your own safety and strive to pursue and annihilate the enemy. Tavares and Luo Chan immediately followed Li Yuan's orders and split off with the warships to hunt down their prey. Boom! Li Yuan was the fastest, directly charging towards the large group of flying heaven beast kings fleeing towards Ming Mountain. In just tens of seconds, he caught up with them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Spear light slashed in all directions, and one after another, the flying heaven beast kings fell. Seeing this, the other flying heaven beast kings fled even more frantically, with many diving into lakes and burrowing into the earth, trying to throw off Li Yuan and the other human martial artists completely. A quarter of an hour later, after a mad pursuit and slaughter of over 50 flying heaven beast kings, Li Yuan completely lost track of the others. On the vast land, scenes of the aftermath of the great battle were everywhere. Let's go! Li Yuan stepped on the head of a giant 4-hoofed exotic beast covered in purple scales and flew back to where the battle had initially erupted. In the void, rumble, 8 Fourth Order warships reconvened. Tavares, Luo Chan, and the others, having chased their targets to no avail, returned one by one. Spirit gun. Spirit gun. Respect filled the eyes of Tavares, Luo Chan, and Li Yong as they looked on. They too saw the massive 4-hoofed exotic beast beneath Li Yuan's feet, its limbs severed and half of its head sliced off. Thunder Ray Beast King? One of the top 3 beast kings under the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, the Thunder Ray Beast King? As this? A surrender? Li Yong, and Yongya, and the others showed shock in their eyes. Only Luo Chan and Tavares were somewhat calmer, as if they had anticipated this scene. Spirit gun. Esteemed human sirs. The heavily injured Thunder Ray Beast King spoke with a hint of terror. I have always been providing you with information. I truly wish to cooperate with the great 7-star civilization and would willingly serve it forever. Thunder Ray. Stop your pretense. Tavares sneered. You traded with us in secret simply to gain some cultivation resources, and we haven't given you few. If you truly wished to submit, why didn't you surrender just now? During the battle, you didn't hold back at all. Luo Chan said with a cold laugh. The other human martial artists suddenly understood. The Thunder Ray Beast King, it seems, was one of the 7-star civilization's sources of intelligence from the Mingshu Beast clan. In a sense, the Thunder Ray Beast King was a beast trader. However, it survived to the end, while the other top beast kings all perished in battle. Thunder Ray. I know you wish to cooperate with us. Li Yuan said coldly. As long as you tell me everything you know, I will not kill you. Otherwise, you should understand, I could have killed you just now. Out of the 8 top beast kings, only the Thunder Ray Beast King was spared by Li Yuan. The beast understands. The Thunder Ray Beast King nodded continuously. Having chosen to submit in order to stay alive, it naturally had no more bottom lines. I ask you, where are the 3 great beast emperors now? Where is the entrance to your divine land? Li Yuan asked directly. Also, a human martial artist from my 7-star civilization went missing in Ming Mountain. Do you know where? Furthermore, the last time the Tinliang civilization invaded Ming Mountain, what agreement did you reach with them? Li Yuan asked all in one breath. The 3 great beast emperors should all be in the divine land, the Thunder Luminance Beast King quickly said, sensing the killing intent from Li Yuan. Now that he had been seriously injured, he had no bargaining chips. Should? Li Yuan frowned. The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor will not inform me of his whereabouts, the Thunder Luminance Beast King continued to explain, under the command of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor. I am far less trusted than Kai Yen and He Guang. Many secrets of the divine land are known to them, but the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor does not tell me anything. As for the other 2 beast emperors, I know even less. Luo Chan and Tavares both nodded at Li Yuan, gesturing that what the Thunder Luminance Beast King said was true. If he were trusted, the Thunder Luminance Beast King wouldn't have allied with the Seven-Star Civilization so quickly. As for the entrance to the Divine Land, I only know of one place, which is what you call the 67th area on the outskirts of Ming Mountain. There are always a large number of Flying Heaven Beast Kings guarding there, the Thunder Luminance Beast King said somberly, are Mingshu Beast Clan's Flying Heaven Beast Kings. Once they reach the Flying Heaven level, they can enter through that entrance, pass certain rank assessments, and after completing the contract ceremony to become so-called ordinary soldiers, they can obtain a star technique and 1 to 2 third-order weapons. If they can become higher-ranked soldiers, it seems there are many special weapons and treasures, but most Beast Kings can't achieve this. Star technique? Weapons? Luo Chan and Tavares flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Only Li Yuan remained calm, for he had received many pieces of information successively gifted by Dongfang Ji and Fang Hai. In terms of understanding Ming Mountain, no human martial artist present could surpass him. Ming Mountain was most likely a fallen, divine-class mothership. You should be able to see that most of our Flying Heaven Beast Kings have cultivated a star technique, the Thunder Luminance Beast King said with a wry smile. We can't create star techniques. We obtain them from the Divine Land, and the same goes for the weapons. Our Mingshu Beast Clan's knowledge of cultivation is all derived from the Divine Land, the Thunder Luminance Beast King spoke freely, no longer keeping anything back. He was well aware that even if he remained silent, it wouldn't take long for the Seven-Star Civilization to figure everything out. That human martial artist you're referring to is the one who passed the assessments along that entrance and truly entered the Divine Land, the Thunder Luminance Beast King said. What assessment? Li Yuan asked. The military rank assessment, the Thunder Luminance Beast King answered. Most of us Flying Heaven Beast Kings can only become the so-called ordinary soldiers. According to the Beast King, if one has sufficient strength and potential, there is hope of becoming an elite soldier and entering the Divine Land. But the Kai Yen Beast King has always failed to do so. Not to mention the other Flying Heaven Beast Kings. However, that human martial artist managed it, and it is said he broke into the Divine Land. The Thunder Luminance Beast King shook his head. His strength is probably not even a match for mine. I really don't know why. Li Yuan understood in his heart. Indeed, integrating the information about the mothership provided by the Alliance hierarch, Dongfang Ji. The channel the Thunder Luminance Beast King mentioned was likely a trial area of the mothership. The trials for second and third order lives are different. These Flying Heaven Beast Kings are among the weaker at the Flying Heaven level and cannot pass the trials. But Yu Jing was among the most powerful in the second rank life. The potential is starkly different. It's not just that human martial artist. Not long ago, Tinliang Civilization made a surprise attack, reaching the outskirts of the Heavenly Serpent Lake, said the Thunder Luminance Beast King solemnly. Because it was a surprise attack, we didn't manage to gather so many Flying Heaven Beast Kings. There were only 30 to 40 at that time. Li Yuan nodded slightly. This gathering of the Mingshu Beast Clan was likely due to the setback with Tinliang Civilization. Continue, Li Yuan said. Within Tinliang Civilization, there is also a very fearsome second-rank life, the Thunder Luminance Beast King recalled, then added, of course, that person's strength is far from matching Lord Spirit Gun. Cut the nonsense, Li Yuan frowned. Yes, the Thunder Luminance Beast King nodded rapidly. He, too, was in black and his weapon was a blade. He seems to have comprehended the true meaning of fire. In a fight with the Kai Yen Beast King, he held his ground, preventing the Kai Yen Beast King from getting the better of him. The Kai Yen Beast King couldn't win. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Yuan's eyes. So powerful. You should know, by Li Yuan's estimates, even if Yu Jing before his breakthrough, or Lud Nef had fought the Kai Yen Beast King, there was absolutely no chance of winning. The mysterious powerful individual the Thunder Luminance Beast King mentioned must be the super-talented individual from the Myriad Demons Civilization. Originally, if we were to fight to the death, Tinliang Civilization might not have beaten us, the Thunder Luminance Beast King said gravely, but somehow, the He Guang Beast King suddenly revealed the location of the entrance to them. I suspect that the He Guang Beast King acted upon the Beast Emperor's command, the Thunder Luminance Beast King said, for letting them in. How could the Beast Emperor issue commands after entering the Divine Land? Luo Chan snapped, don't lie to us. It's the Spirit Orb. Each of the 3 great Beast Emperors controls a Spirit Orb, and all of us Flying Heaven Beast Kings have left a trace of a mark within the orbs. With the Spirit Orbs, even if the Beast Emperors are in the Divine Land, as long as we Flying Heaven Beast Kings are near the orbs, we can still communicate with the Beast Kings. The Thunder Luminance Beast King hurriedly explained. Likewise, if we die in battle, the images from just before our deaths can seemingly be transmitted back to the Spirit Orb. This statement changed the expressions of the group of human martial artists present. Such a strange treasure? If that's the case, then the 3 great Beast Emperors must already know of Spirit Gun's strength. However, Li Yuan was quite calm. In the vast universe and the extensive river of dimensions, there are many bizarre treasures. Like the spiritual lamp that Gu let him refine, which is even more magical, able to confirm his life or death even across many planes. If Ming Mountain truly was a fallen divine-class mothership with similar treasures, it wouldn't be strange. Therefore, in the end, the Tinliang civilization retreated. According to the Flying Heaven Beast King guarding the entrance to the Divine Land, those top powerhouses of the Tinliang civilization should have also entered the Divine Land through that entrance, the Raylight Beast King continued. Afterward, to avoid being defeated one by one, hundreds of Flying Heaven Beast Kings under the command of the 3 great Beast Emperors gathered in one place. Until you all arrived. Time passed. Through the account of the Raylight Beast King, Li Yuan and the human martial artists present gained a deeper understanding of the Mingshu Star Realm and the Mingshu Beast Clan. Spirit Gun, sir. Honorable sirs, I have said all I needed to say, the Raylight Beast King said with trepidation, in a low and humble voice. I hope to be spared my life. Luo Chan, Tavares, and the others all looked to Li Yuan. Whether to spare the Raylight Beast King's life was up to Li Yuan's attitude. Raylight. If I hadn't been aware of many details beforehand, I might have been deceived by you, Li Yuan said softly. Your words, 9 truths and 1 falsehood, are indeed formidable. The faces of the human martial artists present changed drastically. Deception? Spirit Gun, sir, I would never dare to deceive you, the Raylight Beast King said, his face flushed with excitement. That Spirit Orb, it's not only capable of communication over short distances but should also be able to communicate over extremely long distances, right? Li Yuan said with a slight smile, looking at the Raylight Beast King. Right now, you must have been continuously communicating with the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, trying every means to lure me to that Divine Land entrance. Finally, the Raylight Beast King's complexion changed. He didn't wait to refute. Even more so, Li Yuan continued. I guess you found the 7-star civilization so quickly, ostensibly providing information about the Mingshu Beast Clan. Probably also on the orders of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, right? To be of use at the critical moment. Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, I'm not wrong, am I? Li Yuan stared at the Raylight Beast King as if staring at the Beast Emperor lurking behind the scenes. Boom! The Raylight Beast King suddenly erupted, his body instantly radiating numerous violent thunderous lights. These bolts of lightning seemed to submerge all the human martial artists present. However, the Raylight Beast King suddenly lashed out, but Li Yuan was prepared, and his speed was even faster. Whoosh! A terrifying spear light struck, piercing through layers of electricity in an instant, penetrating the Raylight Beast Emperor's already battered head. His head exploded, and his body immediately fell powerlessly. The thunderous assault that had just been launched some few dozen meters suddenly diminished in power and was easily blocked by Luo Chan, Tavares, and the others. The Raylight Beast King, dead. Thus, the 8 top Beast Kings of the Mingshu Beast Clan were all slaughtered by Li Yuan alone. The many human martial artists were all shocked as they looked at Li Yuan. Spirit Gun. How did you figure it out? Tavares couldn't help but ask. He was too eager. Logically speaking, to save his life, he should have been as reticent as possible about the secrets he knew. To blurt everything out in one breath leaves him with no value. What is there to ensure his survival? Does he really believe in our promises that much? Li Yuan said, shaking his head. The crowd suddenly understood. Moreover, His lure was too obvious, repeatedly emphasizing that divine land entrance, as if he was hurrying us to venture there. And he deliberately stressed that the Tinliang civilization ventured there as well. The key point is the spirit orb he mentioned. If they can even transmit their dying images back, it's impossible not to be able to communicate within the Mingshu star realm, Li Yuan said softly. So, I had my suspicions and bluffed him. The result was that he couldn't hold back and exposed himself, Li Yuan said. In fact, that so-called spirit orb. After pondering for a long time, it reminded Li Yuan of a treasure called Soul Crystal Ball, mentioned in the information provided by Dongfang Ji, which was a type of wondrous object convenient for a squad's soldiers to contact each other, barely considered a piece of technology. So, the Raylight Beast King was deliberately contacting us earlier? Luo Chan couldn't help but say. Perhaps, but they are all dead now, and there's no need to delve further into it, Li Yuan said, shaking his head. No matter what plans the Mingshu Beast clan had, they have been thoroughly defeated in this battle. The most threatening group of top Beast Kings is all dead. As he spoke, Li Yuan looked down at the ruins below after the great battle, where many Beast King corpses lay, his gaze somewhat complicated. When the battle is completely over, when we have time, we should collect these Beast King corpses again and give them a proper burial. To fight to the death without heed for one's own life, they, too, deserve respect, Li Yuan said slowly. Everyone nodded in agreement. According to the intelligence understood, the Mingshu Beast clan actually came from different clans, who also fought and warred with each other in the past. But facing the onslaught of the Seven-Star Civilization and the Tinliang Civilization, the Beast Kings from these various races united unprecedentedly in one place, fighting bloodily. But this is a civilization war. Li Yuan, Luo Chan, Tavares, and the others, for the power of the Seven-Star Civilization, would not show mercy. On the contrary, they would eradicate all potential threats. Just as on Blue Star, during the era of the evolution of all beings, humans exterminated countless species and grew to become the most intelligent. Now, in the dimensional domain, many civilizations contend for supremacy, and over the past centuries, the numerous invasions faced by the Seven-Star Civilization, even the great extinction once suffered by Feixing. It made Li Yuan, Tavares, and the others realize that if the Seven-Star Civilization didn't seize every opportunity to grow stronger, they would die. Spirit Gun. What should we do now? Luo Chan inquired. Shall we go to Area 67 on the outskirts of Ming Mountain? The others also looked to Li Yuan. No, let's go to the dwellings of the three great beast emperors. Especially the dwelling of the heavenly serpent beast emperor, Li Yuan said solemnly. If there is only one entrance to the divine land in Area 67, wouldn't it be better for the beast emperor to build his lair there and be on constant guard? Besides, if the beast kings under the three great beast emperors are to gather in one place, why must they congregate at the heavenly serpent beast emperor's residence? Li Yuan said. His words enlightened everyone. In reality, Li Yuan was able to think of so much, not because he was smarter than the rest. It was simply because he had access to the most intelligence. Li Yuan, do you suspect that the residence of the heavenly serpent beast emperor is another entrance to the divine land? Tavares couldn't help but ask. We'll know once we get there, Li Yuan said. In any case, we shouldn't head to the divine land entrance in Area 67 for now. It's highly likely there's a beast emperor guarding the entrance on the other side. Although he was not very afraid of the three great beast emperors, Li Yuan still preferred to play it safe. Since they were already behind the Tinliang civilization by so much, there was no rush. Seeking haste sometimes isn't a good thing. Why do the three great beast emperors continue to hide within the divine land without coming out? Li Yong pondered aloud. Like in the recent battle, if the three great beast emperors had been there, we probably would have been defeated miserably. Either they have more important matters to attend to, Luo Chan said, or they can't come out momentarily. There must be a reason. The group nodded in agreement. Let's go, Li Yuan said as he turned into a beam of light, taking flight toward the distant Ming Mountain. Boom. Boom. Many human martial artists then flew into the warship, quickly setting off toward the residence of the heavenly serpent beast emperor. The residences of the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor and the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor were not completely confirmed by the Seven-Star Civilization, only their general locations were known. However, the residence of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, Heavenly Serpent Lake, was clearly marked. As Li Yuan and the others were in motion, deep within Ming Mountain at Heavenly Serpent Lake, the lake roiled massively. Splash! A nearly 90-meter-long Qing-colored flying serpent pierced through the clouds, its claws skimming the surface of the water, rapidly diving into the ancient palace at the center of the lake. Qing Sheng! Qing Sheng! Have you returned? Two flying serpents, one black and one white, flew out from either side of the palace. These two flying heaven-level serpents were responsible for guarding the Beast Emperor's palace on a daily basis. You should already be aware of the battle results, Qing Sheng Beast King said with a pale face. They're all dead. Uncle Kai Yen is dead. He Guang is dead. Tian He, Nan Shang. They're all dead. Among the group of flying heaven beast kings, Qing Sheng Beast King's strength in direct combat was on the weaker side. He was, however, exceptionally skilled in flight. Added to the fact that Li Yuan did not know his identity. Thus, Qing Sheng Beast King had managed to escape with his life and rushed over immediately. We're aware. The Thundershine Beast King also perished in battle just now, the Dark Serpent somberly said. Qing Sheng, hurry inside. The Beast Emperor's projection is waiting for you in the main hall. Qing Sheng Beast King nodded and flew into the main hall, where he saw a massive, sparkling sphere floating in the void of the hall. Below the sphere was a giant projection, distinctly that of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor. Father, Qing Sheng Beast King spoke somberly. Do you remember the orders I gave you before? The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor stared at his offspring. I remember, Qing Sheng Beast King nodded hurriedly. Take the Soul Crystal Ball and stay far away from the warriors of the Seven-Star Civilization and the Tinliang Civilization. And also inform the Tinliang Civilization about the power of the Spirit Gun. On his way back, the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor had already communicated with him, revealing many secrets and instructing him on what to do. The most critical task was to take away the Soul Crystal Ball. However, once it was removed from the palace, the effectiveness of the Soul Crystal Ball would drastically diminish. At least the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor would no longer be able to contact those flying heaven beast kings directly. This palace, paired with the Soul Crystal Ball, had been incredibly challenging to build. If he didn't take it away, it wouldn't be long before the Seven-Star Civilization's army arrived. Father, when can you and the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, and the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor come out? Qing Sheng Beast King asked reluctantly. Several exits have been sealed by those human warriors. Now, the Divine Land is only accessible from the outside, not from within. The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor shook his head, his serpent eyes filled with coldness. We're trying to find a way to kill that human warrior Yu Jing and seize control of the Divine Land. The several geniuses who entered from the Tinliang Civilization are also exceptionally strong. Although we lured and killed a few, the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor was also severely injured. Anyway, you must flee quickly. Also, activate the Origin Power Ray beneath the palace. If we can't ambush the Spirit Gun in that military passage, then lure him into this passage, the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor said coldly. The Divine Land is a great temptation. As long as the top talents from these two civilizations enter, we can gradually kill them. Everything will not be an issue. Yes, Father, Qing Sheng Beast King responded. But his heart was somewhat uneasy. Even his father, together with the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, couldn't kill all the Tinliang Civilization's geniuses. What if an even stronger Spirit Gun entered? What would be the outcome? Hard to say. But at this point, there was no better plan. Shortly after, Qing Sheng Beast King took down the Soul Crystal Ball and swiftly left with the other two flying Serpent Beast Kings. Soon after their departure, rumble, at the edge of the vast Heavenly Serpent Lake, spanning tens of kilometers, the land suddenly collapsed, creating a huge gap, and then a massive amount of water from the lake poured wildly through the gap, crashing down the cliff below. At first glance, it formed a colossal waterfall, and the water level of Heavenly Serpent Lake began to drop rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Deep within Ming Mountain, in a vast hall supported by countless metal pillars, two exotic beasts of enormous size were coiled there, their bodies exuding powerful auras. One of them, A Qing-colored flying serpent surpassing 100 meters in length and covered in scales like a battle garment, had a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn it! Is he really a second-rank life? Can second-rank life be this strong? The heavenly serpent beast emperor growled angrily. According to the training officer, the strongest second-rank life on the mothership back then wasn't this freakishly powerful. Only the most exceptional prodigies from the prime civilizations, cultivating the strongest body-refining star techniques and coupled with extremely high skill comprehension, could theoretically explode with the power of flying heaven peak. The heavenly serpent beast emperor shook his head. Could he have become a flying heaven level? Does he have a special secret treasure that can conceal his aura? Heavenly serpent. A somewhat weak voice sounded, speaking somberly. Now is not the time to fret over this. In fact, you'd better be thankful he isn't at the flying heaven level, because otherwise, his power would rise swiftly, and he'd need to stay in the Mingshu world for a longer time, in which case, we would definitely be doomed. The feeble voice came from a peculiar monster that at first glance resembled an octopus, but its body was covered in a dense array of eyes. It was enough to make one's heart shudder upon seeing it. He was one of the 3 great beast emperors of the Mingshu beast clan, Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. The heavenly serpent beast emperor fell silent upon hearing these words. Thousand Eyes, what should we do? Wang Ling should take on the elite passage. He has a 6-star pulse. Among the 3 of us, he has the most hope, said the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor gravely. As long as he can make it through, he would be able to enter the inner layer, not only to catch Yu Jing, but there's also a chance to gain control of the entire mothership. If we could get control of the mothership, the Mingshu world would still be ours. There was a slight excitement in the voice of the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. Our task is to block the newcomers as much as possible, preventing them from entering the alien god area, and to buy as much time for Wang Ling as possible. They are outsiders, without the bloodline of the prime civilization, and cannot go through the elite assessment. At most, they can only become auxiliary soldiers, said the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. Easier said than done. Those geniuses from the Tinliang civilization before still made it through, didn't they? And they even wounded you. The heavenly serpent beast emperor shook his head. Although this mothership is our turf, those methods left by the alien gods before their deaths also guide these outsiders. For thousands of years, generation after generation of flying heaven beast kings of the Mingshu beast clan attempted to break into the interior of Ming Mountain. Most of them failed. It wasn't until the rise of the 3 great beast emperors that they truly broke into the mothership, learned the ultimate secrets of the Mingshu world, and realized how vast the outside world was. However, their power was still too weak to even touch the core area of the mothership. Within the mothership, there were also those alien god areas. The 3 great beast emperors thought they had enough time to slowly explore and strengthen themselves. Unexpectedly, the Star Realm passageway expanded. 7 Stars Civilization, Tinliang Civilization, all came killing their way over. Do our best, that's all. The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor shook its head when the mothership was defeated in the great battle and fell into this star realm. We were the remaining bloodline of the wreckage, not the true original life of the Mingshu star realm. Let's go. If your plan succeeds, that spirit gun should be coming in through passage number 3. The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor spoke deeply. At this point, the heavenly serpent beast emperor had no better plan, and the 2 beast emperors turned into streaks of light, moving through the vast metallic passages seemingly made for passage by exotic beasts. In the 7-star civilization's main base within the Mingshu star realm, inside an extra-large conference room. What is this? This has been transmitted by the Mingshu beast clan. Spirit gun. The group of true intent prime warriors and flying heaven warriors were shocked as they looked at the scene in the projection. Dressed in black, wielding a long spear, slaughtering one flying heaven beast king after another. Reporting. Prime warrior, flying heaven peak strength. Even in the myriad demons civilization, with a history spanning tens of thousands of years, such an unparalleled genius has never emerged. Such a major event occurring within the star realm meant that the commanders of the Tinliang civilization's main base dared not take anything lightly. Immediately, the commander sent the news and the relevant battle footage to the demigods in the civilization's upper echelons. Above a sea near the Mingshu Star Realm Passage. On Tinliang Star, a super-large warship was hovering. Inside the warship's meeting room, when the images of battle appeared on the giant screen projection, all the flying heaven warriors in the meeting room showed looks of shock, and even the faces of those few demigods changed. A prime warrior, facing hundreds of enemies alone, eventually killed more than 100 flying heaven beast kings, and even that rather powerful Kai Yen Beast King fell under his long spear. Such strength was truly terrifying. A prime warrior can be this strong? It shouldn't be. With sky-soaring pinnacle combat power, his strength is definitely comparable to the peak of flying heaven. How did he do it? 2 months ago, during his battle with the Cloud Beast civilization in the Rob Sea, he was far from this terrifying. Those flying heaven warriors in the meeting room were whispering cautiously to each other, their voices unable to hide their shock. Such a powerful prime warrior was unheard of. They had neither seen nor heard of one before, and there was no record of one in the ancient texts. The few demigods exchanged glances with equally shocked expressions in their eyes. Jin Liang, is this your intelligence? Didn't you say that the spirit gun's strength was not beyond level 34? Yi and Semi-Divine's voice carried a hint of anger. To be able to kill the Kai Yen Beast King, he must be at level 35. Jin Liang, a demigod with a full head of blonde hair and dressed in purple finery, was also somewhat at a loss, shaking his head with a wry smile. Yi and Semi-Divine, if I knew the spirit gun had such strength, would I dare compete with him? Jin Liang the demigod also felt helpless. Who could have foreseen the spirit gun's terrifying power? Compete? Damn. Yi and Semi-Divine's eyes were ice cold. Lu Lei is dead, leaving only Rolbus, Shui Yan, Fu Yuan, and a few others. Up to now, we still do not know how Lu Lei died. Now, the spirit gun has revealed such terrifying strength. He will surely enter the divine land very soon, which is even more dangerous. Thinking of this, Yi and Semi-Divine felt waves of anger. 10 days ago, the Tinliang clan's army attacked Ming Mountain. Before long, they extorted the coordinates of the entrance to the divine land located in the outer area of Ming Mountain, Sector 67. Soon after, Shui Yan led Lu Lei, Rolbus, Fu Yuan, and a group of top geniuses into it, plunging into the interior of the divine land. But after entering the divine land, the Tinliang clan also lost contact with these top geniuses. Fortunately, the Myriad Demons civilization had a special method to confirm whether someone was alive or dead, but soon after, it was shown that Lu Lei had died. Yi, there's no need to worry too much. Jin Liang the demigod spoke solemnly. There are only 2 possibilities for Lu Lei's death. The first is that there is great danger within the divine land, and the second is that they were attacked by the 3 great beast emperors. All of the 3 great beast emperors should be at the sky-soaring pinnacle level. When Lu Lei died, Jin Liang the demigod and Yi and Semi-Divine suspected that the Mingshu Beast clan was playing dirty, but there was no way to confirm it. We already have the 3 great beast emperors. And the spirit gun. His threat is indeed significant, but speaking of true strength, aside from faster speed, his attack capability should be similar to that of the Beast Kings. Even if he enters the divine land, at most it will only make it more dangerous for Shui Yan, Rolbus, Fu Yuan, and the others. Jin Liang the demigod said. Furthermore, the spirit gun killing so many flying heaven beast kings, the 3 great beast emperors are sure to know. He and the 3 great beast emperors are likely to battle each other. There are advantages and disadvantages, Jin Liang the demigod analyzed. Yi and Semi-Divine's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. At this point, all we can do is wait. What I'm worried about now is not just the battle in the Mingshu Star Realm. Yi and Semi-Divine spoke slowly, but the future. The future? Jin Liang the demigod's pupils constricted slightly. The spirit gun, such an exceptional freak, is even more monstrous than Dongfang Ji, Fang Hai. Yi and Semi-Divine said softly. In the future, could he become a god? Once he becomes a god, then the destruction of the 7-star civilization will truly be nearly an unreachable dream. Silence ensued. The demigods all fell into thought. But the flying heaven warriors present didn't have such deep feelings, first because their vision was not wide enough, and second because although the Tinliang civilization and the Seven-Star civilization had been in continuous rivalry, there had never been a war at the demigod level. It was always the Myriad Demons civilization that truly wanted to annihilate the Seven-Star civilization. The Seven-Star civilization is indeed getting stronger. Jin Liang the demigod sighed lightly. In these decades, more and more flying heaven warriors and demigods are being born, and there are many dazzling ones. First came Dongfang Ji. Then Fang Hai rose in the middle, soon there was Li Yuan. And now there comes an even more monstrous spirit gun. All of these have the hope of becoming gods. Just in a span of 100 or 200 years, who knows where so many geniuses have come from? Jin Liang the demigod shook his head. Thinking of this, Dolongqi, go issue the order to increase support for the Mingshu Star Realm's main base, and dispatch all of the Saint Heirs in the civilization. Also send 5 more warships. Jin Liang the demigod ordered. What about the other second-level star realms, third-level star realms? That flying heaven warrior hesitated. Priority goes to supporting the direction of the Mingshu Star Realm. Jin Liang the demigod said solemnly. Understood. As for the news about the battle in the Mingshu Star Realm, Jin Liang the demigod and Yi and semi-divine did not order a ban on its spread. Therefore, among the higher-ups of the Tinliang civilization above the flying heaven level, the news spread quickly. 7-star civilizations, Spirit Gun, as a prime warrior, erupted with the strength of the peak of flying heaven, slaughtering over 100 flying heaven-strong fighters. Similarly, many other foreign civilizations had secret channels within the high echelons of Tinliang, at least with information exchange pathways. Faced with this explosive news, intelligence agents from various civilizations were shocked. A prime warrior? With the strength of sky-soaring pinnacle combat power? This spirit gun, he's too powerful. Who exactly is he? We have no clues about him. If it had been a flying heaven warrior who had cultivated for many years suddenly bursting forth with such combat power, it would be just ordinary intelligence. But if this was accomplished by a prime warrior, then it's defying the heavens. In terms of shock value, it's hardly less than a devastating battle between demigods. This also led to intelligence agents swiftly relaying the news of the spirit gun back to their respective civilizations, especially those bordering the 7-star civilization. With the power of the spirit gun, it could significantly alter the course of most second-level star realms. Cloud Beast Civilization. The highest echelon of demigods convened the Saint Lord meeting immediately. The consciousness of each demigod descended upon that mysterious virtual domain. I believe you've all seen the intelligence regarding the spirit gun. Today's meeting has just 2 items on the agenda. First, is the discussion about whether or not to abandon the Rob Sea and 2 other second-level star realms. The voice of the Black Plow demigod was somber. You should all be clear that facing the attack of the spirit gun, places like the 3 mother nests of beasts in the Rob Sea will have a hard time holding on. Many demigods began to ponder. Speaker, these 3 star realms have been under our management for a long time, and we've invested massive resources. How could we just give them up? A demigod spoke gravely. The battle in the Mingshu Star Realm has not yet concluded. Whether the spirit gun can return alive is still an unknown. Exactly. We're anxious, but the ones who are truly desperate are the Myriad Demons civilization. They will certainly try to kill the spirit gun. Maybe the spirit gun won't even have a chance to attack us before being eliminated by the Myriad Demons civilization. Another demigod chimed in. Clearly, most demigods were not willing to give up just yet. As time passed, and after deliberation, the highest level of the Cloud Beast civilization reached a consensus. If any of the second-level star realms were to be attacked by the spirit gun, the other 2 would immediately begin full retreat. The spirit gun, has he really become so powerful? Wudong Shui demigod sighed inwardly. When he first received the intel on the spirit gun, he was profoundly shocked as well. And at today's Saint Lord meeting, he rarely kept silent. The second item on the agenda is concerning eradicating the spirit gun. Black Plow demigod spoke slowly. The Myriad Demons civilization has just sent us a message, hoping we can join forces to eliminate the spirit gun. Together, to collaborate? The 7-star civilization poses a threat to us, but an even graver threat comes from the Myriad Demons civilization? Cooperating with the myriad demons civilization is akin to asking a tiger for its skin, the many demigods conferred amongst themselves. Engaging in war with the seven-star civilization didn't necessarily mean that they were allies with the myriad demons civilization. Apart from relations like those between the myriad demons civilization and the Tinliang civilization, it's rare for different civilizations to have absolute trust. The relationships between different civilizations are extremely complex. Finally, with the strong advocacy of the speaker Black Plow demigod, the higher-ups of the Cloud Beast civilization agreed with reluctance to utilize their intelligence network to the fullest, searching for any trace of the spirit gun, and if necessary, passing the information on to the myriad demons civilization. Although they were not keen on cooperating with the myriad demons civilization, the Cloud Beast civilization's higher-ups were more eager to kill the spirit gun. Time went on. Not only the Cloud Beast civilization, but even the distant Immortal Ruins civilization began to hear of a supreme genius, Spirit Gun, born within the Seven-Star civilization, with a formidable record of battle. Within the Seven-Star civilization, they no longer kept it a secret either. The news spread rapidly and they even took active measures to promote the dissemination of the information. Mingshu Star Realm, a grand victory, Spirit Gun, in one battle, slew over 100 flying heaven-level beings from an alien race. Just these two pieces of news were enough to send the popularity of the Spirit Gun skyrocketing, quickly reaching the top headlines on the virtual network of the 7 great planets. Martial Divine Star Realm, at the palace atop 7-Star Mountain. This ferocious Spirit Gun, with flying heaven peak strength. When Duanmu Mountain Master received this news, he was somewhat befuddled. With many members of 7-Star Mountain convened in the Mingshu Star Realm, Duanmu Hong naturally paid close attention to the war affairs of the Mingshu Star Realm. With his privileges, he even obtained the battle footage. How did he do it? Even with the foundation of a prime warrior, no secret treasure should enable him to exert such monstrous power, to annihilate a beast king of level 34 in one move. Duanmu Mountain Master looked at the intelligence, slightly bewildered. Is that really Li Yuan? Could I have guessed wrong? It was too monstrous. Suddenly, Duanmu, a calm voice suddenly resounded in his mind. You should have guessed long ago that the Spirit Gun is Li Yuan. Alliance Hierarch. Duanmu Mountain Master's heart jolted. Only the Alliance Hierarch could bypass the palace's defenses and speak directly into his mind. His heart was filled with even greater shock. Previously, he had only conjectured based on various clues. Now, it was confirmed. Warn again each 7-Star Mountain member who knows of this message, they're absolutely not allowed to leak it. Dongfang Ji's voice carried a trace of chill. Anyone who leaks the information will be deemed a traitor to the clan. Yes. Duanmu Mountain Master's heart chilled. He understood the gravity of the situation. A prime warrior displaying flying heaven peak strength was enough to astonish many foreign civilizations. Now, if they were to also learn that the Spirit Gun is only 20 years old, they would likely go mad, and it would be normal for them to take any kind of action. A 50-year-old prime warrior achieving this is one thing, but a 20-year-old prime warrior doing so, the difference is tremendous. Not far from the martial Divine Star Realm lay the mysterious Void Land, where Dongfang Ji spent his years in constant, solitary cultivation. He truly managed to do it. It wasn't in vain that I took the trouble to help him get the materials for the body refining star technique. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Dongfang Ji let out a smile. It seems he truly has the hope of getting through the 9th mountain world. Perhaps, in the future, he might even catch up to me, said Dongfang Ji softly. It was as if he was talking to himself, yet also as if he was speaking to someone else. Master, I can't agree with that, a deep voice suddenly said. It's true he might have the hope of getting through the 9th mountain world, but to catch up to you, Master? He's still far from it. If it weren't for the fact that you, Master, want to. The deep voice rambled. Ha ha, you also shouldn't underestimate him. Dongfang Ji shook his head. Anyway, when it came to the Prime Warrior and Flying Heaven Warrior stages, I was definitely not as good as Li Yuan. But, Master, when you reached the semi-divine stage, you took the path of the unbeaten. Cultivation isn't just about the present, said the deep voice with certainty. The last time you took action here in this dimensional domain was almost 100 years ago. In that battle, you killed dozens of demigods, easily slaying even those at the peak of demi-divinity. How long had you been a demigod at that time? Less than 10 years. Nearly 100 years have passed. Who in the outside world knows your true strength now? If not for the pursuit of getting through the 9th mountain world, as well as to protect the 7-star civilization, you could have broken through long ago, said the deep voice with a hint of dissatisfaction. Now, some fools within our civilization actually believe this Li Yuan might catch up to you in the future? Clearly, this deep voice held Dongfang Ji in the utmost reverence. Ha ha, Dongfang Ji laughed. You know, on the path of cultivation, one must never underestimate anyone. Besides, the birth of a genius like him within the 7-star civilization is a good thing for the entire civilization and for me, Dongfang Ji said with a calm smile. Once Fang Hai breaks through, and after Li Yuan has grown a bit more, I'll finally be able to truly lay down the responsibilities I carry. 100 years ago, for the 7-star civilization, Dongfang Ji made many preparations, such as establishing the martial divine hall, the reward and punishment system from top to bottom, and the 7 stars treasury, the star technique treasury, and so on. After that, Dongfang Ji rarely paid attention to the internal affairs of the civilization. Even the many civilizations around him were no longer seen as a fatal threat. The myriad demons civilization? They didn't dare to invade again? Even the North Moon deity of the myriad demons civilization was conducting covert trades with him. However, Dongfang Ji was well aware that the might of a civilization cannot rest on one person alone. The strength of a civilization needed to be tempered, to grow through blood and fire. Therefore, for many matters, as long as they didn't threaten the foundation of the civilization, he just watched with detached interest. Let those prime warriors, flying heaven warriors, and demigods fight desperately. Even with his own descendants, he did the same. If they wanted a life of peace, he would provide it, but if they wished to progress on the path of the martial path, then they should fight their way through. If they died, then they would die. Even some of the crises facing the 7-star civilization, which he clearly could have resolved in advance, were left unaddressed. As long as the overall situation wasn't out of control, he would not intervene. Without crises, how could the entire civilization advance? The seeds had been sown. Dongfang Ji was just waiting for them to sprout. Only when one has worked hard enough, displaying sufficient value, would he lend a helping hand. Like with Fang Hai, like with Li Yuan. That's true, the stronger they are, the better it is for you, Master. I also look forward to the day they fully grow, said the deep voice with anticipation. Then, I could accompany the Master to battle through the rivers of dimensions. Right. Master. There are 2 matters I need to report to you, said the deep voice seriously. The first is that the planetary monitoring system I arranged on Blue Star has detected a force that has been repeatedly trying to infiltrate the virtual network mainframe recently. They have launched multiple attacks, all of which I have blocked. What force? From the myriad demons civilization, Dongfang Ji frowned slightly. The virtual network mainframe controlled the core secrets of a star, with a mass of secret messages, all within the mainframe. In terms of importance, it was comparable to that of a demigod. No. The techniques of the myriad demons civilization aren't that sophisticated, said the deep voice. These adversaries are unfamiliar, seeming to appear for the first time. I keep trying to trace back to the source, but to no avail. They seem to just be gathering information, without taking any dangerous actions. Heh. They certainly wouldn't expect that our planet's virtual network mainframe is of 6th rank standard, said the deep voice. How could it be so easily breached? Investigate in secret, strive to track down their physical entity, Dongfang Ji said in a low voice. If the Guardian Legion isn't strong enough, notify Baishan Semi-Divine and the others. Yes, said the deep voice. The second matter, the deep voice continued. According to intelligence from a covert line within the myriad demons civilization, there should be an assassination against Spirit Gun planned, with the initiation of a top-level undercover agent. Their strength should be comparable to a normal Flying Heaven Star Lord, the deep voice said. Flying Heaven Star Lord. Is it an alien race assassin lurking in the myriad demons civilization, or a traitor within our civilization? Dongfang Ji frowned. The likelihood of a traitor is higher, said the deep voice. But this aspect of intelligence hasn't been uncovered. It's being personally controlled by the Eastern Demon deity. Eastern Demon? A cold light flashed in Dongfang Ji's eyes. If there were any civilizations around the seven-star civilization that he still regarded as major threats, the Eastern Demon deity would be at the forefront. Unfortunately, Dongfang Ji could never find the right opportunity. Inform Bai Shan semi-divine of this message, Dongfang Ji said, also tell Fang Hai to be discreet and careful in their protection. As soon as Li Yuan emerges, see to his safe passage to the martial divine star realm. Yes. In the Blue Star, on the Europa continent, there was an inconspicuous small city with a vast estate on its outskirts. Today, there was a grand celebration being held within the estate, a monthly banquet hosted by a flying heaven star lord. The guests were all distinguished nobles from the Europa continent or some powerful martial artists. Today, let us raise our glasses to the Star Lord, wishing him an early breakthrough to demigodhood, becoming the towering pillar of our seven-star civilization, said a middle-aged Caucasian man in a suit, lifting his glass with a smile. To the Star Lord's honor. To the Star Lord's honor. On the grass, the hundreds of attendees all toasted in unison. I thank you all, the young Caucasian man seated at the head of the table said with a smile. As a flying heaven Star Lord, his actual age was nearly 100, but he could remain youthful if he so chose. Suddenly, the young Caucasian man felt something and said with a smile, everybody continue, I have to leave for a bit. He set down his wineglass. Whoosh, with one step, the young Caucasian man drifted away like a breeze for hundreds of meters, entering the distant castle. Indeed, it's the speed. That speed just now, it definitely reached the speed of sound, and yet there wasn't even the slightest sound. Many of the participating martial artists whispered amongst themselves. At the bottom of the castle, there was a secret room, empty except for a bed. Whoosh! The young Caucasian man who had just stepped out no longer had any smile on his face. He flipped his palm and took out a completely black sphere. The sphere emitted strange fluctuations and a slight purple light shone through, which was rather sinister. Crack! The black sphere suddenly burst and turned into a cloud of black fog. Rapidly, the black fog formed a shadowy figure that was partly visible and partly invisible, and an invisible wool enveloped the entire secret room. O great God! O great Master! The young Caucasian man knelt down on the ground. The high and mighty flying heaven star lord now looked like a servant, his eyes filled with fervor. It has been long since I last awakened you, said the shadowy figure in the black fog slowly, but this time, I need to activate you. Master, please command me, said the young Caucasian man respectfully. By any means you can think of, the shadowy figure in the black fog said slowly, kill the spirit gun. Master, once I make a move, I'm afraid I will be hunted down by demigods, the young Caucasian man hesitated. Correct. The shadowy figure in the black fog looked at the young Caucasian man and said, that's why you only have one chance. After killing, flee immediately to the Wanhan star realm. I will also try to create as many opportunities for escape as possible. Yes, Master. I will do my utmost to complete the task, said the young Caucasian man respectfully, clearly not the kind that simply sold out the interests of his race as a sleeper agent. It was more like his mind was completely controlled. Outside, the world was bustling with action. Within the Mingshu star realm, the seven-star civilization's army led by Li Yuan had not stopped for a moment. In less than 2 days, the seven-star civilization's army, based on the intelligence from the Thunderlight Beast King and past accumulated data, had preliminarily swept through the entire Ming Mountain. Every secret place belonging to the Mingshu Beast clan, even the residences of the 3 great beast emperors, all had been swept through. In this sweep, Li Yuan and his forces killed more than 10 flying heaven beast kings they encountered. These flying heaven beast kings were simply unlucky. They never expected the seven-star civilization's army to conduct such a fast and thorough sweep. Of course, most of the flying heaven beast kings were already deep in hiding, most burrowing deep into the ground. Even with Li Yuan's great strength, he wouldn't be able to find them in such a short time. Heavenly Serpent Lake was shrouded in mist. However, compared to its past beauty, today's Heavenly Serpent Lake was in ruins, with much of its water having already flowed away. Rumble, one after another, huge warships tore through the layers of mist, descending for the second time over the surface of Heavenly Serpent Lake. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 powerful figures descended rapidly from the warships, standing above the surface of the lake, led by a black-clad man with a gun. Spirit gun. Are you really prepared to enter through the passage in Heavenly Serpent Lake? Tavares couldn't help but ask, could it be a trap? The others couldn't help but look at Li Yuan. In the past 2 days, we have basically scanned the entirety of Ming Mountain, and we found only these 2 passages, Li Yuan said with a smile. One passage was located in the outer perimeter area 67 of Ming Mountain. The other passage was through Heavenly Serpent Lake. A little more than a day ago, when Li Yuan led the army here, they found nothing but emptiness, save for some first and second rank flying serpents and an island in the heart of the lake. However, after thorough inquiry, Li Yuan and Luo Chan discovered a passage at the bottom of the lake. Spirit gun. According to what the Thunderglow Beast King said, each of the 3 great beast emperors possesses a spirit orb, which corroborates with some of the information we've gathered. But we've raided the residencies of the 3 great beast emperors and found none of the spirit orbs. Luo Chan couldn't help but say, the remaining beast kings of the Mingshu beast clan must have reorganized. What the Thunderglow Beast King said can't be fully trusted. The most crucial point is that the passage at the bottom of this lake was originally closed, but by the time we arrived, a large quantity of lake water had drained away. The sealed array at the bottom collapsed on its own. This is clearly a deliberate ploy left by the Mingshu beast clan, much like a trap. Luo Chan looked at Li Yuan. If you enter, you might be in danger. Everyone present fell into deep thought. What Luo Chan said made sense. Luo Chan, Li Yuan said, but there are 2 issues. First, aren't you implying that if those flying heaven beast kings hadn't intentionally revealed the passage, we wouldn't be able to detect it? Luo Chan was rendered speechless. Indeed, regardless of whether Qing Sheng Beast King and the others destroyed the peripheral origin power array, the 7-star civilization would certainly conduct a thorough inquiry of Heavenly Serpent Lake, merely delaying things at most. Second, I don't have a choice. Li Yuan shook his head. There are now only 2 passages, and compared to the passage at the bottom of Heavenly Serpent Lake, the other is far more dangerous. If this passage is truly dangerous, and one would die upon entering it, why would the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor bother personally guarding this place? Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Yuan didn't spell it out. Recently, he had received a message from Fang Hai. According to covert intelligence, the geniuses of the Myriad Demons civilization who entered the Divine Land via the military passage around the periphery of Ming Mountain, some had perished not long after entering. How did they perish? It was unclear. This was enough to indicate that both passages could be dangerous. Without more intelligence, Li Yuan had no choice but to gamble. Spirit gun. Should we wait a bit longer? Li Yong suddenly said. Do we need to rush in like this? Yeah. We can completely continue pursuing those flying heaven beast kings outside. Others also couldn't help but speak up. If the 3 great beast emperors keep hiding inside, shall I never enter? Li Yuan shook his head. Without slaying them, can we be at ease claiming the Mingshu Star Realm? Give me and Zhang Zai enough time, and we are confident we can beat them, Tavares said in a low voice. As a prime warrior who had made a breakthrough with true intent, he believed that reaching the Flying Heaven Peak was not difficult. I believe that you might match the 3 great beast emperors in the future, even slay them, but how long would that take? Li Yuan said, 10 years? I can't wait that long, Li Yuan sighed. Tavares opened his mouth but said nothing. Reaching the Flying Heaven Peak within 10 years, he wasn't very confident about it. Naturally, he dared not make any bold claims. Moreover, I can wait, but can Yu Jing? Whether he can force his way out on his own? That's a complete unknown, Li Yuan said. The geniuses of the Myriad Demons civilization have already stormed in. Do we let them run amok inside? If they seize some critical treasure, the outcome of this war is unpredictable, Li Yuan slowly said. The other human martial artists present didn't know. But Li Yuan was very clear that anything could happen with a divine-class mothership. If the geniuses of the myriad demons civilization or the three great beast emperors took control of it and activated it, then even a demigod might not be able to withstand it. Entering this so-called divine land is indeed dangerous. But if there was no danger, why rely on me? Li Yuan said with a frank smile, voicing his true feelings. In the void, silence prevailed like a mute sparrow. Tavares, Luochan, and the others were lost in thought. In actuality, everyone knew, if Spirit Gun had not shown his heaven-defying combat strength, prompting the seven-star civilization leadership to resolve to fight. Facing the oppression of the three great beast emperors, the seven-star civilization might have already chosen to withdraw from the Mingshu star realm. In war, there are victories and defeats. Among the various foreign civilizations, the seven-star civilization is not considered one of the strongest. In the past, the seven-star civilization failed more than once in vying for star realms. For instance, in struggling over the Rob C-star realm, they were constantly suppressed in battle, merely managing to maintain the defensive line. After I enter the Divine Land, you 8 warships will return to the Bright Moon base, Li Yuan instructed, with the foremost Beast Kings slaughtered by my hand, even if the other Beast Kings band together. Breaking into the base won't be easy. Understood. Tavares nodded. They all understood that the focus of this star realm warfare was no longer the vast territories of the Mingshu star realm, but the Divine Land. If Spirit Gun could succeed in killing the 3 great beast emperors within the Divine Land, that would be the true completion of a great achievement. All right. I'm going in. With a thought from Li Yuan, layers of yellow and blue streams interwove around him, forming a domain with a diameter of about 100 meters. The domain was the best for large-scale inquiry and could effectively provide early warnings. Boom! The domain, laden with astonishing power, broke through the layers of water currents, protecting Li Yuan as he swiftly charged toward the bottom of Heavenly Serpent Lake. Before long, the origin power array that once concealed the lake bottom has been directly breached. Li Yuan's realm and spiritual power were excellent, allowing him to sense the various fluctuations that were diffusing around him. This origin power array must have been obtained by the 3 great beast emperors from the mothership, Li Yuan mused. An origin power array, centered on the mysteries of heaven and earth, using origin power as its core and stabilized with various extraordinary items, could unleash tremendous power at critical moments. However, origin power arrays are exceedingly rare. Even demigods mostly don't utilize the mysteries of the universe with high efficiency. Just like storage treasures, which are easy for divine beings to create. But for demigods, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. What is difficult for others is not difficult for the accomplished. In fact, most of the origin power arrays and storage treasures of the seven-star civilization were discovered in various ruins. The Alliance hierarch is indeed formidable, deducing that Ming Mountain might be a fallen divine-class mothership based only on its appearance and the scant information from the Mingshu star realm. Li Yuan mused silently. The stronger he became, the more he could feel the unfathomable depths of Dongfang Ji. Like before, the speed with which the latter collected the numerous materials needed to cultivate the all things divine body had surprised Li Yuan considerably. Passage. Li Yuan finally reached the bottom of the lake, where it was extremely dark, but his powerful divine sense allowed him to scan hundreds of meters in all directions. What was key, however, was the bundle of light. This was a passage with a diameter of about 100 meters, akin to a deep abyss. The passage emitted a hazy glow, preventing Li Yuan from seeing the space inside clearly. A tremendous flow of water was kept outside the passage by an invisible force. It does have some resemblance to the portals leading to worlds within worlds, Li Yuan thought to himself, recalling the scene when he first entered the world within worlds in the fierce Feather Star realm. However, the surroundings of this passage seemed to be made of metal, Li Yuan sensed. It should all be the outer shell of a mothership. According to the information provided by the Alliance hierarch, the entire divine-class mothership is forged into a single entity by the origin power array, and even a demigod would have to attack thousands of times to breach the shell. These mothership shells may not be on par with semi-divine artifact materials, but through the combination via the origin power array, they become incredibly sturdy. Li Yuan had already tried and couldn't shake them in the least. He observed for a while longer. Enter, with a thought, Li Yuan passed through his domain and fell into the strange passage below. Above the lake. We've lost the trace of the spirit gun, Tavares spoke solemnly. He has entered the divine land. He went in. What about his life signs? The others hastily asked, very apprehensive. According to the life crystal, there is no immediate danger to his life, Tavares spoke solemnly. However, he just entered, and it's still too early to say for sure. Within the 7-star civilization, there's a special secret treasure called life crystal that can confirm the life or death of living beings within close proximity. If one dies, then the life crystal will shatter. Yu Jing had refined a life crystal before entering to determine his life or death status. Li Yuan, not long ago, also refined a life crystal, then left it aboard the 4th Order battleship. Let's go. Without the spirit gun, we are very vulnerable now, Luo Chan said softly. Better to quickly return to the Bright Moon base, stand firm, and wait for news from Yu Jing and the spirit gun. Soon after, 8 warships swiftly departed from Heavenly Serpent Lake. After falling into the glowing strange passage, Li Yuan felt a flash before his eyes and found himself in an immensely vast hall. The height of the hall was probably more than 10 kilometers, and the diameter was even dozens of kilometers. This could no longer be called a hall, it was more like a small-sized space. Completely cast from metal? Li Yuan held his breath. The huge space had an exceedingly smooth floor. Fully forged from metal, without even a speck of dust, everything seemed brand new. At the same time, there was a faint light shining from all sides of the space, making the whole area as bright as day, with nothing obscured. Passage? After the initial shock had passed, Li Yuan immediately saw that there were more than a dozen passages not far away. At the depths of each passage, there was a shimmering light curtain, making it impossible to see what lay beyond. This should be the assembly square, Li Yuan had information and quickly deduced. In the past, the powerhouses of this mothership must have gathered here before advancing through the passage I just traversed. If that passage were fully opened, it should stretch not just 100 meters, but thousands or even tens of thousands of meters. You see, according to the information provided by Alliance Hierarch Dongfang Ji, a divine-class mothership could reach thousands of kilometers in length, fully capable of serving as a foundation for a civilization, sailing the endless starry seas for eons. Ming Mountain is possibly just the half of that mothership that crashed into the ground. Which passage should I choose? Li Yuan wondered silently. An invisible force suddenly swept across the void. Its power was so strong, and its approach so swift, that Li Yuan had no chance to dodge. Layer by layer of inquiry, it was akin to scanning. In the next moment, without giving Li Yuan time to react further, boom! An abundance of light abruptly congealed high in the space. Countless beams of light converged to form a giant black flying serpent phantom, covered with heavy scales. Even as a phantom, it emitted an immensely powerful aura. Flying serpent? Li Yuan's eyebrows raised slightly and a sense of vigilance surged in his heart. Alien race. You dare to trespass our clan mothership. Do you wish to die? The massive black flying serpent phantom loomed over Li Yuan. Looking at the giant flying serpent in the void, Li Yuan's heart startled at first, but he quickly calmed down, thoughts racing in his mind. Since Big Brother Yu and prodigies from the Myriad Demons civilization could enter the mothership alive, there's no reason I would be an exception. One significant reason Li Yuan dared to burst in directly was the precedence set by others. If those who entered before had all died, Li Yuan would not have taken the risk. This phantom, it must be a type of auxiliary detection intelligence of the mothership, just like the 4th Order battleships of my 7-star civilization, which also carry out preliminary checks when personnel come and go. Besides, did he say, want to die? If it wanted to thoroughly kill me, there would be no need for such trouble, it could simply kill me directly, Li Yuan thought to himself. In an instant, Li Yuan realized, there was a chance for life. Elder, Li Yuan immediately called out loudly, I just entered unintentionally and did not mean any offense. HMPH. In the past, any soldier not of our alien race who breached the mothership would be killed. The flying serpent phantom's voice was ice cold. However, since the mothership has crashed, according to the commands left by our clan elders and the alien gods. Any life that enters the mothership, as long as they are not enemies of our race, can be given an opportunity. Clan elders? Alien gods? Li Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that there were two forces within this mothership? Elder, what opportunity? Li Yuan respectfully asked. If you are willing to become a soldier of our race and undertake the corresponding responsibilities, you may live. The flying serpent phantom looked down at Li Yuan. What responsibilities? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Simply become a soldier. The responsibilities will not be too great. The flying serpent phantom spoke gravely. Choose now, either die or become a soldier. Become a soldier, Li Yuan said helplessly. Was there really a choice? Good. If you were a third-order life, it would be very easy to qualify as a soldier, the flying serpent phantom slowly said. But you are just a second-rank life. For now, you can only serve as a reserve soldier. Most second-rank lives are hard-pressed to become third-order, therefore, a necessary assessment is required. If you are not strong enough, and fail the assessment, you cannot even become a reserve soldier. The flying serpent phantom glanced at Li Yuan, revealing a hint of sharp teeth. If you fail, then you must die. Li Yuan, for his part, was not panicked. This was within his expectations. Previously, the Thunderlight Beast King had mentioned that even if one took another path as a soldier, one would still need to undergo necessary assessments to receive teachings in star techniques and weapons. Elder, what is the assessment? Li Yuan asked. Look over there. The flying serpent phantom pointed not far off in this space. Hum. The originally smooth ground started to coalesce out of thin air with a large amount of silver liquid, which gathered and rose, forming an almost transparent silver mirror in midair. At the top of the mirror, there was a row of quite noticeable black crystal stones that at first glance looked like a row of display lights. A mirror. Li Yuan thought to himself. Your trial is very simple. Exhibit your full strength and attack this silver mirror. The flying serpent phantom said softly. Do you see the test lights at the top of the mirror? If your attack can light up 3 lamps, then you have passed the test. If you can light up 6, you can skip the status of reserve soldier and be directly granted the status of an ordinary soldier, the flying serpent phantom continued. Li Yuan immediately understood. If 6 lamps lit up, it would signify possessing the strength of the flying heaven level, naturally granting him the status of an ordinary soldier. Begin. You may use any combat weapons, star techniques, and the like, but the use of origin power weapons is not allowed. The flying serpent phantom spoke deeply. You may also attack multiple times, within 1 minute, as long as your strongest attack can light up 3 lamps. Understood. Li Yuan nodded, unwilling to waste further time. Just 1 minute. Boom! With a mere thought, Li Yuan had transformed into a 5-meter-tall figure with a robust aura spreading around him, already having employed the all things divine body. He then took hold of his long spear, and with a thunderous leap, he turned into a streak of light, dashing towards the giant silver mirror. In an instant, Li Yuan's speed erupted beyond 6 times the speed of sound, clearly having used wind feather. The faster the speed, the more terrifying the power of his spear technique. Earth. Wind. Li Yuan invoked the mysteries of true intent with all his might. Whoosh! A dazzling spear light swept across hundreds of meters, surrounded by an elusive aura of true intent domain, further intensifying its terror as it struck the silver mirror like lightning. Bang! A horrific burst echoed. Contrary to Li Yuan's expectations of lighting up 8 or 9 lamps, the giant silver mirror exploded on impact. Li Yuan himself, due to the powerful recoil, was sent flying back, feeling soreness throughout his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Countless fragments of the silver mirror shot in all directions, filling the space with numerous sharp collisions. Immediately after, as these fragments touched the smooth ground, they melted back into the surface, vanishing without a trace. The testing lights simply dissipated as well. The space fell silent. Elder. Li Yuan turned his head toward the dumbstruck flying serpent phantom and couldn't help but ask, does this mean I've passed the test? The flying serpent phantom was silent for a long time, complexity flickering in its eyes, before it finally sighed. Yes, being able to shatter a second-rank silver mirror directly indicates that your attack power has reached level 35. Naturally, you've passed. It's just a pity you're from an alien race. If you were of our bloodline, with such formidable strength at second rank, following the Elder's instruction, you might have had the chance to inherit the Chief's position and take charge of the entire mothership. The Flying Serpent Phantom sighed, what a pity indeed. The Chief's position? A thought stirred in Li Yuan's heart. Before Li Yuan could ask more, Chu Zunbing, why aren't you coming over? The Flying Serpent Phantom looked toward the distant void. Li Yuan was slightly shocked. There was someone else here? Wish. A multitude of light converged, forming another phantom in the void. A towering figure over 3 meters tall, clad in heavy armor resembling the people of Blue Star, except his head sported a single black horn. His gaze toward Li Yuan made Li Yuan feel an inexplicable pressure. Li Yuan faintly felt that this horned figure seemed even more terrifying than the Flying Serpent Phantom. Chu Zunbing, you've seen this kid's strength yourself, the Flying Serpent Phantom said, looking at the other, and began. We've also conducted a preliminary check and it seems he's only 20 years old. As for the talent of his star meridian, capable of cultivating a body refinement realm to such power at second rank, I need not say more. In summary, he's a good seedling. It's up to you to seize the opportunity. The Flying Serpent Phantom nodded and continued, if you weren't lacking our racial bloodline, I would never have let him go to you. I understand, the horned towering figure nodded. Kid, what's your name? The Flying Serpent Phantom looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan said. Li Yuan, this fellow with the rough-looking face is Chu Zunbing, also an alien god envoy. How much fortune you can gain will depend on him, the Flying Serpent Phantom said. I will take my leave now. If there is a chance for you to reach the core cabin in the inner layer of the mothership, we might meet again. Oh yes. I have recorded your information and granted you ordinary soldier privileges. Later, you can head to the Star Technique Armory and Weapon Armory to claim star techniques and weapons yourself. Wish. The Flying Serpent Phantom disappeared instantly. In this space, only the horned towering figure and Li Yuan remained. Elder Chu Bingzhen, Li Yuan respectfully saluted. Just call me Elder Chu. The horned towering figure loomed over Li Yuan. Your potential is very high. Since the mothership fell 10,000 years ago, many lives have entered the mothership. But speaking solely of potential, you are likely the highest. A thought stirred in Li Yuan's heart. 10,000 years. Again, 10,000 years. The ancient divine palace had also fallen into the fierce Featherstar realm 10,000 years ago. Could it be related to that great war between the divines a million years ago? The Flying Serpent you met just now is a training officer from the exterior of the mothership, and ordinary soldiers like you all follow his orders. He is responsible for many things on the exterior of the mothership, Chu Bingzhen said. As for me, I am left by the 6 great alien gods to take charge of the alien god area. Hence, I am known as an alien god envoy. Alien god? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, is there a difference? That starts with the origin of the mothership, Chu Bingzhen said solemnly. The entire mothership is one of the civilization bases of the Heaven Snake clan. The Heaven Snake is a being on par with the true Phoenix, the divine dragon, and other powerful entities, potentially even more so. A pure-blooded Heaven Snake, upon reaching maturity, can become divine. Many pure-blooded Heaven Snakes are even among the most powerful among the divines. The Heaven Snake clan. Li Yuan was secretly shocked. So that's how it was. Suddenly, Li Yuan thought of the Beast Emperor's title. No wonder it was called Heaven Snake. It probably knew part of the truth. Of course, pure-blooded Heaven Snakes are exceedingly rare. This mothership was left by a Heaven Snake divine as it went to meet a grievous battle for its bloodline descendants to take and leave. Chu Bingzhen continued slowly, being lascivious by nature. That Heaven Snake divine mingled with many half-divine beings from different clans, leaving behind countless bloodlines. Many clans in the Mingshu star realm contain a trace of the Heaven Snake bloodline. Otherwise, how could they ascend to the flying heaven level so easily? Astonishment crossed Li Yuan's face. The opponent actually knew about the Mingshu star realm? Don't be surprised. Chu Bingzhen continued, with the power chamber of the mothership damaged and suppressed by the origin of the star realm. It can no longer move, but monitoring millions of miles of the starry sky with a mothership is effortless. let alone a small star realm? We occasionally make inquiries, and we know of all your wars with the Mingshu Beast clan and everything that has happened in the Mingshu star realm for thousands of years. A look of embarrassment appeared on Li Yuan's face. Don't worry, the Mingshu Beast clan, though only containing a trace of the bloodline, is not considered a Heaven Snake descendant. However, due to that trace of the Heaven Snake bloodline, they are given some preferential treatment within the mothership and have the hope to directly enter the inner layer, Chu Bingzhen said slowly. As for outsiders like you, only by trying to advance through the Alien God area can you get in, which will be extremely difficult. Alien God area. Li Yuan listened with increasing confusion. Elder Chu Bingzhen, what exactly is the relationship between this alien god and the Heavenly Serpent Divine? The Heavenly Serpent Divine is incomparably powerful. After all, ordinary divines cannot create such a vast civilization mothership. Many divines ruling over numerous planets don't possess such a mothership, therefore, there are quite a few divines who follow under the command of the Heavenly Serpent Divine, the hulking figure with a single horn said to Li Yuan. Since these divines are not of the same race as the descendants of the Heavenly Serpent, they are referred to by those descendants as alien gods. Li Yuan immediately understood. These so-called alien gods bear a relationship to the Heavenly Serpent Divine reminiscent of that between the true Phoenix Divine and the ancient Torch Divine. Back then, when the Heavenly Serpent Divine joined the battle, many alien gods naturally followed into war, Elder Chu continued, but that battle was fated to be disastrous. Both the Heavenly Serpent Divine and the other alien gods knew that their chances of survival were slim. Hence the mothership. The alien gods, too, left their legacies in the alien god area, on the mothership's outer layer. The treasures left by the Heavenly Serpent Divine are in the most central area of the inner layer, Elder Chu said. Listening, Li Yuan felt the situation was quite similar to that of the ancient Torch Divine. However, the ancient Torch Divine, in the midst of the great battle, realizing defeat was imminent, hastily ordered the true Phoenix Divine to flee. Whereas the Heavenly Serpent Divine seemed to have prepared more adequately, even leaving behind the civilization mothership. Of course, Li Yuan knew clearly that it was difficult to determine whether the civilization mothership or the ancient divine palace held more value. What happened afterward? Li Yuan couldn't help asking, why did the civilization mothership crash into the Mingshu star realm? Not sure. Elder Chu shook his head, not sure. Li Yuan was astonished. It might have been attacked, or it might have encountered a cosmic storm while roaming the starry sea. Both are possible, Elder Chu said slowly. I was always in the alien god area and did not know what befell the civilization mothership. In any case, the Heavenly Serpent Divine and those alien gods never returned. Ultimately, the civilization mothership crashed. Its engine room was destroyed, and most of the lifeforms inside perished, including all the powerful demigods and those at flying heaven level. By the time I met the training officer, Elder Chu stated, it had already been 5,000 years. 5,000 years? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Later on, I found out that after the crash, many compartments of the mothership were destroyed, unable to maintain a complete cycle of life, so almost all the remaining lifeforms were exiled to the Mingshu star realm, Elder Chu said. At the time, the few lifeforms that had just been born in the Mingshu star realm were nearly wiped out. This is the origin of the Mingshu Beast clan, lasting till today. Li Yuan suddenly understood, so to speak, many of the powerful clans within the Mingshu Beast clan have the same source, they aren't exactly natives. At the same time, it also explained why the Mingshu Beast clan had become so powerful despite being so isolated and fiercely internally competitive. Over thousands of years, the Mingshu Beast clan slowly proliferated. Under our guidance, each generation of flying heaven level would enter the mothership, Elder Chu said. It's just that, most of them are very weak. Until the past 1,000 years, we sensed that within the Mingshu star realm, the origin power grew denser and life proliferated greatly. We saw hope for beings to enter the inner layer, Elder Chu stated. 1,000 years? Li Yuan's mind stirred. The seven-star civilization also rose in the last 1,000 years, especially in the last few centuries, with the emergence of star realms and the concentration of origin power between heaven and earth increasing continuously. Only then did Martial Path prosper. Could it be just coincidence? Elder Chu, Do you really hope someone enters the inner layer? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. The training officer really hopes so. There should be secrets in the things left by the heavenly serpent divine in the inner layer, but I don't know and am not interested. Elder Chu spoke slowly. My responsibility is simple: to select sufficiently strong successors for the 6 great alien gods. Successors of divine beings? Li Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. So, does that mean the alien god area holds the legacies of 6 divines? With such strength, and even practicing a supreme star technique, your 7-star civilization must be strong, Elder Chu said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, as if seeing through Li Yuan's thoughts. Perhaps you are aware of the power of divines, but don't hold too high expectations. The 6 great alien gods were not about to die when they went to war. They carried most of their treasures and weapons with them, so the legacies they left behind are not as great as you imagine, Elder Chu stated. Any civilization would welcome more divine being inheritance, Li Yuan said with a smile. Elder Chu said no more, raising his hand and slightly pointing to the void. Whoosh, a vast array of light converged, instantly forming a complex holographic projection over 20 meters in height and more than 80 meters in length, resembling a warship. Is this a map? Li Yuan immediately recognized it. On this complex and enormous holographic map, aside from the normal multitude of passages, there was a purple area, a vastly extensive black area, and a red dot. This is the map of the entire mothership. The black area is the inner layer, which you currently don't have the authority to know about, Elder Chu stated slowly. The purple area is the alien god area, and the red dot is your current location. Memorize this map for now. After committing it all to memory, let me know. Li Yuan immediately focused on the map, with his spiritual power surpassing level 37, even trying to memorize such a complex map of passages in a short time was quite a challenge. It should be noted that, according to this map, the entire mothership was over 3,000 kilometers in length. How massive was this warship? The myriad of internal passages, chambers, and so on, were extremely intricate. The entire mothership was designed to support the basic operation of a civilization. Fortunately, because the descendants of the heavenly serpent were huge in size, all the passages of the mothership were especially large, making the actual space inside not as complicated as one might think. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yuan first closed his eyes and went through the map once in his mind to ensure there were no errors before opening his eyes again. Elder, I've memorized it all. Good, Elder Chu nodded, his face revealing a mysterious smile. Actually, there are map guides within each passage. If you forget, you can check them again yourself. Li Yuan was taken aback. Playing with me? So, the map was for nothing? Just remember it for now, there will be benefits. If you follow the map, you will be able to rush to the alien gods area to receive the heritage of the 6 great alien gods, said Chu Bingzhen. I will wait for you in the alien gods area. When the time comes, how far you can go will be up to you. Understood. Li Yuan nodded continuously. Seeing Chu Bingzhen ready to leave, Li Yuan hurriedly asked, May I ask, Elder? Previously a member of my race came here. I wonder if you have seen him? How is he? Your authority is not sufficient. I can't tell you. Chu Bingzhen shook his head. If not for your great potential, I wouldn't even provide these directions. Reach the alien gods area first. Once your authority is high enough, you may, perhaps, control the entire mothership, said Chu Bingzhen. Oh, and one more thing. There are no enforcement teams within the mothership now, so none of you ordinary soldiers will be punished for killing each other. Take care of yourself. Whoosh, this towering solitary figure also vanished explosively, leaving only Li Yuan alone in this small space. Killing each other? Take care of myself? Li Yuan immediately realized, Elder Chu knows about our war with the Mingshu Beast clan. Is he warning me? Could it be that a Beast Emperor is planning to ambush me? Li Yuan couldn't be completely sure and first suppressed this thought. If it were a normal soldier, I guess they would head to the Star Technique Treasury or the weapon room first, Li Yuan pondered. But I don't need to at all. Having crossed hands with other flying heaven beast kings, most star techniques were mediocre. Right, how could ordinary soldiers obtain powerful star techniques? Probably at most 5th layer, 6th layer star techniques. As for weapons, top-quality third-rank weapons at best. Regardless, none of that matters much to me, Li Yuan mused. Better to hurry and reach the alien god's area as soon as possible. Li Yuan's goals were firstly to strive for the heritage of the alien god and secondly to gain access to the inner layer. According to the training officer and Elder Chu, the benefits of the inner layer far surpassed those of the outer layer. Li Yuan had already roughly guessed this. The three great beast emperors, if they wanted to enter the inner layer, should have another place of trial. But that's a privilege of those with the heavenly serpent bloodline. Alien races like himself can only go to the alien god's area and accept the heritage of the alien god. So, Big Brother Yu and the many talents of the myriad demons civilization must be heading for the alien god's area. Li Yuan followed the map and chose one from the dozen passages in the distance, his designated path. The other passages? They all led to different areas? Zoom. With a movement, Li Yuan turned into a streak of light and passed through a light screen, entering a passage. The passage around, still a metallic corridor. Li Yuan sped along on his way. These passages are really wide, each one's diameter exceeds a kilometer, Li Yuan thought to himself. He could understand this. If there were too many passageways, it wouldn't be convenient for descendants of the heavenly serpent. Cultivation room, rest room, lecture room, 100 battles arena, star technique room, energy room. Li Yuan passed many super large spaces along the way, trying them out. He could enter some spaces, while others required higher authority. And each passage was well lit. Clearly, even after tens of thousands of years, this divine-class mothership, though fallen, still retained most of its functions. It wasn't something a single prime warrior like Li Yuan could handle. What Li Yuan could do was only to abide by its established rules. Zoom. Li Yuan, using the star technique, wind feather, to move at high speed, swiftly approached the alien god's area. In a hall space with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers, all four sides were cast from metal. Two colossal beings were waiting there. Thousand Eyes, do you think we might have bet on the wrong horse? The heavenly serpent beast emperor seemed a little impatient, speaking in a deep voice. It's been several days, and that spirit gun hasn't shown up. Could he have taken another passage? Don't rush. There are only 2 passages to the alien god's area. As long as he came in through Heavenly Serpent Lake's passage, no matter how he detours, this space where we are is mandatory for him to pass through, said the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor calmly. Suddenly, in a far-off passage, the air vibrated faintly, and with the keen senses of the 2 great beast emperors, they both turned to look. Boom! A stream of earth-yellow light burst out from a distance through one of the passages, and upon sensing the presence of the 2 great beast emperors, it abruptly halted. The 2 great beast emperors also suddenly looked up, their eyes turning cold. It's the spirit gun. It's him. No doubt. The heavenly serpent beast emperor's immense body burst out with a powerful aura, and a heaven-shaking roar echoed. Meet your demise. Boom. The heavenly serpent beast emperor howled as he soared upwards, charging towards Li Yuan. Target life. Life level at 35.9, killing it will provide spiritual nourishment. Target life. Life level at 35.9, killing it will provide spiritual nourishment. As soon as Li Yuan charged into this hall space, he detected 2 powerful auras dispersing and immediately employed his divine palace inquiry. From life level, to their shapes, to their appearances. Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor. Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. Both Beast Emperors. Damn, Li Yuan cursed inwardly. There were 3 Beast Emperors in total, and he met 2 right off the bat? Suddenly, Li Yuan completely understood why Elder Chu had specifically warned him earlier, there's no enforcement team. Probably because Elder Chu knew there were 2 Beast Emperors waiting here. In an instant, various thoughts raced through Li Yuan's mind. Escape? To enter the alien god area, one must pass through this hall passage, it's an obligatory route. To enter the alien god area, there are 2 passages in total. If he took a detour, he would have to navigate thousands of kilometers of passageway, and both Beast Emperors could easily get through this hall and block him off from another direction after flying just a few hundred kilometers. So, from the bottom of his heart, Li Yuan didn't want to detour. Secondly, One of the reasons I entered the mothership was to slay these 3 great beast emperors. There was a glint of battle intent in Li Yuan's eyes. Having finally encountered them, I must at least give it a try. Other prime warriors might fear the beast emperors. But Li Yuan asked himself, even if the 3 great beast emperors really had overwhelming strength, killing him wouldn't be easy. And moreover, he still held a trump card in his hands. Fight. Fight. Kill. Li Yuan watched the heavenly serpent beast emperor roar into flight, charging at him. With but a thought, he had seen it all, and instantly his slowed speed began to rise again. Boom. Without hesitation, Li Yuan executed All Things Divine Body, instantly transforming into a 5-meter-tall figure, covered in black battle garments, his aura exploding in an instant. The Black Chen spear in his hand suddenly enlarged and was grasped firmly. Such a strong aura. What? Both the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor and the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor felt Li Yuan's sudden burst of powerful aura, and their hearts were shaken. A second-rank life emitting such strong aura. At this moment, both Beast Emperors faintly understood why so many Flying Heaven Beast Kings couldn't stop Li Yuan by themselves. This was no mere second-rank life. The aura he emitted seemed on par with many level 33 Flying Heaven Beast Kings. Indeed, after cultivating the Supreme Star Technique, Li Yuan's physical base became comparable to level 30, and once he fully spurred the All Things Divine Body, his strength could completely match that of an untrained level 33 powerhouse. The only flaw was that his origin power consumption was immense, and he had to finish the fight quickly. Boom! The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor roared, his already enormous body dispersing a layer of misty blue divine light, causing the aura he emitted to surge, which changed Li Yuan's expression slightly. Body Refining Star Technique? Li Yuan quickly understood. The star technique that the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor cultivated turned out to be the Body Refining Star Technique. Even the Kai Yen Beast King hadn't cultivated it. Body Refining Star Technique demanded stringent outside resources. Logically, it should be difficult to collect many treasures in the resource-scarce Mingshu Star Realm. But Li Yuan didn't know that the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, as the richest bearer of the Heavenly Serpent bloodline in the Mingshu Beast clan for thousands of years, received immense assistance from his trainers. Swoosh! Swoosh! The pair of wings on the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor gleamed even brighter, boosting his speed to a terrifying level. Originally 5 kilometers apart, they met head-on in a sprint, colliding wildly in less than 2 seconds. Because Li Yuan's instant flight speed increased to over 7 times faster, but the flight speed of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor skyrocketed to nearly 10 times faster, even quicker than Li Yuan. Boom boom boom. Before the clash, the domains of these 2 strong contenders collided first, and for a time, they were evenly matched. Li Yuan's true intention realm was higher, drawing on more of the power of heaven and earth. But after the Heavenly Serpent Beast King activated the Body Refining Star Technique, his divine power became frighteningly strong, which when combined with his true intention domain, made his domain's power even greater. Boom boom boom. The terrifying domain clash sent shocking waves in all directions. Such a strong domain, indeed, his realm is much higher than mine. The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor also realized this, and a hint of envy emerged in his heart. How could a second-rank life have such a high skill realm? Rip! Sharp claws tore through the vast sky, their light causing the space itself to crack, screaming as it slashed towards Li Yuan. The so-called Flying Serpent clan is entirely different from the snakes on Blue Star. They have wings, sharp claws, and are more akin to the legendary flying dragons. Kill! Li Yuan, with soaring battle intent, did not evade. Swinging the Black Chen spear in his hand, he struck against the howling sharp claw. Clang! Claw against spear collided. A terrible shockwave occurred, centered on the collision, instantly forming circles of dreadful shockwaves hurtling in all directions, booming against the walls of the hall, making the world seem dim for a moment. If they had fought in the outside world, their single collision would be enough to make the land within several kilometers collapse, and ordinary prime warriors caught in the radius would likely be killed by the impacts. However, this was inside a divine-class mothership, where the metal flooring could easily withstand attacks of a demigod level, and it showed no signs of the aftermath of Li Yuan and the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor's engagement. Not even a trace. Not even the ground trembled. The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor was massive, with 5 sharp claws on his belly. For him, claws, tail, wings could all become weapons, and he also had an absolute advantage in speed. Bang! Clang! Clang! Bang! The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor attacked frantically, using various parts of his body, attacking Li Yuan repeatedly, attempting to defeat him. Kill! Li Yuan's only weapon was a long spear, yet extremely agile, activating the mysteries of 2 supreme star techniques, unleashing his strongest combat prowess, and easily fending off attack after attack from the Heavenly Serpent Beast King. In terms of strength, he's far stronger than I am. However, the gap in skill realm is quite significant. Li Yuan and the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor had exchanged dozens of moves in a short time, with neither gaining a clear upper hand. This spirit gun. How can he be so strong? How can his spear technique possess such great power? The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor was equally astonished. He finally understood why the Kai Yen Beast King had been killed so effortlessly. It is known that before the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor advanced in realm, even at level 36 among the 3 great Beast Emperors, in terms of head-on combat strength, he was always the strongest. After all, he cultivated 2 star techniques, one of which was a body-refining star technique. Naturally, after the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor advanced in realm, his power became even stronger, but he had ventured into the Elite Passage, and wasn't present here. However, the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor did not expect that he would be unable to prevail over Li Yuan. He didn't realize that Li Yuan's strength relied on star technique, skill realm, in addition to the weapon, allowing him such formidable power. Thousand Eyes, why haven't you made a move? The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor sent an angry telepathic message. Whoosh, whoosh. A pair of massive wings whistled through the air, attempting desperately to block Li Yuan's path. Boom. Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, who had been blocking the entrance, suddenly soared into flight, its 8 limbs whistling through the air. But what truly caught the eye were the dense eyes scattered across its body. In the past, these eyes were all closed. Now, they suddenly snapped open. Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, its existence purely by coincidence, possessed a very special innate ability, Thousand Eyes Assault. Eyes are the windows to the soul. With 1,000 eyes opening simultaneously, its spiritual attack power would be greatly enhanced. Suppress. The gaze of Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor landed on Li Yuan. No matter how advanced his skill realm is, after all, he's only a second-rank life. Having a spiritual level at Flying Heaven level is already not bad. The likelihood of being at Flying Heaven peak is very small. Even with a level 35 spiritual power, he should be affected. The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor was confident. For a sky-flying level life, their usage of the soul is mostly rather crude. Concepts like soul extermination are difficult to achieve. Therefore, during most confrontations between powerhouses, even if their spiritual power is strong, they can only rely on spiritual shock to impose some impact on their enemies. And the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, inherently gifted in the domain of the soul, possessed spiritual power as high as level 36. Later on, from the secret technique treasury of the Divine Class Mothership, he cultivated a secret technique focusing on concentration, combined with his innate ability, making his spiritual shock very terrifying. At least, among those at sky-flying level, it would be hard to find an adversary. In the entire Mingshu star realm, over thousands of years, 2 of the most unique creatures born were the Kai Yen Beast King and the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. Rumble. Engaged in fierce battle with the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, Li Yuan had just noticed the approach of Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor when he was hit by a powerful spiritual shock sweeping toward him. Spiritual shock. Solidify. Li Yuan had been cultivating for too short a time to ponder too many spiritual secret techniques. After all, he didn't have the innate gift of the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. However, he had occasionally contemplated some methods for condensing spiritual power. What was key, though, were Li Yuan's immensely strong spiritual power and willpower. Rumble. The intense spiritual shock was like an axe ferociously chopping onto a steel plate, reverberating ceaselessly but unable to truly have an impact. Whoosh! 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 Spear light crisscrossed, slicing through the vast sky, its power undiminished in the slightest, once again blocking the attack of the heavenly serpent beast emperor. Thousand Eyes, there's no effect. The heavenly serpent beast emperor sent an angry telepathic message. No effect. Thousand Eyes beast emperor couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Could his spiritual will be stronger than you in myriad scales? How can there be such a heaven-defying second-rank life? It was one thing for his combat strength to be strong, but for his spiritual will to be so strong, too. Then abandon the spiritual attack. The heavenly serpent beast emperor sent a hurried telepathic message. Bind him. Don't let him escape. His body refining star technique is so terrifying, it must consume a great deal of origin power. As long as we persist in this war of attrition, we can exhaust him to death. All right. The body of Thousand Eyes beast emperor whirled, speeding towards the two battling powerhouses. Whoosh! 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 The 8 tentacles of Thousand Eyes beast emperor, already over 100 meters long, swelled further, lashing at Li Yuan like gigantic ropes, attempting to bind him. Kill! The murderous intent of the heavenly serpent beast emperor surged. He attacked frenziedly, desperately entangling Li Yuan. They're all here. Time to make a move. The heavenly serpent beast emperor is hard to kill. Let's take down Thousand Eyes beast emperor first. Li Yuan's gaze was icy cold. Just as the tentacles were about to touch Li Yuan, boom, boom, boom. A mysterious aura spread out. Then, Li Yuan split into 9, and in the void, 9 Li Yuans appeared, each tens of meters apart, all emanating a very strong aura. They easily evaded the attack from Thousand Eyes beast emperor. 7th layer star technique, 9 shadow clones. Capable of creating each shadow clone and endowing each one with a certain level of strength, like Li Yuan who cultivated to the second order limit, could give each clone 20% of his main body's strength. Of course, this 20% did not include the weapon's power. 9 shadow clones. All things divine body. These two supreme star techniques worked in concert, representing Li Yuan's most explosive display of combat might. What? So many phantom bodies. How come there are so many more than when he fought Kai Yen Beast King? Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor was stunned, feeling a bit panicked. Don't panic. They're just phantoms. The heavenly serpent beast emperor sent a telepathic message. Kai Yen mentioned that his phantoms have no attack power, they're all illusions. The words of the heavenly serpent beast emperor were also somewhat self-assuring. He had also comprehended the true meaning of wind and was very aware of the difference between 6 phantoms and 9. Kill! Li Yuan roared furiously. 9 figures dashed across the sky, casting radiant streaks as they intersected and swooped down on Thousand Eyes beast emperor like specters. Annihilate! The heavenly serpent beast emperor roared angrily. He couldn't distinguish Li Yuan's shadow clones from the real one, so he could only draw on his true intent domain in an attempt to destroy those countless clones. But he soon found that he couldn't annihilate them at all. For one thing, Li Yuan's shadow clones already possessed 20% of his real strength, which was considered very strong among those at the flying heaven level. They were not something that an ordinary true intent domain could easily shake. Secondly, Li Yuan himself could also draw on his domain to protect the shadow clones. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavenly serpent beast emperor roared, his massive tail whistling through the vast sky, sweeping towards several of Li Yuan's shadow clones. Whoosh! 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 9 Li Yuans flickered simultaneously, like phantoms, or as if following a mysterious vibration within their own true intent domain. The majority of the clones easily avoided the heavenly serpent beast emperor's furious attacks. Peefed! At the moment when one of the shadow clones was about to be hit by the enormous wings. Boom! The entire clone dissipated with a bang, then quickly recondensed in another part of the void. Damn it! The heavenly serpent beast emperor was both shocked and angry. He too had comprehended the true meaning of wind, albeit inclined towards the speed aspect, but he had some understanding of phantom bodies. However, he had never thought that phantom bodies could be so agile and variable. In fact, if Li Yuan had merely drawn on the shadow domain, it would have been easily broken through since he had only just begun to form the true meaning of wind. He hadn't truly condensed the true meaning of wind yet. But now, he was using the 7th layer star technique. The stronger the star technique, the more it represented a special combat method. Shadow division technique, when used to create 4 phantom bodies, could display maximum efficiency, but that was just a 5th layer star technique. However, 9 great phantom bodies could affect 9 phantom bodies simultaneously, coupled with Li Yuan's own 2 true intents combined to form the shadow domain. It was enough to bring his combat power to a terrifying level. This was a 7th layer star technique. Many demigods hadn't cultivated such a powerful star technique. It wasn't that easy to break through. To break through such a star technique, there were usually 2 methods. One was to use brute force, for example, a sheer overwhelming power that could sweep across the entire void in an instant, or a powerful domain suppression that could naturally discern the real body. The other was to break it through mastery. For instance, if one's realm was high enough, the shadow clones and the real body activating the power of heaven and earth would have subtle differences. If one could sense this difference, one could naturally locate Li Yuan's real body. Unfortunately, the heavenly serpent beast emperor was not capable of either method. Whoosh! 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 Having failed to stop Li Yuan, the 9 great phantom bodies were already approaching the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor like lightning. Scram! The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor also activated his true intent domain, let out a furious roar, and 8 tentacles whisked through the air, each striking at a different Li Yuan. Kill! Kill! The 9 Li Yuans shouted in unison. 9 long spears crossed the sky, causing 9 dazzling spear lights to blaze in the void, thrusting towards the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor from different directions, attempting to inflict maximum damage on him. Bang! Boom! Bang! In a lightning-fast exchange, the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor's huge tentacles, infused with astonishing might, batted away the long spears. Something's amiss. How are they all real? The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor sensed something was wrong the moment they touched. Didn't the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor say that phantom bodies have no attack power? Clearly, the situation was not right. That one. Over there, the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, sensing something was wrong, managed to discern where Li Yuan's real body was, but it was already too late. Peefed, the real Black Chen spear, with a fierce stab, pierced a giant hole in one of the huge tentacles. Dark green blood splattered, a shocking sight to see. If all 8 tentacles were used, even in a direct fight the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor was much weaker than Li Yuan. And facing Li Yuan's real body attack, he would at most be at a disadvantage. But now, with only 1 or 2 tentacles to defend, he was no match for Li Yuan at all. Bastard! Heaven Snake! You lied to me. His phantom bodies do have attack power. The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor let out a mournful roar. And these phantom bodies have very strong attack power at that. I'd estimate they're almost as good as Lei Guang and the others. The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor truly panicked. What? The phantom bodies are that strong? Doesn't that mean they are the equivalent of 8 top beast kings, plus Li Yuan's real body attack? The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor was stunned, naturally not believing that the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor was lying. The path of phantom bodies, to be so terrifying? Could he have semi-divine level comprehension? Boom! The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor roared and rushed over, joining with the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, the 2 monster emperors together attacking the 9 Li Yuans flickering and weaving through the void. Kill! Li Yuan, using 9 shadow clones, had several clones flickering, restraining the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, while his real body was fully engaged in attacking the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. After the confrontation just now, Li Yuan had confirmed that among the 2 Beast Emperors, the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor had terrifying direct combat strength and even faster flight speed, making him difficult to kill. In contrast, the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, without the body refining star technique and with much weaker defenses, seemed like a level 35 but was in fact much easier to kill. Whir! 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 A blanket of spear lights burst forth, fast and fierce, enveloping the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. So ferocious. Faster than before. The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor's expression grew colder. Even Wang Ling's offensive isn't this ferocious. If it had just been plain phantom bodies, the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor might have occasionally taken a gamble, but with each shadow clone's attack being very strong, he dared not disregard any spear light. Crucially, hidden among them was the most ferocious Li Yuan's real body. Boom, boom, boom. The Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor struggled to defend himself, his 8 tentacles also shining with light, significantly increasing their defense, like having 8 arms, very strong in defense. But still, he couldn't withstand it. Peefed. Occasionally, his tentacles were penetrated by Li Yuan's Black Chen spear, and even though his flying heaven peak level origin power could quickly regenerate, it still took time. But Li Yuan wouldn't give him that time. The injury was naturally getting worse. How should I fight this? Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor became increasingly panicked. Had it truly been Li Yuan with a group of level 34 Beast Kings besieging him, he would have been less anxious because he could pinpoint Li Yuan's real position. Key point. It was that Li Yuan's real body was hidden among the many phantom bodies, making it impossible for him to discern. Plus, the attack power of Li Yuan's real body was so terrifying that it was tough for the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor to defend against. Even occasionally, Li Yuan's real body would attack the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, forcing the latter into a flustered state, daring not to overlook any phantom body. This isn't right. Such fearsome phantom bodies must be a powerful star technique, at least a 6th-layer star technique, possibly even a 7th-layer star technique. The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor found it somewhat unbelievable. But his divine body is so strong, it must also be a superior body refining star technique, and then there's his flying speed. How did he do it as a 2nd-rank life? According to the trainer, isn't a 2nd-rank life supposed to cultivate a maximum of 2 star techniques? The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor wasn't wrong in his thinking. Ordinary powerhouses, or even so-called geniuses, limited by their star meridian talents, usually had only 1 or 2 particularly strong star meridians, so they would choose to strengthen certain aspects. For example, Lud Neff chose the assassination direction, not cultivating body refining star technique, meaning he was destined to be not strong enough in head-on fights. While someone like Yu Jing, who chose head-on combat, would usually be average in aspects like the escaping method star technique and domain. This was also something that Lai Feng Semi-Divine had mentioned to Li Yuan before, that even if one had enough talent in the 2 great laws of the universe, according to common sense, the cultivation of star techniques was limited, and it was difficult to fully utilize them. As powerful as the ancient Torch Divine was, he definitely had the hope of acquiring 3 or even 4 supreme star techniques. But it was meaningless because the capacity of his star meridians determined he could only cultivate 2. All these were common sense, yet, there was this aberrant individual, Li Yuan. Normally speaking, if Li Yuan only cultivated 9 shadows, without the support of body refining star technique, each shadow clone would be very weak and negligible. If he focused on body refining, at most he would cultivate the shadow division technique. But he cultivated both. Plus the assistance of the other 2 star techniques, working in coordination, their effect was far greater than simply 1+1, truly turning every shadow clone of Li Yuan into an extremely terrifying force. No weaknesses. A single person. At full strength, he was actually suppressing the 2 great beast emperors. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At full burst, Li Yuan's movement technique and spear light became unpredictably ghostly to the extreme. Although Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor tried his best to defend, his frontline battle strength was inherently the weakest among the 3 great beast emperors. Tentacles blocked attack after attack, sustaining injuries. A prolonged defense would surely fail. Spurt. Another spear thrust suddenly penetrated a tentacle, and following closely, 2 other shadow clones approached violently and thrust their spears at the same time. The terrifying joint attack completely tore apart that tentacle. Tentacle. Severed. Die. Li Yuan's gaze turned icy, increasingly frenzied, as many phantom bodies suddenly broke free from the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor and all besieged the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. Heaven Snake. Help me block him. Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor shouted in shock and anger, struggling to escape into the distance. Having lost a tentacle, if the battle continued, a second, then a third would be severed. His strength would drastically weaken. The strength that Li Yuan burst forth with was too terrifying. Boom. However, what Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor didn't expect was that as he was fleeing, another massive blue figure was escaping even faster than him. Heaven Snake. Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor roared, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. I can't hold him off. Thousand Eyes, if I try to block him, I'll easily be bypassed, and you're a whole notch slower in flying speed. You'll be chased down sooner or later. The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor whizzed by, transmitting his message. You're as good as dead. I'm not accompanying you to the grave. I'm taking my leave first. The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor grew frightened. The desperate fight between the two sides, with him trying his hardest, was barely enough to assist the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. He was worried that if the fight continued like this and once the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor perished, Li Yuan might employ some special technique that would kill him as well. Whoosh! The Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor's speed soared, rapidly leaving Li Yuan and the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor far behind. Thousand Eyes, die! Li Yuan, however, didn't bother with the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, but continued his attack on the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. It seemed the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor had also cultivated an escaping method star technique. His speed was simply too fast, and he was intent on fleeing. Li Yuan couldn't possibly catch up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without the interference of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, Li Yuan had even more strength to attack the Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, whose one tentacle had not yet recovered. Their strengths increased and decreased inversely. Swish! The long spear cut through the vast sky, pierced through the void, directly stabbing into another tentacle, and the terrifying power exploded. That entire tentacle violently burst, severing again. The terrible pain drove him completely mad, but his madness couldn't cover up the significant weakening of his strength after the tentacle was severed. How is this possible? It shouldn't be like this. I am a Beast Emperor, and I'm going to be killed by a second-rank life? Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor continued to struggle crazily. He felt death closing in. Boom! Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor finally rushed into a corridor, and Li Yuan without hesitation followed, the long spear whistling, continuing the attacks. Tear! Another tentacle was torn apart. Ha ha ha! I had imagined that I would die of old age or be killed by an invading flying heaven powerhouse. But I never expected that I, Thousand Eyes, would die here in the mothership, killed by a second-rank life. Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor roared, staring intently at Li Yuan. Why are you, a second-rank life, so strong? Why? Die. Li Yuan's eyes were icy cold, completely ignoring the telepathic message from the Thousand Eyes Beast King. 9 streaks of spear light once again slashed across the vast sky, and the Thousand Eyes Beast King was powerless to block most of them. One of the streaks suddenly smashed into the head of the Thousand Eyes Beast King. His head had already been attacked by Li Yuan 3 or 4 times in the fierce combat that had just occurred. This time, it finally couldn't withstand the assault. Poochie! The spear light penetrated the head, a terrifying force erupted, instantly extinguishing the consciousness of the Thousand Eyes Beast King. The 5 tentacles that had been struggling violently now rapidly fell, limp and without strength. Boom! 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 The colossal body of the Thousand Eyes Beast King thunderously crashed onto the metallic ground, emitting a shaking sound. Soon after, the corridor became completely silent. You have killed a third-rank being, obtained spiritual nature nourishment. A divine palace prompt flashed across Li Yuan's vision. But Li Yuan glanced at one line on the divine palace panel. Spiritual awakening level, 60%, current limit 60%. It seems that, as before, the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace is temporarily collecting spiritual nature nourishment, waiting until my spiritual awakening limit increases before it gives it all to me at once. Li Yuan thought to himself, this is also a kind of accumulation, I suppose. Having killed so many flying heaven beast kings before, his spiritual awakening level had long since reached 60%. By rights, it was already possible for the origin power to enter his body for the 6th time. Only, Just as when his spiritual awakening level reached 50%, more golden mist converged on the second layer of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, and since Li Yuan did not choose to condense an origin pill, this golden mist had no use. It matters not. The more golden mist that accumulates, the moment I condense my origin pill, perhaps I'll be able to cultivate my origin power to level 35 and even higher in an extremely short time, Li Yuan pondered in his mind. His gaze fell upon the body of the Thousand Eyes Beast King lying below. He's been killed. A Beast King. A level 35 flying heaven exotic beast. Li Yuan also felt a surge of joy and pride. The strength of the Thousand Eyes Beast King seemed to be slightly inferior compared to a true flying heaven peak powerhouse, but the difference was not significant. Yet, it had fallen to Li Yuan. I anticipated correctly. When it comes to pure attack strength, I am quite ordinary amongst those at the flying heaven peak, Li Yuan inwardly said, but once I use the shadow clone, then even among those at the flying heaven peak, I am not considered weak. This was the confidence that allowed Li Yuan to dare to battle the three great beast emperors. And this was only the second order limit. If he were to cultivate to the third order limit, not only would the shadow clones become more stable and harder to distinguish, but the strength of each shadow clone would also increase by 30%. Any powerful star technique becomes more terrifying the further it is advanced. Of the three great beast emperors, one has been killed, leaving only two. Li Yuan's divine sense spread out, quickly sweeping over the body of the Thousand Eyes Beast King and collecting all the treasures. To kill the heavenly serpent beast emperor, I need to figure out a way to increase my speed. The myriad scales beast emperor, even more mysterious, I haven't encountered him yet, Li Yuan calculated in his mind, transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards the alien god area. He's utterly dead. Thousand Eyes. The heavenly serpent beast emperor, who was fleeing at high speed through a passage, sighed inwardly. Don't blame me for not rescuing you, it's that I simply couldn't save you. The three great beast emperors had tokens that could sense each other's life or death. Myriad scales. You must have sensed it too, the heavenly serpent beast emperor thought anxiously. Now everything depends on you. Given the strength of that spirit gun, he is very likely to pass the trial of the alien god area and enter the inner layer. If you also fail, then my Mingshu beast clan is finished. All will die. But, I can't put all my hope on myriad scales, the heavenly serpent beast emperor thought to himself. I need to find a place to hide first. At least make it so that the spirit gun can't find me for the time being. Whoosh! The heavenly serpent beast emperor quickly departed, completely leaving the alien god area. Inside the mothership, a mysterious area of the inner layer. A 25-meter exotic beast that had been lying still suddenly opened its eyes. It was covered in fiery red scales, and at first glance, it somewhat resembled the legendary Fire Kirin. Only, its hooves and claws were exceptionally sharp, and its eyes fierce. It was the myriad scales beast emperor, and the true, #1 powerhouse, of the Mingshu beast clan, the only 6-star pulse strong being. Thousand Eyes is dead? Weren't Thousand Eyes and Heavenly Serpent together? The two of them, united, and waiting in the safe outer layer area, how could they die? The myriad scales beast emperor was in disbelief. Could it be that spirit gun has broken through to become a third rank, and entered the mothership? The myriad scales beast emperor was puzzled. No matter, I must quickly comprehend this secret technique, for there is hope to make it to the core cabin. The myriad scales beast emperor thought to himself, if I can control even a fraction of the mothership's might. Unless it's a demigod, all can be killed. The deeper the understanding, the more clearly he realized the terror of the mothership. At its peak, the explosive might of the mothership was so terrifying that even divine beings dare not withstand it directly, they must avoid its edge. After traveling through the metal corridor for a short while, Li Yuan finally arrived at the alien god area, following the map's guidance. Passing through the last portal of light. Li Yuan felt an invisible force sweep over him, seemingly another scan, and the scene before his eyes changed, placing him in an incredibly vast hall. What a grand hall! Li Yuan held his breath. At first glance, this hall, with its height possibly exceeding 10 kilometers in length, perhaps more than 50 kilometers, was like a miniature world on its own. Compared to this hall, Those he had passed previously were nothing. Also, an invisible force shrouded the entire hall, causing even Li Yuan to feel a series of oppressions. Quickly, Li Yuan's attention was soon drawn to the 6 towering statues on either side of the vast hall.